The girl sat on her knees and cried bitterly, tears streaming from her eyes. But she did not want to stop. She was ready to cry out all the liquid from her body, just to get back her winnings, which amounted to a huge sum. When asked why she was crying, and whether she had perhaps had a sad dream, she replied that she was ready to be a steamed dumpling. Through tears, our heroine even explained that it is better to be a dumpling than to go to work every day. The subway ride reminded her of Biozi, and she sometimes wondered if killing in such a crush would not be considered self-defense. Every time she stepped onto the platform, she dreamed that one day she would be able to quit and never experience this horror again. All this had happened to her just a couple of days earlier, and she remembered very well how she felt the lottery ticket in her pocket. She bought it a few days ago and now decided to check it out, because if she collects all the numbers, she will be able to leave the company. The boss at this company never paid overtime, and the assistant manager was always grumbling about everything. There was also an accountant there. She was the boss's daughter, and she humiliated us by asking why we ate so much every time she saw the receipts. She really wanted to win, and she thought that if she succeeded, she would definitely not return to work today or tomorrow either. Our heroine stood on the street, not paying attention to the people passing by. She checked the numbers. First one pair matched, then another. Our heroine started to get nervous because she couldn't believe her luck. She paused, took a breath, and looked away from her smartphone screen a couple of times before looking at the last numbers. But curiosity got the better of her, and she checked the last two digits. Her legs gave way, but she held on. Her heart was beating wildly in her chest. Now she knew for sure that she had won, and not just any win, but that she had the main prize. The image on the smartphone screen was reflected in the pupil of her eye, and it took her a couple of seconds to realize it. And no matter how unrealistic it seemed to her, the fact remained a fact. And now she can change her life. She ran to the office. She needed to solve the most urgent tasks, and this was her deepest desire. She could quit. Having run up the stairs to the desired floor, our heroine stopped for a second, and then stretched out her hands to open the door. Our heroine was so excited that she didn't pay attention to the light coming from there, but simply began to enter. Her gaze fell upon a room that was completely unfamiliar to her. There was a huge table there, and it looked more like the tables from the Middle Ages. Through some fog, she heard a question that was addressed to a certain Soleil, and she was asked what she had just said. There were several people in the huge hall. One of the men asked her why she was leaving and didn't want to explain anything. He also talked about marriage, but she didn't understand anything, and the words of another that she shouldn't talk to her sister like that didn't improve the situation. The girl cursed and thought that it was not good, but swearing rudely had already become a habit here. However, the whole situation was unfamiliar to her. She wondered if she was in her company. She opened the door and apologized out loud to the strangers. Explaining that she had mixed up the doors and was leaving now, she took a step and realized something was wrong. Then, lowering her gaze, she saw the shoes on her feet. The older man said to Soleil that if she was not feeling well, she could come back, and asked Anne to take her there. A girl dressed as a maid approached our heroine, and, addressing her by her title of Duke, she said that she was now and took Soleil by the arm. As our girl left the room, she looked back and thought that she had never seen such an interesting middle-aged man in the company. She walked, accompanied by Anne, along long corridors that were lit by huge windows. Wondering where she was, she apologized, and was answered by a request that the lady remain calm. And at that moment, she had another question, and she asked this Anne how she knew Korean so well. This clearly puzzled her escort, who looked at her with surprised eyes and couldn't even respond to it. Then the girl asked if she had perhaps accidentally ended up at some kind of filming, to which the maid simply reminded her name. There was a sound of footsteps in the corridor. Two more maids appeared, and one screamed that Mrs. Soleil had gotten out of bed and run away somewhere. Adding that Milady was not feeling well, our heroine could not resist and asked who the hell this Soleil was and where they were. The older maid grabbed her head and hysterically said that she couldn't believe that Milady was now losing her memory. Looking at the people around her, she had more questions about why everyone had such a natural hair color and such Western features. Our heroine tried to speak to the women in English, which only made them uneasy, and the servants decided to call a doctor. But she didn't listen to them, thinking that everyone was wearing wigs for a TV show. She decided to start with hers and pull it off her head. Feeling the pain, she realized that her hair was real and heard Anne say that an evil spirit had entered the lady's hand. The maid told everything to the doctor who came up, and the girl was able to hear a few phrases about her health. And since her hand was possessed by an evil spirit, the servants tied her to the bed, and she wondered why they were so disobedient. The doctor came to the bed and said that they could try again, and asked her name. Then she replied that she was Yoon Ji-yoon and would be her. Men entered the rooms, and the one who had interested our heroine earlier said Leah's name, and the one who was younger said that everything was as usual. The second young man again called for order and asked not to say such things about his little sister. The first one replied that she behaves like that every time something important happens, as if she demands attention. While she was thinking about the man's manners, noting that he was rude, the doctor was whispering something to the one Anne called the Duke. Then she thought that she had a strange loss of memory. Now thinking about it, it seems to her that she forgot something important. But here's what. At that moment it dawned on her. She remembered what had happened to her just recently. She had won the lottery. Now she had no idea where she was, or where her phone was, because if someone found it, they could take away her winnings. She began to break free. Twisting and turning on the bed, our heroine screamed at the top of her lungs that she needed to go home to get her money, her billions. Those present watched her with concern, and one of the young men approached her and asked her father to stay there. He extended his palm to our heroine and asked for forgiveness from Soleil, explaining that her mind would freeze for a moment. She had time to think about her money, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself back in her cramped office. She thought, no, this is not the place, when she saw the ceiling of someone else's room, and then about where those bastards put her money. Her thoughts returned to her winnings, and she calculated that after taxes, she would still have a tidy sum left over. She suddenly felt hurt that this door to another dimension had opened now, and not when she was a teenager. The maid came up to her and reminded her of her name, adding that she would help her remember everything. Then Soleil wanted to offer her to find the money. Anne asked if the lady would like a glass of water, and our heroine agreed, saying that water would do. Thinking to herself about billions, finally left alone, she went to the window and, opening it, looked out. The landscape beyond was clearly not Korean. The returning maid, worried about the cold, sat her mistress down at the table and covered her with a cape, then offering her tea and a bun. The servant explained that it was better to just have water, and our heroine was reminded of her mother's kind eyes. In her mind's eye, she saw her mother smiling and asking if she wanted to play with her. Ji-yeon was still a little girl then. She asked where and was told it was far away. She shook her head. She didn't want to leave this park at all, and at that time, she didn't yet know the consequences of her answer. I continued to watch the pigeons, which flew closer in whole flocks to peck at some crumbs. The mother rose from the bench, then squatted down opposite her little daughter and said that she would go to the restroom. She asked Ji-yeon to wait for her here. She left, and our heroine watched as her mother disappeared from sight. After some time, the father appeared, swearing foully, and an employee approached him to call him to order. Ji-yeon only guessed that this was the last time she saw her mother, but she couldn't even cry in the presence of her drunken father and the policeman. Sad thoughts came into her head now. She understood that this family in this world had nothing to do with her. The real Lady Soleil should be the recipient of all this kindness and affection, and yet she is here by some ridiculous accident. She needs to return to her world, but first she decides to find out who Soleil is, so she asks the maid to tell her family history. Anne said that she was the youngest daughter of Duke von Virgo, was born weak, so she needed outside help and did not go outside. Her mother died, leaving 3 more sons, the eldest knight commander, but he is not in the mansion. He is busy with military matters. The second son, his name is Haman. He is the man with pink hair that the girl saw earlier, and he is sensitive to magic. The third one is called Gray. He is an excellent swordsman, and even received a title, but has not yet joined any knightly order, because they didn't have the opportunity to take anyone, and our heroine thought that this was probably due to the bad character of this Gray. Anne ended up saying that all 3 of them cared about her, and Ji-yoon responded that it was nonsense because the third one was talking so arrogantly. This answer delighted the maid beyond words. She said that the mistress had just spoken to her in an informal tone. Having added that she thought that Milady's memory was returning, the girl corrected him, explaining that she had said that without even thinking. Jiyeon remembered a story about souls, where everyone's favorite main character experiences, and remembers something from his past life at a turning point. She thought that perhaps this had happened to her now, and if Soleil was reality, then was it possible to live another life? She was lost in her thoughts. But the maid remembered that she had found a strange piece of paper earlier and thought that maybe it was the mistress's. Having handed the scrap to Milady, Anne said that she had found it in the corridor, but seeing her reaction, she became excited again. And there was actually a reason why. For the first second, the lady looked at this piece of paper silently, with her eyes wide open. Then she jumped up from her chair and with a wild look began to shout that it was her money, and that, of course, it was them. Our heroine was ready to rejoice and cry at the same time. These billions had been bothering her for half a day, and now a coupon had been found. The maid was so agitated that she could think of nothing better to do than call for the doctor again. This time the girl did not resist. Lately, she had been constantly told that she was weak, and Jiyeon herself began to believe it, and couldn't even hold a fork. Moreover, she completely lost her appetite, which had never happened to her in her previous life. But now everything had changed. She thought that she had been sent here because she did not want to work, and she asked the gods to send her back to her billions. Her personal maid begged her to eat at least a little, because she had not eaten for a whole day, and her mistress's body was so weak. Wondering how weak it was, our heroine stood up, and feeling weak, thought that she must really be exhausted. She decided that she should eat after all, but she didn't want buns, so she asked about rice. But the maid didn't understand her question. Saying that it was okay, she would go and see for herself, the girl took the winning coupon and headed for the door. As she slowly walked towards the exit, she thought it was unfair, because just when she had found hope, she found herself in a strange fantasy world. Jiyeon couldn't get used to this new body, and so she walked with an unsteady step, and the maid decided to help her. Anne was thoughtful, and even remembered to grab some outerwear, which our heroine reluctantly agreed to wear. In one of the corridors, a voice was heard from behind a column, asking if she seemed to have the strength to go for a walk. He was in the shadows, but she recognized his voice, so she thought angrily that it could really be him again. Coming out into the light, Gray asked why she was hanging around here, and our heroine noted that her innate insight had not failed her. However, one thing was bothering her, and she decided that it would be best if she asked her maid about it. So, going up to Anne, she asked her question whether this man always spoke like that, but received no answer. The maid simply had no right to talk about her master in his presence, because he came up from behind and grabbed his sister by the hand. When he asked if Soleil really didn't remember anything, our heroine pulled her hand away with a sharp movement. She didn't mean to talk to him in that tone. She meant to put him in his place, but he managed to ask first. Gray asked why she had lost weight, a question Jiyeon ignored, instead asking him not to touch her so casually. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, he complimented her out loud on how much better it was to respond that way, rather than wandering around like a ghost and apologizing all the time. They walked further down the hallway, and Gray said that she needed to take care of her body and eat well. She responded that it was none of his business. When Gray replied that how could it not be him, because one day he would become her knight, she thought how this piece of shit could become her knight. Turning to the maid, she asked if there was anyone better next to Soleil to get this guy off her back. The young man even paused to digest what he had heard, since his sister had just spoken about herself in the third person. While he was thinking about what to say in response, she thought about how good a knight he was, because it would be a miracle if she wasn't stabbed. He chuckled humorously and said that it was sad to hear that, and added questioningly that Soleil hated Gray so much. This strange conversation left her at a loss, and moreover, she began to get angry. This brother irritated her more and more. He grinned wickedly, spread his hands and continued, saying that she had said it herself, and Gray had heard it, and then repeated her line. She didn't understand why he spoke about himself in the third person, and he added that Soleil might hate Gray, but he would become her knight. As she moved down the hallway, she asked him not to follow her, and he replied that Soleil was hungry, so Gray should take care of that. He irritated her terribly, and he continued that Soleil couldn't eat fatty foods. She needed something lighter. She was already angrily demanding that he shut up, but he did not calm down. Now he stated that Saleya was angry. The young gentleman thought in the same style that Gray saw her so energetic for the first time, and he would like it if she stopped lying down. In the meantime, they reached the dining room and entered it. Jiyeon liked the decoration of this room, but she was really hungry, so she sat down on the first chair she came across and said that she didn't care anymore that there was no rice and asked them to bring her at least something. The maid handed her a cup of warm milk. Our heroine looked at this device with some distrust. Her brother kindly said that if she ate everything at once, she might get a stomach ache, so it would be better to drink some milk first. His voice caused her a new wave of irritation. She asked when he managed to appear here. His answer sounded like Gray was sad, and he was sniffing. And then he began to sit down opposite her. Then she asked what he was doing, to which he, laughing, replied that he also wanted to eat. She really wanted to get rid of this obsessive character. She was already starting to worry about her appetite. He thought for a second when she looked at him and asked him to eat somewhere else and leave her alone. Leaning back in his chair, Gray, smiling only at the corners of his mouth, said that she really didn't remember anything. He cast a searching glance at her and added that he was pleased to see it, and then she asked him to explain. After thinking about his answer, he said that she was acting so strangely, like a sharpened blade, and if anyone saw her, they would think that his sister grew up in the wild, to which Ji-yeon only chuckled. After such a comparison, she thought that even if she was now in a different body, it did not change anything. She again remembered the day when she saw her mother for the last time, and how her life changed afterwards. Afterwards, she often thought that it would have been better if her father had never existed, but it was beyond her power. But she grew up, and one day her father left and returned only 3 days later, without giving any explanation for his absence. While no one was home, our young heroine smashed everything that came to her hands, and over the course of these days, she destroyed everything she could. Then, she thought only about growing up quickly so that she could leave this unfortunate place. She remembered that evening only in fragments, and she had the impression that her mind was deliberately hiding details from her. But then, at that moment, her life changed dramatically, and she did it with her own hands, although unintentionally. By pushing him, young Ji-yeon took revenge on her drunken father for all those terrible days she spent next to him. He simply fell and never got up again, and our heroine was so afraid of the consequences that she ran away. At those moments, she could not think of anything, only that she needed to run and run as far as possible. And she ran wherever her eyes looked, and continued her movement as long as her legs could bear it. The fear of punishment, if her father caught up with her, urged her on. But it couldn't last forever. She fell to the ground from fatigue. She had no idea whether she had killed him or whether her father had survived. But she didn't want to think about it then. She had to figure out how to survive in this world alone, which she didn't know much about due to her age. But since then, she didn't even think about returning. She managed to get a job in a backwater restaurant. Her job was so-so, just bring and serve. But that wasn't the worst thing. After some time, strangers found her. Their strange leader informed her that her father had left debts in her name, and now she owed them. The man also clarified that if she changed her last name, it would not help her. But it was not this that shocked her, but the fact that her father managed to survive. Our heroine found herself in a hopeless situation. She guessed that these people would never leave her alone. After saying goodbye to these people, the girl cried a little, but realizing that tears would not help the grief, she began to look for work. She took on any job that came her way, including 12-hour shifts at the factory and various interviews. Her co-workers at the factory told her that they would recommend her to a company that could replace her family. The employees of that company didn't even try to become her family, but they used her for their own purposes. And then something wonderful happened. For her, it was truly like a miracle, because she won not just a certain amount for the trip, but a whole fortune. Ji-yeon was so immersed in her memories of her previous life that she didn't immediately notice the ringing in her ears. Returning to this reality, she realized that the sound was from the spoon that unbearable Gray was hitting the glass with. Moreover, he almost shouted that he had already told her to eat soup and asked what clouds she was in. But something in the way he spoke, even if in a raised voice, puzzled her a little. She felt concern in his voice. He tapped his spoon on her plate and asked her to finish at least this. Then she wondered when Gray had become so good. These thoughts distracted her from eating, and then the so-called brother said that he had never seen her eat anything. Our heroine did not take her eyes off Gray. Then he said that if she had the strength to stare at him, then let her eat. But when he asked Anne to bring another soup because this one was too hot, Ji-yeon decided that she would rather eat this one. She didn't want to chase the maid away over such a trifle, and she tried it, especially since it turned out not to be that hot. She happily took another spoonful, and although she found the taste a little unusual, she liked it. In her world, she was accustomed to simpler food, and her diet consisted mainly of rice. But this first dish also suited her quite well. Gray grinned and asked if she had anything she wanted to tell him, to which the girl sharply asked what he expected from her anyway. She did not want to continue the conversation. She had satisfied her hunger, and she had a desire to be alone with herself. He looked after her, grinned, and said that now he truly believed that they were brother and sister. Thinking that he was not going to pursue her this time, the girl opened the door opposite. She wanted to explore the mansion, so she went into this room. Judging by the number of bookshelves, she found herself in a library. She looked around and thought that there were really a lot of books here, and she decided to take something to read. Reaching out for one of them, she carefully took it off the shelf, opened the page, and froze in surprise. It said that she thought she was opening the door to the office, but ended up in a fantasy world. And what about my billions of won? Ji-yeon looked at this inscription as if she was fascinated, because she could not logically explain how this book could describe these events. A knock on the door brought her out of her stupor. She heard a voice, some man asking for permission to enter, and she allowed it. Then a servant appeared on the threshold and reported that her master was calling her, adding that she needed to go right away. He also advised her to get ready. Then she thought why he was calling her right now, at a time when she was busy. Our heroine proceeded to her chambers, where Anne helped her change, and then a servant escorted her to the Duke. He asked how she was feeling, and without waiting for her answer, continued that he had asked the servants to convey that she could take her time. He added that apparently the servants had made a noise. She smiled sweetly, and then replied that there was no need to worry, everything was fine. To herself, she thought that even if he hadn't been such a cute, handsome man, she would have left immediately anyway. She asked why he had called her, although she did so with some hesitation, since she did not know whether to address him as you or thou. The Duke chuckled meaningfully, then reached into his pocket to take out a piece of paper. Then he placed it on the table in front of our heroine and explained that it was a list of the inhabitants of the duchy. Ji-yeon looked at this paper, not quite understanding why she needed this list, but she guessed that they gave it to her for a reason. The list consisted of 3 adult men of different ages and social statuses, but they all had one common name, Don. It dawned on her why this had happened, although it seemed almost incredible to her. The conversation about marriage had taken place when she first found herself here. She was walking out and closing the door when she heard Gray ask her if she really thought she could do whatever she wanted with this marriage. Assuming that the Duke wanted her to meet these people, she read the names and descriptions of these men again. But the men were so strange that, looking up at the Duke, she asked what it was. He responded with a question that the person she was looking for was not there, and explained that she had been calling for someone with the first or last name Dawn all the time. The puzzle in her head began to come together. She really was shouting about her money, and it sounded like a Dawn and also about her billions. It was impossible. But the Duke apparently thought that his daughter had an affair with a certain Dawn, and then lost her memory. After reading 17 billion Dawn, she thought that he was even able to find a person whose name sounded like 1,700,000,000 won. The Duke said that maybe one name was not enough, but he could bring anyone she wanted, as long as she, his daughter, got better. She asked if he was being too frivolous, then joked that there was even a slave on that list, but he didn't appreciate her joke. After taking a sip of wine to ease his nerves, he replied that she was young and stayed at home all the time, so she might not know. He put down his glass with trembling hands and added that he didn't think she had left the mansion, and that he himself had been the same in his youth. Pulling himself together, the Duke said that he had asked her to first pay attention to their personalities. Then she asked what he was talking about. He spoke again. How did it happen that he turned out to be a slave or a traitor? Unable to bear it, she asked him not to raise his voice at her. She remained silent and covered her mouth with her hand when he finished by saying that he would end this relationship no matter what it took. Jiyeon finally realized that the Duke had taken her joke about the slave seriously, and so she laughed completely sincerely. He felt uneasy. He didn't understand why she suddenly became so cheerful, so he asked her if he was right. She replied that she had already said no. Then he was completely confused, that perhaps she loved this Don very much, since she was looking for him so desperately. Our heroine looked at him and thought that she grew up in a wealthy family, so he decided that Don was a name, not money. The Duke thought that in his youth, he simply could not imagine life without a wife, and he would like a more decent husband for his daughter. He was ready to burst into tears, but again, pulling himself together, he said that he was ready to hear the name of the one who dared to offend her. After looking again at this ill-fated list, she said that there was no such man, and she did not remember any feelings for anyone. However, she thought to herself that she didn't know if Soleil had ever loved anyone, considering that Gray compared his sister to a quiet ghost. Milord was happy to hear such an answer, and our heroine also thought that it was unlikely that Soleil would run away for the sake of an affair with such a man. Jiyeon heard him say that he felt better, because to be honest, he was worried because all men have flaws. Then she asked if she herself was really so good, and the Duke replied that her condition was temporary, and she would soon get better. And he asked her not to say that to her father, but she thought that any father would say that, because it's hard to listen to a daughter say that she's not good enough. Tears came to her eyes. She felt sorry for this man, and she said that he apparently loved Soli very much. For a few moments, there was an awkward silence in the room. He looked at Ji-yoon, but he saw his daughter. Clenching his fist, he hit her leg hard with it, then looked sternly at the girl and said the name Leah. That's what he liked to call his daughter. Holding back the emotions that overwhelmed him at that moment, the Duke said tenderly that he would always love her. Our heroine realized that she was in a very difficult situation and could not yet think of a way out. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, and then in a quiet voice asked her to excuse her because she wanted to leave. Only one excuse came into her mind, so she said that she felt unwell, and the Duke replied that she could go. On the way out, she heard him ask that it wasn't that the person wasn't on the list, but that he simply didn't exist. After adding a request not to surprise her father in the future, Jiyeon joked again, saying that there were only men on the list. For her, it was just another joke, but Soli's father took it seriously and asked what she meant by it not being a man. She walked down the corridor and for some time heard the owner of the house shouting the name of his beloved daughter. She felt that a little more time, and the whole truth would be revealed. They would find out that their Soleil was no more, and that she never had such a father. She remembered Anne's words about Soleil having a fever for the last few days, and that was why everyone was very worried. Jiyeon asked the maid what happened next, and she told her that she wasn't sure if the mistress was alive and was going to call a doctor. And from Anne's words, our heroine knew that then Mrs. Soleil suddenly stood up, and her last cries were that she was leaving. The girl was very curious about what happened to the real daughter of the Duke, for whom she felt sincerely sorry. She was also terribly intrigued by the book she found in the library, so she decided to go and check it out. The maid was not in the room, and our heroine decided not to waste time, but to go right now. And then she looked out the door. Luckily, there was no one in the library either, so Jiyeon immediately took the book off the shelf and thought that she had never written this. I wondered if what was going to happen in the future was being recorded and opened the book. But there were blank pages. She leafed through it completely, but there was nothing there. Only a pen fell out, fell on the floor, and rolled a little. Raising the pen, our heroine twirled it in her fingers and thought that it was possible that she, too, could write in a book. It is possible that the future changes depending on what is written with a pen on these pages. The screen of her smartphone appeared before her eyes again, displaying the much-desired win. She thought that it was worth trying to write, because then she could return to her world and her 1 billions. Opening the book, Jiyeon tried to write something, but something inexplicable happened. The pen did not touch the paper. Cursing, she tried to touch the pages again, but they seemed to push the pen away and prevented her from carrying out her plan. After thinking for a while, she chose a different tactic. She tried to persuade the book to let her touch the leaves, but the pen still pushed away. The girl freely brought the pen to some distance, and then the stopper was triggered. In a fit of anger, She slammed the obnoxious book on the floor, then threw the pen, which rolled across the floor again. At that moment, she felt something strange. Her whole body was in pain, and she had never experienced such a feeling before. She sat on her knees and talked to this specimen. She asked him a direct question, that he really didn't want to give her the money. At that very moment, Gray and the maid had already lost her. Anne said that she had already looked everywhere, and even in the garden in the yard. The young gentleman was worried that his sister might faint again, and he went to look for her, but she was walking around the corner right towards him. Before she even reached the end of the corridor, she asked why it was so noisy here, and at that moment, taking her last step, she collided with Gray. It all happened so quickly that none of them had time to react and move away. Ji-yeon felt a lot of pain. She began to faint, hearing his last words about that lifeless look again. Our heroine asked to be returned back to her world, and that when she opened her eyes, she would find herself in her own house. But it did not happen. The first person she saw was the same Gray, who was almost hanging over her, and when he realized that she had woken up, he exhaled. She realized that she was in Soli's room, and the young man told her that she had a broken leg. She thought that he probably hit her secretly, so she asked him about it directly. He responded with surprise and asked why he would beat her at all, and why she would beat him. Then why did her leg end up broken? Then he told her that the doctors said that she got the injury due to weakness, and it would take her a couple of months to recover. After asking again about 2 months, she thought that she only had a year to get her winnings, and she couldn't hang around here for that long. Gray picked up her book and asked if it was so important that she didn't even hear his footsteps. When he read the title on the cover, he was not just surprised. He was struck by her preference as if by electricity. She, remembering the inscription on the pages, answered in a completely serious tone that it was important to her. Afterwards, she asked if he had read it, but Gray remained silent, and this led her to think that he, too, had been able to read the lines about her win. Continuing to look at him intently, she waited for him to speak and saw him grind his teeth. Gathering his courage, he shook the little book and said that he had seen it and asked if she really liked reading things like that. She had absolutely no idea why he had such a reaction, and she tried to guess what exactly had upset him so much. Gray continued talking, saying that he didn't even know they had such books in the library, and she asked if something was wrong. He replied that he knew that she was already an adult, and since she never left the house, it must be interesting, but still it was too much. When she shouted out her question about what book he had found there, the interlocutor cleared his throat before voicing the title. Ji-yeon was speechless. She didn't understand where that book that told about her door to the fantasy world could have gone. Taking it in her hands, she also read the title, and, surprised, asked him to read it to understand whether it was really written there. Angrily, he asked why she was pretending not to know anything and how he could read something like that right in front of her. She started to insist. Then he said that he had already apologized for her leg, but that was still no reason to force him to read something like that. However, our heroine did not calm down. She began to demand that he immediately read the contents of the book to her. He spread his hands bitterly and asked, embarrassed, why and for what reason she was treating him like this. What had he done to deserve such treatment? Realizing that he couldn't get rid of her, Gray agreed, only asking that she not later tell anyone that she was reading such things. Losing patience, our heroine said that she wouldn't and began to rush him to start reading faster. Having asked once again that she not tell everyone about this, he gathered his strength and, opening the book, began to read. He read out what Madame Remshaw had read with her teeth, then asked if he should continue, to which she nodded her head affirmatively. Then came the text that, "Madam, you are not in too much of a hurry," and Remsha laughed when she heard Erasto's words. Gray blushed as he continued reading. Ha ha! He was so excited and hot, and then looked at his sister. There was genuine surprise on her face. She had a feeling that she had lost something very important. Then he asked how he should read it, and then said that he refused, and if she really wanted to, she could read it herself. Ji-yeon tried to push the point that she was the younger sister, and he couldn't read to her, and he responded that she didn't even call him brother. She asked if it was really written that way in the book, and, having received an affirmative answer, she wondered why her book had suddenly become a novel. Then, about how Gray was funny, but still something was wrong with him, and her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. The young master gave her permission to enter, and she asked why he was giving orders, even though it was her room. The servant opened the door slightly and announced right from the threshold that her ladyship's friends had come to visit her. Our heroine asked in surprise that Soli had friends, to which he replied, "Of course, and they often come." Gray stood up and walked towards the exit, telling her as he went that he was doing this because she didn't like him being around when they visited her. At the threshold, he turned and added that if anything happened, she should let him know, but she thought he was just running away. Maids appeared in the chambers and began to tidy her up so that she would look well-groomed when the guests arrived. As they circled around her, she wondered what kind of people they were that thought Solea should accept them in such a state. The maids had just managed to comb her hair and powder her nose when the door opened again and guests began to enter the room. There were 3 of them. One asked what was wrong with her leg, and the other said that she was very worried because her friend was lying down with a high temperature. Looking at the girls, our heroine replied that as they could see, she had an injury, but the illness had receded, so everything was fine. As she continued to look at their puzzled faces, she thought she found it hard to believe that Solea had been close to them. The guests stood a little away from their friend, whispering about something, and she wanted to know why. Ji-yeon was a rather straightforward girl, so she asked why they were whispering in her presence. The blonde one sat down next to her and said that she believed in memory loss because even Soli's manner of speech had changed. And when our heroine asked how she used to speak, the guest replied that she treated them with great respect. Adding that she was always so timid and always addressed them formally, Ji-yoon wondered what kind of feeling this was. This guest said that since their friend had lost her memory and didn't know who they were, they should introduce themselves first. The first one introduced herself as Cheryl, the daughter of Viscount Horvian, and she had large farmlands, so Solea could always drop in for a visit. Another is that she is Julia, the daughter of Viscount Kane, and she is engaged in the slave trade, and if necessary will help with a new servant. And the one who sat next to her said that she was Lemilienne, the daughter of Count Leandrigo, and that she had the largest textile business. Tapping her fingers, the Count's daughter added that she was truly sorry that Solea did not know because of her memory loss. Ji-yeon didn't like this lady's manners. She thought that she was only addressing her as if her status was higher. And Lemillion, having finished speaking, carefully took our heroine by the hand, and she suddenly felt an unpleasant feeling. So she asked why she then felt that the lady was feeling uncomfortable. Maybe it was time to return to formal forms. The interlocutor replied that there was no need for this, because they were friends, and even if she sat at home, they still visited her. It seemed strange, Ji-yeon thought. If Solea never leaves the mansion, then how did she make such shameless friends? When asked how Solea injured her leg, our heroine replied that she crashed into Gray, and her friends advised her not to let him get away with it. Explaining that she would soon become a duchess, Ji-yeon asked how she could be a duchess, since there were 3 more contenders ahead of her. Lemillion wondered if no one had told the poor thing anything, since she was the only heir to the title in this house. And she said that all the brothers were brought by the kind duchess, and before that they were ragamuffins, especially that street beggar Gray. Seeing her reaction, the guest noted that Solea knew nothing about this, and asked if she remembered what they discussed last time. Then she reminded him that if she allowed her family to manage the lands of the duchy, then they would all be able to earn money. Having finished with Solea promising to think about it, Julia started talking about Gray, indignant at how a beggar could grow into a knight, and also to become a knight of the Duke's legitimate daughter, and now it is clear why their friend was constantly so scared. Lemillion brought the conversation back on track and asked if her friend had had time to think about the proposal. She would like to receive an answer. Our heroine got tired of listening to these women's speeches. She pointed at the blonde and asked if she was completely stupid. Ignoring their reactions and Lemillion's question of what she said, Ji-yeon began to lower her legs off the bed. Having settled down differently, she said what business she was talking about, because she knew that she had amnesia, and in general, she had just woken up. She smiled and added that if a lady wanted to cheat someone out of business, why not go outside and do it with a cockroach? Adding that, moreover, it was up to the Duke to decide whether to pick up beggars from the street or those with a brain the size of a chicken's, like theirs. When she said that, even though they had grown up among the nobility, they had not thought about why they had chosen these three, she received a resounding slap from Julia. Then the guests began to vie with each other to say that since she was bedridden, they had been lenient towards her, and that she is a stupid girl who, along with the loss of her memory, forgot all respect, and so on. She interrupted them and replied that they had really forgotten who this impudent woman was, who couldn't get out of bed. She also reminded the dumbfounded noblewoman that she was, after all, the only heir to the ducal title. He continued questioningly that this was why they visited her so often and stuck to her like flies to drops of honey that someone had dropped. Lemillion was the first to lose her temper in this tone. She decided that she too could teach this sickly heiress a lesson and raised her hand. But she didn't take one thing into account, so Leia changed. Looking into the guest's eyes, our heroine loudly called her brother Gray. The door opened with a bang almost at the same second and immediately closed. Lemillion was still standing with her hand raised. Jian asked if they were ashamed of what they did to her face, and quipped that now that he was here, she would see if they could do it again. Gray walked up with a long stride, not at all interested in the three of them, who were standing tightly around his sister's bed. He asked why her cheek was swollen and so red. Then looking at the guests, he asked who did it. Our heroine smiled a radiant smile, and waving her hand, greeted him as a beggar brother. When he asked again who did it, she said that these ladies told him that, as a child, he was a simple street vagabond. And when she asked in response whether they had visited her for the sake of begging, they then shamelessly hit her in the face. Gray, without even turning his head, sent an unpleasant chill through the visitors, and they quickly said that everything was wrong. While Cheryl tried to justify their behavior by saying that there was a misunderstanding, the young gentleman took his sister in his arms. He cast an extremely unfriendly glance at the guests and ordered the butler to see them out, as they were already leaving. Then he added that he would personally tell the Duke about the situation that had happened, and, proudly straightening his back, he walked towards the exit. The guests tried to correct the situation by continuing to say to Gray's back, as he left, that they didn't mean it at all. Jian felt comfortable in his arms, and she asked slyly that it seemed like he was good at begging for it to be talked about. Supporting her tone, he replied that brother, he is brother, and she pronounces it so well now, although her cheeks are like a hamster's. He thought to himself that everyone he met belonged to one of two categories, those who pleased and those who pretended to please. And it always seemed to him that he was walking on very thin ice, laid by someone else. Gray clearly felt how something had changed. It was such a light and subtle feeling, like a breeze playing with his hair. He tried to make sense of it, and then in his mind's eye, following the fluttering hair, he saw her. Then he saw his younger sister, who had lost her memory, sliding on a sled on the same thin ice. This image captured him so much that for a second he completely forgot that he was walking down the corridor and holding his little sister in his arms. So Leia told her maid that someone as weak as her should not have been born into this family. And as for her appearance in this house, they were probably much happier, and now they are being bullied because of her. People whispered that she was the only legitimate child, while the rest were a bunch of beggars, and wondered who would become the heir. Gray heard this conversation between Soli and the maid, and her sad words that it was all because someone like her existed. Having learned what was on his younger sister's mind, the young master wanted to help her start living a full and happy life. He would cheerfully catch up with her in the garden and ask her if she had really just woken up and why she was fainting at the sight of him. But Saleya just kept asking for forgiveness and withdrawing into herself, and he would have liked her to just get angry. He wanted to check at least once who could shout down whom. He wanted to destroy the wall around her heart. That was his plan. However, something completely unbelievable happened. His sister lost her memory and is now breaking down this wall with her own hands. He just wanted to shake her a little. But now he didn't recognize her, she joked. Forced him to read and even just swore. Lost in thought, he lost control of his face, and his furrowed brows and thin lips did not go unnoticed. Jiyeon said that she was the only one here who got slapped, and she didn't understand why he had such a strange expression, adding that it couldn't be that he had feelings for her just because she wasn't his biological sister. After she said that she actually hated that kind of thing, Gray started yelling that she must be crazy for talking about it. He shouted that he had completely forgotten that she was in his arms, and relaxed his hands a little, but quickly came to his senses and held her. He reproached her for trying to fall. Then she replied that it wouldn't get any worse for her if her butt was hurt. Gray changed the subject and said that they shouldn't have hit her anyway, and she pointed out that even once was enough compensation. He asked again. Then Jiyeon thought that if there was no such law in this world, then she could target their families. Looking at the windows past which she was carried, she thought that it was all nothing. Sometimes it was even useful to receive blows. She thought she had been alone her whole life after her mother left, and then she left her father, and a slap in the face was no big deal. She asked out loud if her family couldn't get money or something from them, since they had endangered the Duke's daughter. The young gentleman did not consider it necessary to answer such questions. Frowning, he only quickened his pace. They were almost there. He kicked the door to the empty room and opened it before the servants arrived. Angry at Soli's indifference, he asked her if she thought money alone would be enough, thinking he'd have to deal with that damn hand that hit her. He also asked why she allowed herself to be hit, and asked her not to sacrifice her body to get something. When she replied that if she could take advantage of their weakness, then why not? Gray dropped to one knee, and looking questioningly into her eyes, he asked that it didn't look like she didn't have someone who could protect her. She looked at him so intently that her eyelids trembled, and she reproached herself a little for such weakness. She didn't want to show him what she really felt, so she turned her head towards the window and remained silent. But pulling herself together, she looked at him again and joked that, of course, she wouldn't have left them like that if she had been healthy, and she would grab them by the hair and twirl them one after the other to the rhythms of shandan, and then use their hair as dental floss. Gray looked at her in surprise, and she smiled, thinking that hearing someone called a homeless beggar was annoying. I also thought that it didn't matter who was talking, even if it wasn't about her. At that moment, the door slammed loudly. An enraged Duke appeared on the threshold, and the second brother told him that it seemed those ladies had been rude to Solea for a long time, and that all this time she could not tell anything because of her good nature, and, turning to her, asked if everything was correct. Jiyeon didn't understand why Haemin was looking at her like that, but she replied that she didn't remember anything, but judging from their conversation today, it was like that before. The Duke, approaching her, said kindly that she should have told him if something bad had happened, and asked if it hurt much. Her reply that it was just a slap in the face, and they should use it because they had insulted their family, horrified the Duke. Bowing her head, she said that everything ended well, so there was no need to be too upset. The Duke's face twisted in anger, and he growled that this was not an excuse, and how could she even say such a thing to her father? The girl looked at him with wide open eyes. She could not tear her frightened gaze away from him. The Duke continued to yell that what kind of father would get rid of those who got on his nerves at the cost of his own daughter's body, and that no parent wants even a hair to fall from their child's head, and how she can talk about her body as an excuse. Suddenly, he saw her reaction. She was shaking all over, clutching her clothes with both hands to stop the trembling. He stopped screaming. She continued to look at him with her huge eyes, in which one could already see tears appearing. Embarrassed, the Duke reached out to his daughter and tenderly said her name. She instinctively shrugged her shoulders and lowered her head onto her chest. Then she muttered in a quiet voice that she wouldn't do it again, that she had made a mistake and asked for forgiveness. Flustered, my lord asked her to look at him, but she continued to repeat the same words about her mistake. He sympathetically placed his hand on her shoulder. She asked for forgiveness again, and without noticing it, for the first time she called him Dad. And although the Duke spoke in the most affectionate tone, when she raised her eyes, he saw tears in them. They reflected the light and sparkled beautifully. At some point, he saw a reflection of himself in them, and thought that he had been too rude to his daughter. In a friendly tone, he asked her why she was crying, but she only continued to silently blink her wet eyelashes. He touched her face with his hands and asked in a calm tone if she was really that scared. She very carefully removed his hands from her face and lowered her head. She was incredibly ashamed. Milord Diego began to slowly back away. He was afraid to frighten her again with some awkward movement. After moving some distance away, he apologized and said that he shouldn't have yelled at her, even if he was upset. After repeating the word sorry several more times, he turned around and slowly walked to the door, and already on the threshold asked her to rest. He no longer turned his head. He felt extremely embarrassed, because he had lost his temper so much that he had brought his daughter to tears. Haman also approached the exit. He looked intently at his sister and tried several times to speak to her, but he still couldn't find anything to say to her, so he followed his father, and the door closed behind him with a strange click. Our heroine and Gray were left alone in the room. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to move. Then he asked her how she was, and the girl replied that it was all because she heard screams, but now everything is fine. Feeling something strange around his elbow, he looked down and saw that she was holding onto his shirt with a shaking hand. Gray looked away. He wanted to say some warm words to her, but for some reason, they all flew away. However, he could not leave her without his support. He understood that she really needed simple human feelings now. Remembering his childhood, he called her by name, and when she responded, he said that he would take her hand so that she would not be afraid. She asked hesitantly why by the hand, but since she didn't hear an answer, she tore herself away from the shirt and stretched. Trying to hide the trembling in her hand, she reached out to him, and when he took her small palm in his, she suddenly felt better. She felt the warmth of his body being transferred to her, and he felt the small piece of ice in his hand warming up. He grabbed his head. He wanted so much to share his thoughts with her, but he didn't want to disturb this peace and quiet. After some time, he still said that he believes that time spent together and shared memories are what create a family. His mother, the Duchess, always taught him that past and background are not as important as what is created together. And that's why he wants to tell her that she doesn't have to force herself to hide behind a mask, and that it's okay to not be okay. The young gentleman was silent for a little while longer, and then completed his thought by saying that all this was so because they were a family. Soleil began to calm down. He heard her breathing even out, and thought that he had done the right thing by speaking out. He didn't see her face when she said playfully, "Sir Gray," and what she had already said, but he couldn't flirt with his little sister. But after what was said, he couldn't help but look at her, to see if she was serious. But when he saw her face, he couldn't resist. He shouted that her brain had gone completely crazy after her illness, and she asked why he took her hand. She reminded him about the book he had read to her, and although he answered that he had read it at her request and had not taken her hand for that purpose, she called him shameless. Their squabble began to take on cosmic proportions. Gray did not go anywhere and continued to argue with her. This pleasant conversation at elevated levels continued for some time, but when Soli ran out of arguments, she fell silent. Thinking about how she looked from the outside, she suddenly felt terribly funny and laughed, which angered Gray again. The noise in the room did indeed attract some onlookers, and Anne's maid remarked that the two got along so well, although sometimes you wouldn't know it. Evening came, and our heroine opened the window to let a cool breeze into the room, and then went to bed. Ji-yeon lay on her back and looked at the ceiling. Her thoughts were that the more she thought about it, the more absurd it seemed to her. She thought it was so stupid, because he froze in place just because he yelled at her, even though he wasn't even her real dad. Turning on her side, she continued to think. She had to go home soon. She couldn't hang around here forever. She touched her winning coupon and thought of her 1,700,000,000 and reminded herself that she was Ji-yeon, not Soleil. Hearing a soft knock on the glass, she sat up in bed to figure out what was making the sound and saw something unusual. She thought that this diffused soft and warm light was probably the magic of that weirdo Haman who treated her today. The light slowly formed into a small figure, and it turned out to be a little man. She even saw how he bowed to her. Our heroine wondered why he came here, and the little man opened his tiny mouth, and a melody flowed out of it. It was so enchanting that the girl listened with rapt attention. She wanted to lie down, which she did, continuing to listen to his song and wondering what it was that was so sickeningly sweet, thinking that perhaps it was some kind of lullaby, because she was so sleepy that she closed her eyes and fell into a sweet sleep. In her dream, she had the thought that he seemed so cold to her, and that everyone in this house was really funny. The Duke's family stopped appearing in her dreams because she felt a heat, as if she were standing next to a forest fire. She looked at her hands. It was very warm, and she wondered where she was, because the temperature was as if she was holding a puno pan. Ji-yeon loved these fish-shaped buns with sweet fillings. She even always carried change with her in the winter to buy one. It was getting hotter and hotter. It was an unpleasant sensation. She thought that maybe she was already being baked instead of a bun. Without understanding what was happening, she again compared herself to the Puno pan and tried to get away from there. But she couldn't move. Then she tried to scream, and she succeeded. Then she began to ask at the top of her voice if there was anyone there. But all our heroine heard around her was the crunching of fire, devouring everything in its path. Then the sound of flapping wings appeared. She looked around, trying to figure out where it was coming from, but because of the flames, she couldn't see anything. Finally, she saw a figure in the distance. Someone was moving towards her, and after a few seconds, she realized it was a teenager. His long hair was fluttering in time with his steps. Now she could even see his eyes. Then she asked if they could see her. At that moment, the stranger lowered his eyelids, and tears sparkled on his eyelashes. They reflected the light of the fire and shimmered. The crying youth looked at her with his clear, albeit tear-stained eyes, and asked, "We will meet one day, after all." She found this question a little strange, and she didn't understand who exactly it was addressed to, so she asked again. It was for her. There was no answer, so she asked who he was. And then, looking again at the tears, she asked why he was crying so beautifully. At that moment, she suddenly woke up, as if she had been torn out of this strange dream. Our heroine found herself lying half-body on the floor, her hair scattered across the carpet. Carefully pulling her legs off the bed, she wondered what kind of dream this was. It was just some kind of madness. When she got out of bed the next morning, she was glad that her leg had healed. But her bones were not so lucky. They'll need more time to recover, and it's all because of that idiot Gray. He's too strong. Thanks to the healer the Duke had invited, she could walk again and rejoice that magic worked. However, she was happy about her recovery for her own reason. This world still remained alien to her, as did the people living in it. What she wanted most was to get back to her life. And to do this, she tried to use a book and a pen. She tried very hard, but she still couldn't write a single word. And what's more, she discovered that the text was updated at the end of each day. A short story appeared on the pages about how she was visited by pseudo-friends and how it all resulted in a conflict, and that she made a terrible mistake and froze when her father yelled at her, even though he wasn't her real dad. After that incident, she had been receiving letters from the Duke for a whole week, and today she decided to read them. The first was the next day, so my lord asked how her leg was, and asked forgiveness for his behavior. He wrote that he shouldn't have raised his voice, regardless of the reason, especially since she was already having a hard time with amnesia. There was also a letter in which he invited her to have a cup of tea with him, but she could take her time, he would wait for her. The Duke was so upset by his breakdown that he reread every letter to make sure it had gone well. He did them quite well. She read them with pleasure, and through them she began to understand the Duke better. In another, he reported that she had endured this pain for so long, but now he had destroyed the 3 noble families who had mocked her. Her elder brother Gray testified and confirmed her words that the 3 ladies had spoken abusively about the brothers. Lemillion tried to justify herself and her friends, saying that they had not meant it, but now they would not set foot on the lands of the duchy. He thanked his daughter Leah for standing up for the family and doing what he had ignored. Milord Diego also mentioned that he knew that she had become friends with Gray and spent a lot of time with him. So he asked him how Soli was doing, and the little bastard replied that she was a beautiful piece of trash. But when the Duke told his son to run 100 laps around the training ground, he said this. Gray caught his breath after this run and declared that after losing her memory, his sister was reborn as a beautiful non-entity. So my lord asked if she was arguing with her brother. Then our heroine thought that Gray was crazy for saying such things. A flower fell out of the last letter, and in the message itself, her father advised her to spend some time with Hermann. He also informed her that he would not be home today, so she could have tea on the terrace, and he would send her a bag of tea. Jian was surprised by such romanticism, which is not very typical for men who spent half their lives at war. He also wrote about the flower, saying that it had blossomed near his window, and he hoped that his daughter would be happy looking at it. She thought that this was a completely different world, and that she couldn't understand much. The adults here were like sugar. She even envied the real Saleya a little, and, having made a decision, called the maid, who immediately entered. Having informed Anne that she wanted to have tea in the place where these flowers grew, She heard the maid clarify that it was the variety that my lord had sent. The delighted maid said that she would prepare everything now and ran away headlong, leaving Milady surprised. Our heroine's personal maid was very efficient, so it was soon possible to enjoy fresh tea. The weather was also good, so Jiyeon enjoyed more than just tea. Then footsteps were heard nearby. She took a sip and looked in that direction. Her second brother Haman was walking towards her. He asked how she was feeling, and she replied that she was fine, just walking around, saying his name incorrectly. Anne gently corrected her, and the young lady noted to herself that this second brother of hers had a cold-blooded face. Haman said that was good to hear, but they could always call in more healers if needed. She thought that perhaps she was wrong, and Haman was a good man, and even invited him to have some delicious tea with her. He happily agreed, took the cup and sat down on the edge of the gazebo, and she noted that his entire appearance was already a work of art, and that even if he was doing nothing on camera, he had the kind of face that would make her like and subscribe to his channel. Now Gray, she thought, was a different type, his handsome appearance making one bow before him in fear and submission. But she would follow Haman even into hellfire, just to look at him before he cut off her head. Admiring his beauty, she realized that he had a wide range of celebrity, with both good and villainous traits. Mentally pulling herself away from her silly dreams of commercial cinema, she thought again about what awaited her in Korea. Remembering her good manners, she thanked Haman for using magic in her room that night. He replied that he had only done so because she seemed weaker than usual and was glad that she was now much better. To which our heroine replied that she had heard that she had been weak and sickly since birth, and the brother replied that she had always been different. But that day, she looked as if she would fly away with the first breath of wind. Their attention was drawn to footsteps, and it was immediately clear that someone was in a hurry in their direction. The butler who appeared informed the young gentleman that the head of the Association of Magicians had already arrived and was waiting. Haman quickly began to rise and asked the servant to show the magician, and Jiyeon waited until they explained to her who had arrived. And since he said nothing, she asked what other chapter, to which the brother replied that it did not matter. Then he asked her to return to her room, because she was still unwell and should not sit outside for so long. She didn't like this approach. He had just said that she looked better, and now he was sending her to his room. To his remark that she had no need to stay here, she referred to my lord, who advised her to spend time with him. However, Haman was adamant. He sharply answered her that if she was told to leave, it would be better if she followed the advice. The girl thought that he had turned on the rude guy again, and she wondered what kind of chapter it was if they weren't even showing him. The brother walked away, the hems of his suit fluttering in the wind. He threw out on the go that it didn't matter whether she was here or not. Mentally calling him an idiot, she decided that she would never leave. But she was not swearing only for the sake of his father. But feeling a little weak, she stood up hesitantly and thought that it was still worth returning to her chambers. There she could try to write something in the book again, but after taking a few steps, she heard an unfamiliar voice behind her. Turning around, she looked at the place where she had just been and saw a stranger at the table and was surprised. Just a minute ago, there was no one there, and at that moment the man spoke, telling her that the tea was very tasty. She was about to ask what he was doing there, but he got ahead of her, approaching her and saying that he had been waiting for this meeting. Milady not only didn't like the way he appeared, but for some reason his whole appearance made her distrust him. She wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible, but since he was addressing her directly, she stopped. The man smiled and said that everything was correct, and she didn't know him, but he really wanted to meet her. Lowering his voice, he added that, to put it simply, he felt divine energy in her. The desire to get rid of this man grew stronger. Her inner voice was already screaming at her not to give in to his tricks. He reminded her of the merchants who knock on every door offering their wares, and she said that she was not buying anything. Then she asked her to forgive her, but she left. The man was briefly thrown off his usual rut, but quickly found his way. Smiling again, he introduced himself as Eidolon, the head of the Mage Association, to which she replied that she didn't believe him. Leaning towards her, the visitor said that the energy he felt in her did not belong to this world. Then he asked if anything unusual had happened to her recently, something good, or on the contrary, a misfortune. Realizing that he knew much more than he was saying, She decided to fight him back. And luckily for her, Gray was rushing towards her. He offered to take her to her room, but she suggested that he join Haman and take the man with him. At that moment, Anne, who had been watching everything from the side, ran up and said that she herself would take the lady to the chambers. This suited everyone except the guest. He was also not one to give up so easily, and he had his own views on this lady. He whispered after her that they would see each other soon, and this whisper, like a breath of wind, flew straight into her ear. It was a strange feeling, having someone's words creep into your head, and Ji-yoon promised herself to be more careful around him. She asked the maid who this man was, to which she replied that he was the great magician Eidolon. She added that he was said to have the greatest magical power on the continent, and that he had lived an incredibly long life. Anne was so pleased that her mistress was interested in something that she went on briskly, saying that sometimes he taught young Master Haman. To her question, why her brother, since there were other worthy students, the maid replied that it was most likely a matter of prestige. Returning to her place, our heroine thought that the Duke's influence played a significant role here, but something here still seemed strange to her. Deciding that she shouldn't think so much about the fate of this fake family, but should return to her pressing issues. After all, instead of getting involved with something unnecessary, it's better to practice on a diary. She's not Saleya. She was still convinced that her only clue was the diary, but no matter how hard she tried, nothing worked. No matter how hard she tried, the pen did not touch the paper, and it was impossible to check whether the future changed depending on the text. Various thoughts came into her head about how to deal with this situation, but she rejected them. As she changed for bed, she suddenly thought that maybe she just needed to apply more physical strength. And if that's the case, then she needs to pump up her muscle mass, and without further ado, our heroine started doing push-ups. She always thought it was pretty easy, but after 2 push-ups, her arms started to give out. With difficulty, she made her third jerk and fell to the floor, having the strength of a newborn calf. But she wanted to go home, and was ready for a lot, and only later realized that she should have stopped. Gathering all her strength into a fist, she forced herself to repeat this exercise over and over again, taking short breaks. After some time, thinking that she was already at the peak of her physical fitness, she picked up the diary again. The pen approached the paper, and Ji-yoon even felt like the force of resistance changed and became happy. But the pen refused to obey her. Moreover, it bounced off the diary so much that it slipped out of her fingers and hit the girl in the forehead. Out of surprise and disappointment, our heroine screamed loudly, so a maid immediately appeared on the threshold. She looked around the room, then at the lady, and her appearance worried Anne, and especially the fact that she was sitting on the floor. Then the maid began to look closely at Milady, and noticed that she was sweating and breathing very heavily. Coming closer, she saw a book lying nearby and read the title. It was that very novel. Ji-yeon was about to say something, but the maid spoke up, saying that this was Madame Remchi's second volume. It was strange for her to see the young lady so excited, and even with such a romance on the carpet. However, realizing that no one and nothing was threatening her mistress, it was still better to leave and leave her alone. Closing the door behind her, Anne said that she had no idea the lady had such a strange hobby, and apologized for disturbing her. Then she added that Mrs. Saleya could continue doing what she had distracted her from. Ji-yeon already shouted through the closed door that this was not at all what the maid could have thought. Left alone, our heroine thought that there was no need to worry so much about Anne. Everything could be explained later. Taking up a pen, she rolled up her sleeves and enthusiastically mentally said that she simply had to cope. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't achieve any results that evening. Not a single entry appeared on the pages. She lay in bed and realized that she couldn't move at all. Her whole body ached, and she wanted to call Anne. She couldn't even move her head, and she thought that she was now truly disabled. The Duke was the first to visit her. He had already been informed of her condition, and he asked if tea drinking had really affected her so much. Ji-yeon couldn't complain about the tea. Then Gray appeared, almost interrogating her, wanting to know what happened. But she didn't tell anyone that she simply overdid it with the push-ups. So to speak, she was greedy. Gray insisted. So after a while, she gave in and told him about her exercises. Then he called her a fool, because with a body like hers, that's all she could do, and she snapped back. Speaking about himself in the third person, He said that Gray was sad because Solia couldn't respond when he teased her. In her heart, she wished him to die, and he lightly flicked her on the forehead and said that if she wanted to practice, she should have told him. Calling him crazy, she asked why he hit her. The Duke heard this phrase and stood up for his daughter. She thought he had left. But it turned out that my lord had been standing on the balcony all this time and eavesdropping, which seemed strange to her. After all, he definitely went out the door and even advised her to rest, so she thought he was calling the doctor. Gray also went to the balcony window and answered his father in a raised voice that he had simply snapped a playful photo of his little sister. The Duke also did not calm down, declaring that he had not raised his son correctly, and so, word for word, they began to quarrel. Our heroine asked them to leave if they continued in the same spirit, and the young gentleman replied that he would deal with his father. He advised my lord to come in, adding that Saleya might be sick, but he still swore like a cobbler. The father began to claim that he had a very polite daughter, but his son could not be convinced, because he saw how his sister behaved. The men got so carried away that our heroine wanted to stock up on popcorn and enjoy their bickering to the fullest. She thought that Gray had found a new way to disobey by cruelly insulting his father, for which he had received a slap on the forehead. I also thought that if those ladies saw this couple now, they would not believe that they were not related. When the father and son finally left her chambers, the maid knocked on the door, and Ji-yeon asked what was the matter. Anne came in and said with tears in her eyes that since that day, she has been wondering why the lady suddenly fell ill. Looking at those trembling eyelids, our heroine unexpectedly became nervous, and Anne lifted her skirt. Ji-yeon became even more worried, and the maid lifted her skirt higher and almost exposed her legs. She said that she had what her mistress wanted, and she said in a confused voice that she didn't think so. She couldn't even move her head. And then this happened. But as soon as she thought about it, the situation was resolved. Anne took a book from under her skirt, and holding it out, explained that this was exactly what her dear mistress was interested in. A volume appeared before our heroine, on the cover of which was written the title of Why the Duchess Gave Beef to the Groom. Ji-yeon almost felt sick, and the maid spoke up, saying that the lady must have gotten sick because she had been reading all night. Sitting down on a chair, Anne said that she could not find the third volume of Madame Remchi, but she heard that it was also popular, adding that from that day on, she would read to the lady herself. The maid opened the book, to which Ji-yeon timidly said that she had been misunderstood. But the maid didn't even listen to her. She started reading, and the girl thought, of course, the groom turned out to be sexy. Looking at the flushed Anne, our heroine wondered why she was trying so hard. After all, she is not worth such an effort, but she cares about her mistress so much that she even decided to buy such a book, and that Anne valued her Saleya so much that she did it, even despite the noise the Duke and his son made. Without realizing it, she said out loud that she was even becoming envious, which aroused the maid's curiosity. Realizing that she had been misunderstood again, she quickly said that there had been a misunderstanding, and it would be better to just forget about it. Then she continued that she had lost her memory, and everyone was so worried about her, so she envied herself, and not the Duchess. She added that she had done so many push-ups that she was lying there like a fool, and the maid agreed that a couple of exercises wouldn't add muscle. Ji-yeon felt like crying when Anne smiled and said that it was obvious that everyone loved the lady because she always smiled at them. Their conversation was interrupted by Gray bursting in. He returned so unexpectedly that the maid barely had time to hide the book back under her skirt. He said that his sister must not starve herself, and turning to the servants, he added that he himself would feed Milady. Handing her a spoonful of soup, he spoke to her as if she were a small child, asking her to open her mouth and say A. Thinking that Gray was caring, albeit strange, she remembered her second brother, so she asked about him. He replied, slightly disappointed, that Haman always locked himself in after magic lessons, and he didn't understand why he was doing this to himself. Then he turned the conversation to her push-ups, noting that this was not how one began a class, and that she should have consulted him. Our heroine snapped again, to which she received the response that he was actually feeding her, and that she was behaving like that. The next day, a doctor from the capital rushed in, and she was able to get out of bed, after which Ji-yeon wanted to thank the Duke. She called the maid and told her that she wanted to have breakfast with his lordship, to which Anne said that he would be very pleased. The maid ran down the corridor, so eager to tell my lord the news that she nearly knocked down another servant. The woman reproachfully said that it was not right to rush about like that. But when she found out why Anne was in a hurry, she added that she should hurry up. Our heroine, left alone in her chambers, sadly realized one important point. Everyone really does love Saleha. The Duke's breakfast was quite hearty, but the girl was not averse to eating something more filling than lean soup. Without answering his question whether she was better, she apologized for him having to spend so much money on her treatment. When he repeated her question in surprise, the girl thought that she was again unknowingly undermining the authority of the young lady. My lord looked at his daughter and said that perhaps she had forgotten. But Dad had a lot of money, and he could have ordered a whole carriage and a small cart of all sorts of doctors. Only she felt well. She couldn't help but agree with this statement. She felt that with every day that she spent here, she was getting warmer. After breakfast, she went down into the garden and was glad that my lord could not see the expression on her face at that moment. She wanted to somehow repay him for his kindness. She went up to the flowers, and picking one rose, decided to take it to the Duke. From what she had learned of the Duke during this time, she had noticed that he was a romantic and liked flowers, so she hurried to the office. Not paying attention to the voices she heard in the office, she opened the door slightly and heard something that was not worth it. Those close to her discussed her marriage with the milord, repeating to him once again what possessions they could add with this or that groom. She again remembered Gray's words about this union. She wanted to run away, but her legs seemed to be rooted to the floor. But the Duke's voice brought her to her senses. After listening to one of the interlocutors, he asked to introduce other candidates. Squeezing the rose in her palm, she thought that now everything was falling into place, and that she had been wrong to believe that she could get lucky. With pain in her soul, she threw the innocent flower onto the carpet and ran in the opposite direction. Her heart was bleeding. She was so humiliated and insulted that she did not even look at the rose, which she herself had trampled. She returned to her chambers and did not come out until the evening. No one disturbed her. It was so usual. In her mind, our heroine compared this world with the Middle Ages, in which she did not live, but always considered it boring. Jian continued to miss her life and desperately wanted to return to the 21st century civilization. And to her advantage, at least she knew for sure that it was her money, and family was not something she could trust. Having convinced herself that there was nothing to hope for here, she returned her thoughts to the diary and decided to think logically. She wondered if she could write on the pages in the future tense, like I'm already on my way home, and also about whether he will have time to pump up to such a degree as to cope with the resistance of this diary and pen. Our heroine wasn't sure, but maybe she doesn't necessarily get stronger. Maybe there is another way to write in it. Then a thought came to her mind. Because to others it seems like a novel, which means there is definitely magic involved. Jian decided that it was worth testing the theory that someone else with magic would be able to see something different. And since her brother was connected with magic, the next morning she went to him first thing. Seeing Haman, our heroine saw confirmation of Gray's words that his brother always looked exhausted after school. She asked him if he was studying magic, as if she had forgotten about that too, and he replied that he was. Jian excitedly asked him to take a look and handed him a pen, but he didn't understand why she was showing him an old pen. Ignoring his tone, she handed him the diary and asked him to look at that too. By doing this, she hoped that it would not turn into an affair again, and if it did, she would have to figure out how to get out of it. She even silently prayed that Haman would be able to see exactly what she saw. When he said the diary questioningly, the girl's heart jumped in her chest with joy. She couldn't believe that luck had turned in her favor. She asked again that he really saw the diary. Almost clapping her hands with joy, Jian asked her interlocutor to read what she had written there. When he read Madame Remshi's secret diary and asked if his sister really claimed to have written it herself, Jian cursed. She began to silently persuade this loving lady to stop publishing these books and do something else. When she tried to take the diary back, she encountered resistance, and Haman decided to deal with it. He asked if his sister really claimed to write such works, and she began to deny it. Then, looking at the book again, he said that even if she exchanged diaries with Madame, she should not bother others. Thinking that it was foolish to count on his help, she took both the pen and the book at the same time. At that moment, something completely unpredictable happened. The pen bounced off the diary, and it, after making several turns, fell. Haman even jumped up in surprise and asked what was happening. He was struck by the barrier that surrounded the diary. Our heroine, picking up the objects, said that she didn't know anything. She was just getting ready to leave so as not to disturb the grumbler. But she only managed to lift the pen. And when she reached for the book, Haman stepped on her with a quick movement. And he gave his guess that his sister had put a spell on him so that no one would read her work. Afterwards, he asked menacingly, what would happen if people found out that the Duke's only heir was writing such obscenities? I asked her if she had gone completely crazy, and the girl sharply replied that she had already said that she had written something completely different. He added that apparently he had treated Saleha like a cornered rat before, justifying it with the family's reputation. With a grin on his face, Haman said that maybe reputation meant nothing to her, but it meant everything to him, and he asked her not to defame their father's name, remembering that, in fact, she was the only heir and had to live up to that. Thinking that he had really gotten to the bottom of it, our heroine said out loud that she was a fool to have hoped for his help. Also, about how he had stepped on her book with such arrogance, and this thought shocked her, because he had calmly placed his foot on the pages. She remembered that she had tried to do the same thing to hold on to the diary, but she had only been able to step on the edge. Also, when she holds a pen in her hand, it would probably be impossible to put her foot down at all. The thought absorbed her completely, so Haman asked what she was thinking about. Turning around, our heroine looked at him, and once again turning over her guess in her head, she made up her mind. At least the girl had nothing to lose, except that she would again be taken for a madwoman, and she asked him to take off his shoes. In response to his surprised exclamation, she calmly replied that he probably had beautiful legs, and she wanted to look at them. Quickly sitting him down on the floor, Ji-yoon began to pull off his shoe, but she wasn't very successful. Haman also resisted everything and kept asking what she was doing and what she was planning. Then he asked why she was touching his legs. He didn't shut up for a second, which didn't make her task any easier. But her persistence still brought her luck. The boot ended up in her hand, and the young man looked at her as if she were crazy. When she pulled his leg and tried to insert that old pen between his fingers, he was already demanding that she pull herself together. This act was out of the ordinary. He resisted, but only verbally, especially since she wasn't very successful. She couldn't get the pen to fit in, so she decided to try another way and pushed her fingers through it. It tickled him, so he laughed and tried to pull his leg away, but she grabbed it. Ji-yeon saw his reaction, but she was not going to give up on her plan, especially since at that moment everything worked out for her. The pen finally found its way between his toes, and he asked if she was still going to make fun of him. Having added that he would kick her, she replied that she would not do it, and thought to herself that she simply would not dare. The desire to test her guess outweighed common sense. She asked him to stop twitching and moving. She held out the diary and demanded that he write his name, but Haman had no desire to write in the book. In fact, our heroine wanted him to write something completely different, but for now this was enough for her. But he desperately refused. He was not happy with the idea that she might be going to publish this book under his name. So the young man told his sister about it, adding that he had no reputation to destroy anyway. Realizing that he wouldn't agree, she decided to change tactics and move to the so-called Plan B. Putting on an angelic look, she said that after losing her memory, she decided to rethink her life, about wanting to accept the difficult past of his brothers, and because protecting it means protecting the history of his family. Then, Haman asked why he would show her his legs in that case, to which she replied that they were beautiful, which surprised him, so he explained that 10 years ago, he didn't even have the opportunity to wear shoes, and that after years, the scars on his legs were still there, and Ji-yoon said affectionately that it was a sign of how well he worked. The girl also spoke about the difficulties on his path, but he only answered her that she wanted someone to sign this diary. Thinking that she had been caught, she continued to press her point, saying that he had misunderstood everything, because it was just a good exercise for his legs. She also said that she heard that her brother lay in his room all day yesterday, so she was worried. That the exercise is not at all difficult, and his legs are truly beautiful, and are in no way inferior to his face in beauty. Having spoken out, our heroine thought to herself that her madness over 1,700,000 won was getting worse. Heyman looked tired, so she decided to leave, saying before leaving that he would need time to train. Already on the way out, she asked for forgiveness for running into him like that, and with such a strange request. She did, however, hear his remark that she was seriously comparing his legs and face. That evening, Heyman went to bed in a somewhat strange mood, but decided not to take her outburst seriously. He couldn't even imagine that after losing her memory, Soleil had changed so much. But the next morning, he was convinced of it. As usual, the young gentleman went out for a walk in the garden. But after walking a little, he saw something unexpected. His brother Gray's bare leg came into view, and he simply couldn't help but ask what was going on. The sister answered for her brother. She explained that since he did not want to be nice and show her his legs, she turned to the other brother. Smiling slyly, she added that Gray took off his shoes as if this was what he had been waiting for, and she was sorry that it had turned out that way, because his legs were prettier. At this point, the second brother intervened. He shouted that he had not expected this, but simply fulfilled her persistent request. The artist, who was invited specifically to make the heiress's request look attractive, covered his ears. He had been to this house many times before and knew that the brothers often quarreled, but now his sister had joined them. After a few minutes of squabbling about legs, Gray, tired of it, asked to give in to Soleil and just show her what she wanted. Heyman even asked again in surprise, and his brother explained his request, saying why he should do it instead of him. The sister, however, continued to insist that his legs were much more interesting from an aesthetic point of view. It seemed to him that his sister had really gone mad, since she even invited an artist to show her legs. The next day came. Heyman went out for his walk and saw the following. Now they were drawing his father's legs. The Duke asked why his daughter liked this part of her body so much, to which she replied, because it was support and encouragement. She also added that she would like to capture the bitter loneliness, pain, and grandeur of the past that the legs carry within them. The next day, and the day after that, rumors began to spread throughout the mansion that the young lady was simply obsessed with legs. Of course, these whispers did not go unnoticed by Heyman. He thought that by this she wanted to say that she would not leave him alone. He knew that there were cases where people developed strange habits or personality traits after a serious injury, an obsession that would not go away until he intervened, something he decided to do since it concerned his family. Having learned where his sister was now, Heyman hurried towards the training hall. From behind the door, he heard Soleil and Gray discussing something heatedly, each trying to shout down the other. When he walked in, he realized they were arguing about how she could or couldn't pump up her muscles. Gray convinced his sister that magic alone would not help restore the stretched muscles and that it would take more time. While she was snapping, he grabbed her arm and pulled it up hard, showing her by example how those muscles stretch. Heyman stood there for a couple of minutes, silently watching, and then informed his sister that her perfect legs had arrived. But no one paid attention to him. The two continued to argue, call each other names, and did it loudly. Realizing he would just have to shout them down, Heyman used a little magic and repeated that he would show his legs. This technique worked, and literally a moment later, our heroine was already next to her brother. Taking off his boot, he thought that he urgently needed to do something with this crazy Soleil, who had lost her memory. Looking at those perfect legs that their owner had enhanced with magic, she thought he had overdone it. They certainly sparkled and looked fresher, but she wasn't happy with this option. Her legs looked different. Seeing her puzzlement, he asked her what was wrong. She muttered that his legs had gotten fat and lost their delicacy, explaining that the last time she saw them, they had more veins, and the curve was more distinct and the shape was sharper. He almost threw up right there from such explanations, but he held back and asked about how his legs had gotten fatter in just a couple of days. Winking, his sister gave him a little advice to fix the situation. He should write with a pen clamped between his toes. Heyman was amazed, but his brother was even a little pleased, because he always claimed that his legs were better. Our heroine returned to Gray, and they walked together, discussing along the way that they would definitely find some beautiful legs. Left alone, Heyman thought that since the two of them had become close, they had definitely become a couple of crazy people. However, after some time, I noticed that he was the most crazy one here, since he had gotten into writing with his foot. He even reproached himself a little for his inappropriate behavior for an aristocrat, but he understood that he had already gotten involved in this game. A couple of days ago, my sister said that she would never be able to see these aesthetically perfect legs. Therefore, he thought that if he alone could please the heiress, then he would definitely do it. Haman spent quite a long time doing this, and it bore fruit. His name could already be read. Our heroine, meanwhile, was on her way to her cherished goal. She returned to her room and trained. None of Gray's advice worked on her. She wanted to get back to her money so much that she started doing push-ups again. After doing about a dozen exercises, she was distracted by her medallion, which she had recently hung around her neck. Sprawled on the floor, she decided to take a short break, caught her breath a little, and took the jewelry in her hand. She put her lottery ticket inside so that it would always be with her, because she didn't know exactly when she would return. Then I thought that I shouldn't give up training just because I was trying to work with Haman. Feeling a surge of fresh energy, Jian was about to continue doing push-ups, but at that moment there was a knock on the door. The brother appeared on the threshold. He was smiling mysteriously at something, and in his hands he had some kind of note. He asked if his sister had written it. Taking the piece of paper, the girl mentally recognized the note, and even remembered that she had written it to the Duke when they exchanged letters. To provoke Soli, he said that she had the handwriting of a small child, and that he could have done it better with his foot. She guessed that the words were spoken on purpose, and so she mentally called him a little bastard. But she was ready to forgive if everything worked out, and then asked what he claimed, that he could do it better with his foot. After joking about her untrained muscles, which would be difficult, Haman bent down and took off his shoes. With a quick movement, inserting one pen between his fingers, he moved the paper forward and began to write. Jian blushed with envy. He had very neat handwriting, and she became curious about how much he trained. In her joy, she called him a psycho, but quickly came to her senses and began to praise both his legs and his handwriting. Now it was time to move on to the next step, so she took out her diary and said that it would be more difficult with the old pen. Hearing the answer, which was quite simple, she thought that this brother was so serious that she was beginning to worry about his openness. While Haman was concentrating on his legs, Jian opened the diary to the blank pages and held it up to him. For some reason, for a second it seemed too familiar to him, but he pushed this crazy thought away. Having settled himself comfortably, he settled down and began to bring the old pen to those old blank pages. Our heroine watched this action attentively and was afraid to even breathe, so as not to accidentally scare away her luck. All her thoughts were about one thing. She hoped that now she would be lucky, and she would be able to return to her world. Haman brought his pen to the paper and felt a strange tension in his leg. It was heavy. I tried a few more times, but the writing instrument bounced off with enviable consistency. He said in a dissatisfied tone that something was wrong, then added questioningly why he wasn't touching the paper. She asked him if his leg was cramping and asked him to push harder, but he only replied that something was wrong. The girl said that she also said that there was something strange here. He pressed harder, and the pen, like thin glass, crunched. Trying to justify himself, Haman muttered that this happened because the pen itself was too old. The accessory had definitely become unusable, and the young man said with surprise that he had succeeded on a different piece of paper. Our heroine started to whine and mumbled a question about how she would get home now. She really needed to go back. He didn't really understand why his sister was so upset, since she was already home, but he decided to calm her down and cheer her up. Stroking her back sympathetically, he said that she was already home, and then he thought that he had heard such words once before. The young gentleman wondered who it was that had spoken, but his memory did not immediately prompt him, and then he saw her image. Before his mind's eye appeared Duchess Eileen Iden von Virgo, as young as he remembered her. It was in his childhood, when he still thought that her kindness would not last forever, and that it would soon all end. The first days were very difficult, and he did not remember them well. Only a feeling of anxiety remained. But he remembered the day when about a month had passed since his appearance in this huge estate, and he still could not sleep. He couldn't even eat the food that was brought to him. He was haunted by the fear that it might be poisoned. He was afraid that if he ate, his body would be torn apart again, that if they were conducting an experiment so that he would awaken magic. The Duke and Duchess often visited him in turns during those days, and he tried his best to hide from them. That day, as the milord left the room, he told his wife that the boy had not eaten anything again, and she reassured him. Haman was afraid of the adults coming, because before, every time they came, it meant the beginning of painful experiments. And so his days passed. He still did not eat or sleep. But this could not last forever. His childish body rebelled. And if he somehow managed to cope with sleep, then it was much more difficult with hunger. He really wanted to eat. Overcoming his fear, he quietly left the room and slipped into the backyard, where he found a cart. It turned out to be filled with provisions, and as he climbed into it, he thought that there shouldn't be any poisoned food here. Carefully making his way between the boxes, he also noted that he did not feel any strange magic. Believing that he could now eat, he began to stuff so much food into his mouth that it was difficult for him to even chew it. But there was still magic, and so when he touched the spice box, which was protected by a protective spell, it worked. There was an immediate explosion. It was so powerful that little Haman couldn't do anything. The blast wave threw his body out of the cart, and it flew through the air for several meters. It was convulsing. The cruel magical experiments had made the boy too sensitive. The first to find him was a man from the courtyard servants, and he thought that he was a simple thief, so he made a noise. Milady ran ahead of everyone, because she was already looking for Haman, whom she did not find in her room. Having picked up the boy in her arms, she threw it to the maids to urgently call a doctor, and it didn't matter whether he was a magician or not. Haman had vomited all the food he had managed to shovel into himself, so he was all wet with snot, tears, and urine. The Duchess hugged the unfortunate child, not paying attention to the smell that emanated from him. The servants, seeing her gesture, protested, and one of the maids started talking about how Milady's dress would get dirty. And the man who found the boy said that they would take care of him, but she didn't want to listen, because he was her son. The Duchess was a woman of remarkably kind character, and she hurried to the mansion to help the baby. But the shaking only made him feel worse. He started vomiting again, and it seemed to her that all his insides were being torn out. Realizing the reason for this attack, she stopped and carefully began to lay him down on the ground. Milady saw that the attack of nausea had ceased, but his frail little body was still shaking with dull urges. At that moment, she was very scared. The realization that she could lose him now tore her heart apart. She urged Haman to hold on, but he barely heard her plea. Her words seemed to be lost in timelessness. He did not know how much time had passed, but he thought then that quite a lot had passed before he was able to open his eyes. His consciousness slowly returned, and when he was able to comprehend what was happening, he saw the sun through her hair. Feeling that he had stirred, the Duchess turned her face towards him, and it was beautiful, illuminated by the heavenly body. When she asked how he was feeling, little Haman sadly asked where they would send him now. It was always thrown away after it was used, so he assumed he would have to move somewhere else. After he appeared in her house, Milady found out his story, but that was not the only reason she was not going to give him up. She accepted him into her family forever, and not because she did not have her own children whom she loved. She stroked Haman's cheek and told him that this was his home now, and he saw tears appear in her eyes. Then she pressed the baby to her chest, and, stroking him tenderly, repeated in a gentle tone that this was his home. In a quiet voice, he repeated the word home, as if trying to comprehend its true meaning with his whole being. Waking up the next morning in a familiar room, he looked at the ceiling, which he had seen more than once, in a new way. The bed he was lying in was comfortable, but everything felt different. Even the Duke's question about his well-being sounded different. My lord said that he was frightened when Haman ran away, and asked to warn him if his son decided to play hide-and-seek again. The boy looked at the man and did not understand why he was saying this, because he knew perfectly well what had really happened. That he was like a fucking rat stealing food from a cart, and he did it for one simple reason: he didn't trust them. For a few moments he froze, expecting all the unflattering epithets to pour out at him. But this did not happen. He did not hear a single word that even remotely resembled an unpleasant one. There were also no reproaches that he did not have even a spark of real magic. Instead of words, he saw a hand. She reached out and stroked his hair. The Duke ran his hand through it, and this simple gesture was better than any words. My lord sat down next to him on the bed and asked if everything was okay with him or if something else was bothering him. No one had ever shown him any sympathy, So at that moment, his heart opened and he began to cry. Burying his face in the Duke's chest, for the first time in his life, he was able to pour out all his grief, and having burst into tears, he could no longer stop. Remembering these moments of his life, Haman thought that it was precisely then that he heard the Duchess say that this was his home. So now it was strange to him that Solea, who was definitely the Duchess's biological daughter, was so upset. He understood that she had everything, and the Duke would certainly want to make her the heir to the title, and not her adopted sons. But the feeling that there was some inconsistency in all this did not give him peace, and this worried him. He first sensed it intuitively when Solea suddenly became frightened when the Duke raised his voice. Her appearance then worried him greatly, and he even tried to ask, but did not dare, hoping that he would do it another time. But he wanted to somehow calm his little sister down, so he used a temporary spell in her room. It was dictated by his own memories of how terrible the night could look. Her whimper brought him back to the present day. He was still sitting next to her, but those suspicions were deeply ingrained in his mind. His sister's distress seemed completely sincere, and he had no doubt about it. Pushing his other thoughts to the background, he, just like his father once did, reached out to her head to calm her down. Feeling the support, she burst into tears even more than before and began to repeat the same phrase about her money. Hearing her lamentations about Dawn, he thought that since it was so important, he would definitely find her those perfect legs. And so it happened that Haman made a shameful promise to himself while he was comforting his sister, and she made a different decision. Our heroine realized that she wasn't succeeding with her diary yet, so she decided that her muscles were her only hope. The next morning, she got up early, and with renewed energy, she thought that she would devote more time to training today. She can receive her winnings within a year, but she has already spent a whole month in this world. She walked briskly towards her future, which she decided to take into her own hands and act independently. Her hair, tied into a tight ponytail, swayed behind her in time with her steps, and her whole appearance indicated determination. She walked along the garden paths and continued to think. On the one hand, she still had time, but this was no reason to relax. She needed to return to her world while there was still time, or rather, before Soli was married off. Jian thought that she shouldn't be deceived. Behind the cute smile of the milord, there were selfish motives. She was distracted from her thoughts by Gray, who came up to her and asked why she was training alone. Having answered that she had woken up early, she heard his next question, whether she had warmed up, to which the girl answered in the affirmative. He also asked how she was feeling. Then she said that she was fine, and there was no need to worry about her. Having said that, he couldn't help but worry, because he was her brother after all. He then thought for a second and asked her not to go anywhere. Then he left her so quickly that she did not understand what had happened to him. She had never noticed anything like this in him before, but she couldn't even imagine what exactly her brother had planned. And he really did return soon, but not alone. Gray brought the guards with him and said, slightly playfully, that when he was sad, it helped to communicate with other people. They came closer to our heroine and, having greeted her, asked if she liked to play ball. And without waiting for her answer, the one standing closest threw the ball straight into her hands, and after receiving the serve, she asked what they were going to play. The guard quickly explained the rules of the game. Then, squinting, the girl noticed that these were ordinary bouncers. Adding that it would be good training, she also said that they should add one more rule, and they agreed. One of them jokingly said that they would not feel sorry for her, and she also playfully replied that if something happened to her, they would be in trouble. The game started, and after the first throw, the ball touched the ground, and then Jiyun. Then she said that it doesn't count. The knight wondered where the young lady got so many new rules from, and to his remark, she replied that Gray agreed with her. My brother actually said at that moment that it was fun, so it was better to do as she said. Realizing that the two were in cahoots, the guard laughed it off, saying that in that case, he would also be a brother, and they would attack Gray. And turning to the young gentleman in a jokingly commanding manner, he told him to raise his hands and turn to the wall. Not understanding what was happening, he replied that it was not fair, and his response was loud laughter from the knights and his sister. They were singing so sincerely that he couldn't be offended by them, and a smile blossomed on his face by itself. Jian slightly sprang her legs and tilted her upper body, suggesting to play through the three. Another guard noted that if you look at her now, you would think that she really enjoys training. Then she thought that she really liked it at school, and if she had finished high school, she would have loved it even more. It hurt her to look at her classmates while she had to hang around in the restaurant kitchen and wash dishes. But after the loan sharks showed up while her friends were visiting, she cut off contact with them and quit. Throwing aside the memories, she suggested playing another version of dodgeball, called The Hibiscus Flower Has Blossomed. Passing the ball, she added that it would be a bit childish, but even so, it would be fun if everyone played together. Having drawn a flower on the ground that looked more like a daisy, she quickly explained the rules, and the knights agreed. Clapping her hands loudly, our heroine called on everyone to gather and begin the next round with new rules. Due to her small stature, she easily glided among the larger knights and thus caught everyone. They protested, saying that the lady had cheated again, but she, without batting an eye, replied that she would decide. Gray, who had a cramp in one leg, shouted at them to listen to their sister and continue playing. The captain of the guards approached the lady and said that it would be necessary to hold an official meeting to discuss everything, to which she even suggested finding out the Duke's opinion. But then Gray intervened and said that this was no longer serious. Without turning her head, our heroine shouted that it was Gray's turn now, but she didn't see that he had already fallen too. As she ran, she turned her head to see her brother, but because of this movement, she did not see her second brother. She rushed at Haman with all her might, who said sarcastically that yesterday he thought she was on the verge of death. But apparently he was wrong. Thinking about why he wanted to quarrel with her again, Jiun sharply replied that couldn't he see that she was busy right now. Then he asked if she apparently didn't need her legs anymore, and she replied that she was concentrating on training. Nodding his head meaningfully, he said that maybe she called it training, but to him it was just messing around. It was said in such a dismissive tone that Gray couldn't help but stand up for his sister. Casting a disapproving glance at Haman, our heroine considered the situation and made an unexpected decision. She quickly touched him and said that now he was driving, and he had no choice but to join this childish game. He covered his eyes with his hand and said that the chamomile flower had blossomed, so he spread his palms and asked why exactly him, to which the girl shouted that he could be more active and speak more clearly. Otherwise, the guards were losing their fighting spirit. After asking again if this would really help, he repeated the words louder and felt himself hit on the back of the head. When he turned around, his sister had already run a decent distance away, and from there she shouted that since he hadn't caught her, he was leading her again. Haman was the last to arrive, and no one bothered to introduce him to the rules, but he quickly figured out how to play. He even liked it, because he had the opportunity to beat them all, so he used his magic. The other players tried to get closer, but they couldn't take a single step towards Haman. After circling around at some distance, the knight captain shouted that this was not fair, since they could not come closer. Then he added that magic is a scam, and then that apparently the young gentleman is just a coward. He also loudly replied that he should have been told about this from the very beginning, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit in the head with a ball. Our heroine hit the target with a well-aimed throw. Squinting, he wondered if she had really thrown a ball at him. They shouted so loudly that they attracted the Duke's attention. He went to the window of his office and looked down. My lord thought Gray was fooling around when he should be training, and Haman too, although he had never spent his time like that before. There was something unexpected about this fun, but he liked the fact that his children had become such close friends and that they were happy together. He even thought that the living room would need to be tidied up so that they could play there in rainy weather. With a casual glance, Jiun spotted the milord at the window and stopped, looking him straight in the eyes. The question of how she should behave with him flashed through her mind. She still hadn't figured out this situation. After all, he sends her a flower that grew under his window to please his beloved daughter. Then she remembered how he screamed when an unpleasant situation with the visitors happened. But on the other hand, how he asked her not to worry about money, because he had more than enough. She remembered how she overheard a conversation about her marriage, because as she understood, only lucrative offers were being considered. She felt as if a bone had gotten stuck in her throat. Why did this happiness have to collapse like this? When the young lady woke up the next morning, she had no idea what surprise awaited her today. It all started when a maid ran into the room and asked the still sleepy mistress why she did this. Dangling her bare feet from the bed and yawning widely, Ji-yeon asked what had happened, especially at such an early hour. Anne asked through tears if the young mistress had really become so tired of her that she had bought a new slave. At first, outraged by the maid's remarks, our heroine suddenly realized what exactly Anne was talking about. Having descended, the girl saw two men. The merchant said that finally Mrs. Virgo had descended. Then he asked to sign the contract so that he could leave, but his speech was interrupted by the Duke, who did not like the merchant's tone. Accompanied by his sons, he was also going down and noticed the man's inappropriate manners. Jian was surprised that the Duke came down with his sons, but the situation was quickly resolved. They invited her to breakfast. She said that if she had been warned in advance, she would have gotten up earlier, but the Duke reassured her and said that they could wait. True, Gray chuckled a little and said that he, of all people, might die of hunger while waiting. Smiling in response, our heroine showed him the middle finger, because in her world this is a fairly common gesture. And although the young master saw this for the first time, he quickly realized what his wayward sister was showing him. He realized that she had cursed him and understood her intentions, although he did not know the exact meaning of this gesture. So when she saw the response finger, she got a little angry and quietly cursed him verbally. Fortunately, he didn't hear. Meanwhile, Milord Diego was discussing the purchase of a slave with Haman. He found it strange that his daughter would suddenly buy one. Then the son asked what the name of this slave was, and, having learned that it was Dawn, he exhaled and told everyone that this was his purchase. And without waiting for questions, he explained that he bought it in Soli's name, since he was the one she was looking for. Our heroine protested furiously, saying that they had again got it all wrong and that the situation was completely different. The Duke approached the slave to examine him, and the girl continued to say that the Dawn she was looking for was just a Dawn. My lord first asked the man to raise his head, and then, looking at his legs, ordered him to immediately remove the chains. Jian perked up when she heard about the legs, and although she was not interested in this slave at all, they stopped talking about the Dawn for a while. The merchant quickly freed the man's legs and stepped aside so that the gentleman could appreciate the purchase. Dawn felt relieved when the chains were removed, but for a few seconds he still hesitated to look at his new masters. The Duke asked him again to raise his head. Then everyone saw his sad face with big gray eyes. And in general, the man turned out to be pleasant in appearance, and the girl secretly thanked her brother Haman for such a gift. She then turned to the Duke with words to be heard, but he cut her off, saying that he would sign the contract for her. She followed him and heard him remind her that on that day, she said, there was no one there. Moreover, he remembers how she claimed that she did not remember anything, not even her feelings for anyone. Jian tried to repeat that it was not so, but Haiman interrupted her, saying that this man had straight legs with beautiful nails, and he asked her not to hide anything from her family. Then, getting angry, she thought that it was time for him not to interfere. The Duke retired with the merchant to his office, leaving the children and their acquisition to sort things out for themselves. Gray asked if she chose people based on their appearance, to which Haman replied that she looked at their legs. However, no matter how strangely this morning began, breakfast was already waiting for the young gentleman and lady in the dining room. After what happened downstairs, the Duke retired to his study and did not join breakfast, and Haman did not come either. Remembering the face of my lord, she wondered why he continued to bother her, since he was not the one who was important to her. Continuing with breakfast, I thought that he was more likely the one who saw his daughter as an exchangeable asset, a sort of old-fashioned grandfather, and yet his behavior and the words he spoke to her in private continued to bother her. Something did not add up. Jian felt like she had disappointed him, because the Duke assumed that his daughter had lied to him, and that bothered her. She was so worried that she might have made a mistake, but she didn't understand why she was feeling so guilty. Thinking about this completely spoiled her appetite, so she got up to go and talk to the Duke. Gray guessed where she wanted to go, so he grabbed her hand and reminded her that she got scared when her father was angry, adding that perhaps the Duke didn't go that far this time, simply because he was a little upset, but still. But our heroine was determined to resolve this situation so as not to make it worse by dragging it out. She quickly said that the Duke was not angry. He did not shout, did not swear, never threw anything, and never hit her. Not expecting to hear such a tirade, Gray let go of her hand, and she, saying that that was enough, left. And Soli's brother was surprised to think that what she had just said could not possibly be the case, that anyone in this house would raise a hand against her. Taking a small breakfast for my lord, she knocked on the door. But because of remorse, she could not call herself Soleil. When she came in, she said that he should have something to eat, so she took the liberty of bringing him a snack. She agreed to sit down when he offered, and the Duke asked to be allowed to speak first. Nodding in response, she heard him say that he hoped she had not misunderstood his earlier behavior. Lowering his gaze, my lord continued that his behavior did not mean that he was disappointed. He was simply a little surprised. When he asked her if she was probably angry with him, she was very surprised. And then memories came flooding back. Ji-yeon has spent her entire life reading her father's emotions, whether he is in a bad mood, and if so, to what extent. She remembered very well that just the sight of her touching her mother's things would send him into a rage. She had to guess whether he drank because he was in a good mood, or because he was terribly unlucky. She had been disappointed in her family since she was a child, so it was difficult for her to even try to believe now. Her real father never apologized to her, and never once asked her if she was angry with him. Milord Diego looked at her and said that it was unexpected, since he was a slave. But if she wanted a friend, then it was her choice. Calling her by his daughter's name, he asked her if she was probably scared, because she thought he was angry. She wanted to say that Haman had bought this slave without permission, and what should she do if her brother had simply misunderstood something? Also, that this was not what the Duke might have thought, and that she was not lying, but she only said out loud that she was not angry. Our heroine turned pale, so my lord anxiously asked if he should call Anne to accompany her to her room. Having stood up, the girl replied that she was fine, and there was no need to call anyone, and that she was able to get there on her own. However, the feeling of guilt did not go away even after this conversation, so when leaving, Ji-yeon asked the Duke not to worry about her. Raising his eyes to her, he asked in bewilderment what this meant. But she, without answering, quickly slipped into the corridor. He called her name several times, but when he realized that she would not return, he became upset. He did not recognize his daughter at all. She was walking down the hallway, her head was splitting, and then she heard something she shouldn't have heard. Soli's quiet voice told her that this was her place. Ji-yeon heard the words clearly, but was afraid to turn around. It seemed to her that if she looked back, she would see the ghost of the heiress of this house, and she was afraid to do so. But she knew it was definitely Soli's voice, and she knew it was just a figment of her imagination. But she was still scared. She needed to pull herself together and try to calm down, so she stopped for a few seconds. She apologized, adding later that she knew perfectly well where her place was, and that everything here was not hers. She knew that too. Asking not to worry, she said that she did not believe in such things as family, and felt that the ghost had left her. Waking up early in the morning, our heroine wanted to take a little walk in the garden, and she left the room. She didn't meet anyone in the corridor, so she thought that the mansion was too quiet today. Although Gray warned her that he would be busy, Haman was upset because she told him that she did not need this slave. Thinking that the weather would be fine today, she went outside and stopped dead in her tracks, and for good reason. She saw a slave named Dawn, whom she had bought yesterday in a completely unexpected way. Having asked what this was, I heard the maid's answer that the lady had probably forgotten everything again. And to her remark that she was not talking about that, Anne explained that the slave was standing there because his mistress had not ordered him to do anything. Ji-yeon realized with horror that the man had stood there all night only because she had not given him any instructions. Thinking that this was some kind of madness, she rushed towards the man, asking as she ran if he was okay. Running up to him, she immediately noticed that he was still handcuffed and asked why this happened. He replied that they had to be removed by his mistress and handed her the key, to which she said that he could have told her earlier. Dawn gasped and asked her not to come closer, explaining that he smelled of sweat. Then waving her hand, she replied that everyone sweats. She cursed herself to death for becoming one of those evil employers you see on the news. She told him that they would take them off now and then go into the house, but the key wouldn't fit into the lock, and she became even more angry. Dawn suggested that perhaps the key was too old, and Anne said that her mistress was so kind. Interrupting the maid in mid-sentence, Ji-yeon asked her to stop talking nonsense and instead think about how she could help. She was so annoyed by everything that, making an awkward movement, she broke the key and, cursing loudly, stated that she had screwed up. He apologized, and she almost jumped on him, saying that he was saying such things and that she already felt guilty because of him. Realizing that this would not work, she suggested that her purchase go into the house and rummage through the tools. As she began to move inside, she asked him to straighten his clothes. He was ready to serve his new kind mistress, but he was unable to use his hands, which led to the unfortunate result that the robe, which was barely hanging on anyway, began to fall off. This decrepit rag, having lingered for a while on his forearms, then quickly began to slide down to the ground, leaving him with nothing. Since he had nothing else, he sat down on the ground and wept bitterly to hide his shame. It was at this moment, looking at him, that our heroine suddenly remembered the list that the Duke had given her. There, among others, was a slave named Don, and there was a note that, despite his many wounds, he was in good shape. Jiyeon thought that there was something clearly good about this man, and she saw it, so she took off her cape. Then she threw it over him, and turning to Anne, asked her to bring an axe to break the chains. Taking a deep breath, our heroine said that they wouldn't be able to use the axe in her room, so they would go out into the yard. Seeing the butler, she asked him to tell the maid to take the axe into the yard. They were waiting for her there. When he asked again about the axe, the mistress, not sensing a trick, honestly answered that it was for his hands and pointed to the slave. The butler knew that slaves were often mutilated, but cutting off his hands would mean that she was unhappy with the buyer. And since it was Haman, he thought that this could lead to a conflict and ran to another young master. Rushing into the room where he knew my Lord Grey was, he informed him right from the doorway that he should intervene. But what he saw dampened his ardor. The young gentleman stood in the middle of the room, and 3 of the servants were kneeling in front of him. Having asked for forgiveness if he had disturbed them, the butler wanted to retreat, but Grey stopped him and asked him to come in. Morgan, that was the butler's name, came in and asked what the messenger, the assistant cook, and the gardener had done wrong. In a thoughtful tone, my Lord Grey replied that he thought one of those 3 bastards had done something to Solea. The words his sister said in the dining room yesterday sank deep into his soul, and he decided to sort it out. He said out loud that they must have hit her, or shouted at her, or thrown something at her, but the servants replied that it was unfair. The gardener said that he would go home immediately after work on the estate, and, in general, why would he do anything for the lady? Then Grey told him that neighbors hear children crying and cries for help from his house in the evenings. The butler was horrified, because he knew the gardener as a weak and eternally upset type, and he turned out to be a domestic tyrant. When this servant asked which of the neighbors had told him this, Grey glared and called him impudent. The gardener justified himself by saying that he was simply raising children and would not have done such a thing to the lady, but the gentleman had already drawn his conclusion. My lord, leaning forward a little, said that if the gardener allowed himself such upbringing, he could have offended the lady. Then he turned his menacing gaze to the next man and said that he knew that he was stealing alcohol from the kitchen, and if it were only this, he would close his eyes. But in the event that a maid from another family was hit, he cannot help but react. Moreover, the owner of the shop where everything happened explained everything to him, so the guilt of the duchy's servant is obvious. It was the messenger's turn. He spoke first and said that he did not understand why he was here, since he had no connection with the lady. Grey was well prepared for the conversation, so he quoted the servant, saying that Lady Solea was shy. That's why they only meet alone, and he calls her tenderly Leia, and she blushes like a ripe apple. The young master could barely contain his irritation as he finished his sentence. It seemed that noble ladies were not that different. Shaking and stuttering, the messenger asked for forgiveness for his mistake, since he had simply admired the lady from afar. When the servant finished by saying that he had never laid a finger on her, Grey smiled sadly and closed his eyes. A second later, he opened them and said angrily that he had no idea that such scum lived in their house. When he asked what to do with them, the butler replied that even if Solea had not been harmed by them, they could not ignore everything else. But when the owner mentioned the dons he had been able to find, Morgan remembered why he had come here in the first place, and he quickly reported to Grey that the mistress was going to cut off the hands of the new slave and asked him to stop her. But he misunderstood the message. It was hard for Milord to accept all this truth. His shoulders slumped, but he voiced his decision, and it was not an easy one. He ordered the domestic tyrant to have his hands and feet cut off, the man who had dishonored their family's honor to be buried, and he would deal with the last one himself. Gray ran to save his sister. He couldn't leave the man who treated her like that unpunished. Her words, thrown out in the dining room, pounded in his head like loud blows, preventing him from concentrating on anything else. All he could think about was that he wouldn't let him get away with this, because how could he do this to this sweet child? Memories of the last month after she lost her memory flashed before his mind's eye. And no matter how crazy it seemed to him, he liked the sister she had now become. Even those weird moments when she would have this lifeless look in her eyes, or she would suddenly scream like crazy. It was quite a big change, and he even paused for a second to think about it. But the next moment, Gray ran again, because nevertheless, she was still his little sister. Then again, he knew that Saleha was actually soft-hearted, and it would be hard for her to cut off the man's hands herself. Even if this man treated her disgustingly, he should take this function upon himself and execute her himself. Seeing them finally, Gray yelled at her to stop and give him the axe, to which she replied that he had scared her. He said that it was not for her to hold something so rough and heavy, and asked her to leave it to him, and he would do everything himself. Reluctantly handing over the axe, asking if he knew what she was doing, he replied that he knew and asked her to step aside so that he wouldn't splash. As she walked away, the girl clarified that it was pieces of metal, and he wondered what that had to do with it. He meant blood. And looking at the slave, I thought, so this is what kind of bastard he is, who pestered my sister, and how dare he do it? As Gray swung, he heard her question, his sister asking if he could hit in such a way as to cut only the chain. He automatically answered that yes, and then the meaning of her question dawned on him. He glanced at Milady, who was shouting that it was only a chain. Somehow he managed to correct the blow, which landed exactly in the middle of the chain. Dawn was free. The maid, who just a second ago was screaming in horror throughout the yard, but seeing that everything had worked out, suddenly fell silent. Now it was our heroine's turn. She started yelling at Gray, wanting to know why he was trying to cut off her hands. He also started yelling, because why did they cut the chain if there was a key? And our heroine, again at a heightened level, explained the situation. While Gray was mentally rejoicing at what he hadn't managed to do, Don was trying to realize that he still had his hands. The young master decided to rectify the situation and, apologizing to the slave, extended his hand to help him stand up. And only then did he notice that this man was without pants, so he started shouting again, only this time at his sister. He noted that she could have suggested getting dressed first, and then everything else, and received the answer that she had decided to remove the chains first. The situation between brother and sister became tense again. They were each ready to stand their ground to the last. But then the maid intervened with a completely unexpected suggestion. What if Don didn't wear pants at all? This way of putting the question surprised Gray, but most importantly, he was distracted, and the squabble died down. To stop him from asking stupid questions, Ji-yeon said that Anne had problems with her family, which is why she was talking nonsense. Almost dragging her brother along with her, she turned her head and quietly told the maid to stop reading all that nonsense. Everyone headed into the house, and our heroine thought with some strange feeling that her family had grown a little. Don was washed and dressed, and so that he wouldn't sit around doing nothing, Ji-yoon took him with her to training. She was doing push-ups again and gave him the task of watching her back so that it was straight. And he was also counting the number, so when he got to 30, she decided that was enough for today. The butler, who briefly entered the hall, wondered why she was so eager for this dawn. Was it really only for this reason? But it was not in his rules to ask tactless questions to gentlemen, so he only sighed, looking at this couple. Meanwhile, the young lady praised Don, and he thought that, for the first time in his life, he had been truly useful. Returning to her chambers, Ji-yeon thought that she hadn't expected this from herself, since she had almost turned a blind eye to slavery. Having reassured myself that it was better this way than for him to just stand there and do nothing, I decided to continue taking him to training. After carefully feeling her arms, she thought that she had already built up enough muscle mass, and since her efforts were not in vain, it was time to return to the diary and try to write something again. Inspired by her optimism, She quietly said that today she would succeed no matter what. She huffed and puffed, her cheeks puffed out with tension. But she wasn't going to give up. She needed results. She couldn't shake off the hope that she would reach it if she tried a little more, and so she continued. At one point, it seemed to her that the pen was almost touching the paper, and she began to apply even more force. She strained herself so much that her muscles were ready to burst. She clenched her teeth. There was no way she was losing her strength. In despair, she lowered her head, and her gaze fell on the medallion in which lay the coupon for the coveted win. The mood immediately changed. She playfully said that Mommy was already on her way to her 1,700,000,000. She brought the pen to the page again and succeeded, a small drop of ink trailing downward. The joy was indescribable, because she succeeded and her theory was confirmed. In order to write, she needed to become a bodybuilder. The pen slipped, but she managed to write the number 1, and she decided that next time she would write the whole amount. Her imagination gave her a picture of the future. She would return home, pay off her debts, and get a new smartphone. He can also rent a car to avoid paying taxes and go on vacation, and take someone with him. She thought about Heyman, but his candidacy was too picky, so she would go with Gray. Ji-yoon vividly imagined her brother teaching her to drive, him calling her crazy on sharp turns. Laughing, the girl thought that they would have a lot of fun and was already looking forward to this future trip. But these happy moments quickly disappeared. She remembered that this was simply impossible for a number of reasons. And the most important thing was that these young people were not her family, just like this house was not her family. And anyway, this whole story wasn't hers. It all belonged to Saleha, and our heroine felt awkward in front of her lady. She was just confused, so she asked for forgiveness and thought that she would be alone again in her world. Pushing aside her sadness, Ji-yeon told herself that what was so special about this was that she had always been alone, and she was able to cope with it. There is no point in trusting the family, and there is no point in changing your desires. She wanted to live well alone. Now she will have such an opportunity. Telling myself that I don't need to show that she's a fake, but just live a normal life so that I can return home later. Ji-yeon was almost convincing herself that this was enough for her and that she didn't need to harbor empty illusions. Taking a sober look around her quarters, she thought that she needed muscle mass and training to be successful. And for this, she must eat well and regularly. So she headed to the dining room, where she found Gray. He was calmly eating his dinner, and when she asked him why he was alone, he replied that the Duke was having dinner with him, and Heyman was getting ready for the party. She asked so eagerly about the party that Gray almost choked, but he said that she was also invited. Immediately thinking about Manhwas, she asked what it was, where they put on luxurious dresses and had to dance gracefully. Soli's brother even liked the way she reacted, so he told her that they would pick out the most luxurious dress for her. There was a twinkle in his eyes, because the heiress had never attended this kind of event before. Completely forgetting why she came here, our heroine asked what was unexpected. But where were they going? Then the second brother appeared on the threshold. He looked impeccable and answered her question, saying that they were going to the princess's birthday. He added that the Duke of Virgo's family was also invited to the ball, but if she didn't want to, she didn't have to appear there. However, Gray said that their father was worried that after the incident with her friends, she was left without friends and was sitting at home all the time. Ji-yeon thought that the Duke might just want to show off her, and that if he saw a chance to find a groom. Her mind was in a turmoil, and she was angry with herself for hesitating, even though she knew the Duke might have ulterior motives. Today, she managed to write at least something in her diary, which means she has a chance to return. So why should she go to this ball? Gray saw that she was hesitant, so he said that she had not been out for too long and suggested that they have some fun. And although she hadn't made a decision yet, she still reached out and thought that maybe this wasn't such a bad idea. While these events were taking place downstairs in the dining room, Duke Virgo sat in his study and thought. He needed to work, but thoughts about his daughter distracted him all the time. She worried him too much with her behavior. He couldn't understand why she suddenly asked him not to worry about her anymore. It was unusual. All this did not give him peace. My lord was so lost in thought that he completely forgot about his affairs. Saleha did not leave his mind. I wondered why she felt alienated after she lost her memory. Maybe he had offended her somehow. That she had never spoken like that before. and the distance between them seemed greater than ever before. On the other hand, she had recovered and was becoming more active, and he thought that perhaps he should be more positive. The evening was just beginning, and the children of Duke Virgo went to buy a luxurious dress for the heiress. On the way, they hardly talked, only occasionally exchanging meaningless jokes. When they arrived at their destination, the young gentlemen were the first to get out of the carriage. They turned around at the same time, and armed with radiant smiles, offered their hands to their sister. She hadn't even had time to put her foot on the step yet, and they had already puzzled her with their offer. She didn't know whose hand to choose. Now she puzzled them. They also couldn't decide right away. But Gray was the first to speak up, saying that she was better than him, because he had more. However, the second brother was not happy with this way of putting the question, and said that according to this logic, he was better off, because it was more convenient to hold. Our heroine didn't want to offend any of them. She couldn't decide, then accidentally looked at the coachman. He stood nearby and silently shouted at her, advising her to stretch out both hands. But she did not immediately understand what he meant. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her head and then realized what this young servant wanted to tell her. So our heroine did not prefer any of the brothers, so she went down one step and gave them her hands. Ji-yoon was looking at the building, and Hyman said that they didn't have much time, so they would only buy one dress for now. Gray agreed and, calling his sister Leia, urged her on, to which his brother noted that only their father called her that. They argued about this. She didn't pay much attention to their conversation. She was more interested in the interior of the salon itself. The owner came out to meet them and, having greeted the young gentleman and lady, introduced herself as Marielle. When she said she had received their message and had prepared several outfits, Gray took a step towards her. Kissing the owner's hand, he expressed the hope that today she would turn their little sister into the most beautiful lady. Hearing the tone of voice her brother spoke in, our heroine thought that he was probably seducing people this way. The owner invited the gentleman to sit down and wait, while she and Lady Solea tried on the dresses they had prepared. The girl glanced at them and followed Madame Marielle into the next room, which was apparently a fitting room. When they entered, Ji-yoon almost fainted. Her head was spinning from the luxury of the clothes and decorations around her. Eyes darting around, the owner asked if Milady had any color or design in mind. She thought that in a store like that, she could leave 20 million just because she crashed into something. The lady suggested trying on everything one by one, and then asked the girl to raise her hand so that it could be measured. Marielle noticed that Milady von Virgo was a bit thin, and our heroine thought that Madame had a somewhat cold look. After asking what kind of material the visitor liked, the owner said that they should hurry. Even during this month, the girl had not gotten used to her situation, so she felt awkward when people were hanging around her. However, they still picked out an outfit, and after some time, Ji-yeon went out into the main hall to her brothers. She had some nice clothes that she wore to the estate, but this was clearly more luxurious, so she asked what they thought. Silence fell in the hall. The young gentlemen looked at their sister, then exchanged glances, but the gift of speech did not return to them. Hyman was the first to come to his senses. He quickly stood up and, saying that they were taking it, went to pay. Gray asked Madame in a joking tone if she had seen his sister, and that perhaps she had simply left through the back door. Laughing at the joke, she said that if this freak couldn't see with his eyes open, then she could close them, and she threateningly held out her fingers. And my lord irritably noted that, in fact, he was Gray and not a freak. Then he asked himself in the third person if Gray would like to go to the ball with Solea, and the lady replied that he would run behind the carriage. Then he asked how she could speak in such a tone to her brother, and Madame became an involuntary witness to this scene. But the way they talked to each other gave her an idea, so she took the girl by the hand and pulled her along with her. Our heroine tried to resist, but Marielle said that this would not do, and asked her to come with her anyway. In the fitting room, the girl was again left without an outfit. Everything happened so quickly that she didn't even have time to find out what happened. At this time in the hall, Hyman asked his brother where Solea had gone again, and he replied that she was undergoing transformation again. Then he added that he had already paid for the outfit and ordered it to be taken to the carriage. But apparently, Madame had a more interesting option. And indeed, in the fitting room, our heroine was presented with a scarlet satin dress. After changing, Jian looked at her reflection and thought that Saleya was too thin. And why did they give her such a simple dress? She imagined the comments she might hear, that she should watch her figure, because her body was like a reed. It is also possible that the fabric ran out. Then she thought that she probably had PTSD after meeting with her friends. Afterwards, she said that she thought the dress didn't suit her, but the lady was adamant and advised her to wear another item on top. Mariel added that she can sew even with her eyes closed and advised to just wait a little. She also took out a set of cosmetics and with light movements added a little paint to our heroine's face. As soon as she was satisfied with the result, the madam came out and informed the young gentleman that their sister was ready. Jian felt so great at that moment that she was in no hurry to go out to the audience. She even wanted to stir up her brother's interest, and she wanted them to be a little nervous before they saw her. Seeing their faces, she realized that the effect had been achieved. She had never seen such surprised faces on her brothers. It took Gray a moment to process what he saw, and he covered his mouth to keep from blurting out any remark. But still, his meaningful oh-ho-ho was heard, and a question followed, his sister asking what was wrong with him. He looked at this girl and tried to find words, but as luck would have it, they all disappeared somewhere. All he could manage to say was that she was nothing like the sister he knew. When she asked why she didn't look like herself, he replied that no other dress suited her as well as this one, so she had to take it. However, since he did not expect to buy another one, all he could offer Madame was his expensive watch. But the salon owner refused, and what's more, she also refused the payment that Heyman offered. So he started talking about how it would work, since she had picked out a dress but wasn't taking payment. But the lady pulled him aside. Then, our heroine asked Heyman not to spend so much on her, and that he absolutely did not need to do this. He saw her wrinkled forehead, and pointing to it, asked her not to make that expression in the future. To her reasonable question about what was wrong with his face, he playfully replied that it didn't match her dress at all. There was something so elusively cordial in his tone that she raised her gaze to him and looked closely into his eyes. Without realizing it, she was getting used to these two brothers more and more, and then they brought out the brooches. Madame announced that they were doing it so that everyone around would know that they were a family, and the girl thought that Saleya was part of it. That is, she. But no matter how much they hurried, they still spent more time than they expected. When they arrived at the palace, the ball was already in full swing. The Duke's children were approaching the great ballroom, and she thought it was a ball in honor of the princess's birth. She was nervous and decided to imagine that it would be a regular tour of the imperial palace. When their arrival was announced and they entered, a wave of whispers immediately ran through the hall, and not all were quiet. She heard words about what they had finally decided to show to the heir, instead of these picked-up mongrels. The excitement turned to anger, and Gray laughed, noting that her outfit now matched her expression. To her remark that it was impolite to whisper behind someone's back, he replied that her face had evened the score, so they had won. Meanwhile, the culprit appeared at the ball, and Heyman asked his brother and sister to be silent for a bit. It was the first time Jion had seen such an elegant lady, and the princess approached them and greeted her brothers. Then, turning to our heroine, she said that she was meeting someone for the first time, and they greeted Milady together. After the Duke's family congratulated the birthday girl, she spoke to Saleya again and asked how she was doing. But as soon as the girl answered, the princess's brother intervened in their conversation and introduced himself as Aaron Bailey Gurnua. Jian didn't know who this unpleasant guy was, but when the brothers addressed him as Your Highness, she realized who it was. She thought that he was not at all like his sister, and he was already whispering in her ear that she could just call him Aaron. Noticing that the sisters were uncomfortable with this communication, Gray spoke to the crown prince, but he continued talking to Saleya. The heir to the throne asked sweetly when the young lady was planning to hold her debut ball. Angry that Gray had just been ignored, she snapped back that she was past her debut age. The princess decided to intervene, so she said that if the Duke decided to have a party, she would be happy to attend it. She added that she would like to make friends with the young lady, then took her brother and went with him among the guests. Jian quietly asked Hyman why this guy was so tactless and was told that the prince had always been like this, and also advised not to find fault with everything, otherwise there will be no end to it. Then she asked Gray if he wasn't angry. After a moment's silence, He replied that Aaron was the son of the fifth empress, and therefore had his sights set on the throne. Then he took the fan from the table and continued that, in connection with this, the prince regarded the Duchy of von Virgo as a threat. He continued by saying that this is why he can't ignore them. He must think that he can't keep annoying people like them around. Jian felt strange even to herself because she was so annoyed by this attitude towards her brothers, and she was about to ask Gray another question. Aaron snuck up behind her and said, "Here's where the young lady is," and added that she must be having a hard time at her first party. Placing his hand unceremoniously on her shoulder, he asked if she would like to take a little walk in the fresh air. Gray tried to save his sister by saying that he would look after her that evening, but the prince replied that he would take care of her himself. The duke's son did not want to give in, so he opened his mouth, but Aaron angrily said that this conversation was only for the nobility. The girl rolled her eyes, thinking that this guy didn't consider her brother to be noble, and while the princess wasn't around, he was behaving disrespectfully. Haman also came up to sort things out, but the prince asked him to leave them alone because he had something to discuss with the heiress. When the heir to the throne spoke of how he thought they would become good friends, she knew how she would act. Faking a wave of nausea, she turned to Aaron and quietly said that if he approached her so suddenly, she would feel sick. Leaning her whole body against Haman, she rolled her eyes and continued, saying that this was what was happening to her after her amnesia. Gray, getting excited, began to ask her if she was really so disgusted that she was going to vomit, but she replied that she hadn't said that. Aaron asked what she was saying that he was disgusting. Then she said that it was all because her body was still too weak. But he did not agree with these words, because everything was fine with her when she spoke with the princess a little earlier. The birthday girl heard this conversation and asked what was going on. Then her brother started complaining to her, because it was only him that the guest had such a reaction to. When he said that Saleha even had a slave to monitor her training, the princess noted that he had spies in the duchy. Then she approached our heroine and said that since they had no problems communicating, they could step away for a while. But as she left, the princess advised the duke's sons to discover the spies in order to prevent the spread of rumors. They replied that they would take this into consideration, after which the ladies began to move away, and the persistent prince stood in their way. The princess quietly told Aaron that it was her party, and she had invited him solely out of respect for the empress. And he asked not to mock his mother, because she was doing this because the emperor likes families that get along. As she was leaving, the princess asked him to tell the emperor that he had come and that it was good that he was not so stupid. Our heroine resolutely followed the hero of the occasion, but was very excited at the same time. She looked at her brothers and silently asked them to save her, because she was afraid of this lady. When they approached the door, our heroine remembered the expression on the faces of the young gentlemen. They were clearly also afraid of the princess. But she no longer had a choice. She gathered all her will into a fist, entered the room, and looked around. The birthday girl said that now she had to say her name, and she had to know what it was like when a princess introduced herself in person. Sitting down on the offered chair, our heroine thought that she could easily survive without knowing such information. Sitting down opposite, the princess introduced herself as Carachapelle Rosa von Sapatode de Gernois, but asked to be called simply Racha. And then came the phrase that the princess wants to own her if she owns the princess. Cold sweat appeared on our heroine's forehead, and she was even a little glad that this room was not so brightly lit. The hostess of the evening, meanwhile, said that if the guest was ready to become her sword, then she could make her a duchess. Jian thought that she wasn't interested, that as a duchess she would have more power than she did now, just like Saleha. She apologized, saying she did not think the duke had any health problems, so it was not yet time to plan for the succession. She added that she would pretend she hadn't heard anything, and the princess asked how about treating her sons with respect. Our heroine couldn't ignore such a proposal. She stopped, and the princess explained that they seemed to get along well. She also said that she would make sure that no one looked down on them or remembered their past. Jian thought about it. She tried to figure it out. She was overwhelmed by conflicting feelings that tore her soul apart. She remembered Haman. He sometimes looked after her, but he also liked to make fun of her. She and Gray have become close lately, but eventually they will separate and each go their own way. There was also Milord Diego, and she still felt like he genuinely cared about his daughter. She told herself that she wasn't the real Saleya, and that this wasn't her family, so the princess's words didn't concern her in any way. But at the same time, she had a strange feeling that she was deceiving herself and that everything was somewhat different. Perhaps because the conditions proposed by the princess are what she always wanted. There were always whispers behind her back. She was also called a beggar, and people discussed how even her mother had run away. And even though this family was not her real one, she wanted to do for them what she could not do for herself in her world. She really wanted such a life for herself, but it was an impossible dream because she was the one who neglected her past. After thinking about the offer again, she decided that she could handle it on her own, and there was no need to make a deal. So I told the princess that there was no point in helping, to which she replied that she understood, and it was nice to talk. As we walked out into the corridor, our heroine thanked the hostess of the evening for being invited. The princess said thoughtfully that she had never imagined that there could be such a strong lady in the duke's family. The lady who appeared asked what she should do with the recording, and was told that Mrs. Virgo was of no use to them, explaining that this girl was not one of those whose weaknesses could be revealed through such a conversation. She asked to get rid of the recording. She was about to return to the guests when she heard the woman say that she did not see Lady Virgo anywhere. The princess's assistant continued to peer into the ball, but still did not see what should have been reflected. Lady Rachel said that in that case she had seen a ghost, but the woman replied that she had also seen it with her own eyes. And when Milady asked if Lady Solea was really a sorceress who had managed to escape, she replied that she didn't think so, since she hadn't seen the mana flows, assuming that, most likely, the Duke's daughter is not an ordinary sorceress, but more like an Eidolon, a great magician. Either she had so little mana that the visualization stone couldn't even capture it. Such an answer did not satisfy Milady. She said that in this world, everyone has mana, and she wants a more plausible explanation for this phenomenon. Then the woman replied that she would return with a better answer and asked if the Duke's daughter was dangerous. She wanted to make another proposal, but the princess interrupted her and said that she wanted to meet Lady Solea. The unknown lady in the hood knew her mistress well and assumed that it was because someone from the Virgo family was needed. The princess paused for a second and said thoughtfully that this guest was the first one who had so openly rejected her. Her interlocutor stood next to her for a while, reflecting on the events with her, and then disappeared. The hostess smiled and noticed that she had run away without answering, and decided that the girls would get along well. Then she walked down the corridor, thinking that Lady Solea seemed cautious and would not be easy to approach. Having met the maid, she asked what was wrong with Virgo, and she, bowing politely, replied that they had all already left. The princess then asked if they were satisfied, to which the servant replied that the lady had gotten into a fight and had left angry, adding that at this time both gentlemen had smiles on their faces, and that it seemed that without the Duchess, there was no one to teach them manners. The princess thought that this servant seemed to have no place in the palace, considering how freely she spoke about her guests, and that he hoped that he would never see her again. After that he went on, not paying attention to the actions of the servants. Meanwhile, our heroine returned to the hall and was in a terrible mood. The conversation with the princess had made her angry. She decided that the best thing to do was to escape from here as quickly as possible. But to do this, she needed to find her brothers. Seeing them from afar, she hurried towards them. Although she was surprised, they were talking to one gentleman. The girl wondered if they really had friends, because while she was nearby, no one approached them. She wanted to watch them from afar, but she didn't like what she saw. The man spat right at Haman's feet. She heard him asking if they weren't ashamed to come and humiliate themselves every time, or if they were already used to begging. Gray was ready to start a squabble, but his brother stopped him with the words that it was not worth it. They were leaving soon anyway. And the gentleman continued to tease, saying that since when did the lady of the Virgo house become part of their we, since they are not aristocrats? Our heroine thought that he hadn't said a word while she was around, but now he'd started talking. She'd never seen such shameless people. She had an incident in her life when she had to receive some money for her part-time work. The restaurant owner considered her a simpleton, a child living without parents, and as a result, he did not pay her on time. When she quit, her boss threw her out as if she were some kind of pathetic pawnbroker. She went home hungry and empty-handed, with absolutely no money in her wallet. However, shaking and trembling, she returned back and, falling on the floor of the restaurant, began screaming for them to give her money. And when the owner said he would sue her for obstructing his business, she replied that she would sue them herself. That in court, she will tell how he forced her, at 16 years old, to work 12 hours a shift. She screamed and demanded money. Eventually, the restaurant's customers gathered, and the boss had no choice. He still threw her out into the street, calling her crazy, but she got her money, albeit in this way. The gentleman continued his speech. He nasalized about how they should be ashamed and what would happen to Mrs. Virgo. If she has to come to every ball with such useless partners, she will end up humiliated. She couldn't stand such comments any longer. She took a step forward and loudly asked what humiliated meant. She came up close to him, tugged at his shoulder, and still in a raised voice, asked him to repeat it. Then she asked him if he was sure he had something to say to her brothers. And then she asked her brother if he definitely needed to talk to this toad. The aristocrat told her that her words were cruel and that a word was not a sparrow, but she cut him off, replying that he had enough of barking at her brothers. He spoke sarcastically that this is why they say that the home environment is important, and he should have guessed, since the brothers are like that. In response, the lady bombarded him with questions, asking if he didn't understand what she was saying, that he still hadn't gotten it. She spoke, it seems. She said to shut his mouth, or maybe to bring a frog, which she translated into his native language. The young gentleman realized that it was time to take their sister away, otherwise it could end in a very big disaster for everyone. She also managed to say that she remembered this gentleman and asked him to make sure that they would not cross paths again. They were already dragging her when she added that next time she would show how her home environment could influence his life. The gentleman puffed like a locomotive, but did not answer. There were too many distinguished guests at the ball today. When Duke Virgo's children found themselves on the street, she asked her brothers why they had listened to all this in silence. Haman replied that she had made a mistake, then asked if she even knew how many aristocrats were there today. When she replied that she had not thrown her fists, but had only had a little argument, he explained that she had been too careless. She asked if it was not a reckless thing to insult the Duke's sons, and Haman replied that her reputation could hit rock bottom, and that she would continue the family business, and what would happen to them was not so important. But the girl did not calm down, telling them that they were also Virgo's family. She told Haman that even if others say different things, they shouldn't treat themselves the same way. She added, just like Saleha, whom they constantly babysat, as well as Mrs. Virgo, they are also young gentlemen Virgo. Gray supported her by saying that Gray and Haman were the young masters of Virgo, and Saleha was the young mistress of Virgo. She yelled at her brother, he knows it so well, but he allows others to treat him like that. He grabbed her hands while she was still talking about how upset she was when she saw how she and her brother were going through this. After listening to her tirade, he asked again, it upsets her when they are insulted, and she opened her mouth to answer. But she was a little confused, so she didn't say right away that it was obvious, because she sees them more often than everyone else. Having become amused, the brother spoke about himself in the third person, saying that Gray was so pleased that Saleha was upset for him. She asked him to stop speaking in the third person, to which he replied that Saleha started it, and if he doesn't believe him, then let him ask his second brother. And he also said in the third person that Haman was actually also very pleased. Gray could no longer hold back his laughter. He laughed out loud, and the girl said that everyone had apparently gone crazy. When they had already boarded the carriage, the brother, continuing in the same spirit, said that Gray was feeling so good today that it was a pity to go home. The second one supported him, and also said that Haman agreed, and why not go for a short walk. Then the sister added that they were too resilient, but Saleha was tired, to which the brother replied that it would be a problem, but tomorrow. The virtual butterfly had been beating on the invisible screen for some time. Then a voice was heard, calling the Virgo family. The connection did happen, and the Duke's image spoke, asking if his children had a good time. Our heroine almost jumped up in her seat. She asked if they had video calls here. The young gentleman stared at the screen, and Gray replied that they were going to take a little walk and then go home. The Duke said he saw it, and they had a good time. But then our heroine remembered that he wanted to marry her off. That's why she said, not very confidently, that she felt that her chances on the marriage market were close to zero. The milord's face changed abruptly. He asked again what marriage market they were talking about. Was anyone getting married? Realizing that since she had already started talking about it, she would now have to continue, she said that she was being married off. She explained that he himself had said this, and my lord's reaction was predictable. He became enraged and asked who was talking such nonsense. Having replied that he didn't need to hide anything, she added that she had heard everything, and if she was married to someone, he would receive the grain storage facility. And she explained that the first time she woke up, they were all talking about marriage, and she asked, "Is that right?" In response, the Duke shouted that it was an emergency family meeting to reject those ridiculous proposals. He explained that a lot of them had come in after she fainted, and they needed to be heard. It was hard for my lord to talk about it, but he said that on that day he called everyone together and asked everyone to speak. Therefore, the aristocrats vied with each other to advise him on different candidates and described the benefits. She hesitantly asked if she had drawn the wrong conclusions, to which he replied that he was absolutely right. By the end of the meeting, he already understood exactly who dared to treat his precious daughter like a thing. After this, he issued a decree forbidding these merchants from setting foot on the territory of the duchy, Gray confirmed, saying that his father was angry for a long time and asked him to make sure that she did not find out about it. And the Duke said sadly that he had to make sure that none of this reached her ears. And then he apologized. It was an unexpected turn of events, and as she sat there trying to process what she had heard, Haman asked who had dared to force marriage upon her. The voice of my lord was heard. He said that his daughter would marry only after his death, and Haman asked about Soli's opinion. But Gray didn't let her say a word. He flicked her and asked her to listen to everyone else first. The girl asked why he was hitting her, and he answered because she called him brother in front of strangers, and this is unofficial. The crew continued moving, and she thought that all she could do was laugh at the absurdity of it all. When they came out, Haman explained that this was the Hill of Reunion, where, according to legend, one could reunite with someone one had lost. And there's also a great view here. Then he took his sister's hand and said he was holding it in case she was suddenly surprised and fell. Gray came up from the other side and took the other hand, explaining that it was not right for only one brother to support his sister. She wanted to ask why, but Haman began to cast some kind of magic spell, and she did not distract him. After a few moments, the sky began to light up. They raised their heads and saw an unusual light show. Our heroine saw something like this for the first time, and this light did not look like fireworks, but rather like a huge number of fireflies in the sky. It was such an amazing sight that all three fell silent. No one wanted to interrupt this solemn silence. Sparks of light gradually penetrated through the treetops and enveloped the girl in their magical glow. Suddenly, she realized that everything had become so distant and completely unimportant to her. The palace remained somewhere far away, and even today's party, at which she had done some mischief. Soleil's family, who stood by her side, and even her past life, which she thought she would never be able to live to the end. She mentally asked Soleil for forgiveness for stealing the happiness that she should have felt. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and she asked Soleil to ignore her, at least this time. She decided to think of it as a dream until she got back, and when she woke up, she wouldn't want it anymore. Squeezing her brother's hands, our heroine thought that she could then live the rest of her life with these memories. During the return journey, our heroine felt changes in her consciousness, but did not yet fully understand what exactly was changing. As she thought about this, she thought back to the party and asked why they had put up with it. After all, when those girls who called themselves her friends started to make fun of her, they threw them out. Haman replied that the aristocracy in this country was inextricably linked, and any little thing could isolate the duchy. She said that the duchy had a lot of money, and her brother replied that money was not everything. If they want to govern the duchy wisely, they must take into account the means of production, trade in goods, and the management of labor. For example, when those three were punished, the amount of produce coming into the estate dropped sharply, and the price of goods rose. Since the Viscountcy of Cain had made its money from the slave trade, their capital was drained, and the wealth of the duchy suffered. Our heroine listened attentively. Gray said that there was nothing to worry about, because the Duke was an exceptional person. The girl asked what was possible to fill the gaps that had formed without those three noblewomen. Having asked, but today they stopped her, because family is more important than that toad, to which Haman asked her to control herself next time. Taking a deep breath, she thought that life doesn't always go as smoothly as one would like. And how could she forget about that? This is the truth, and reality has always been like this, both in that life and now in this world. For the sake of the duchy, they both always held back and allowed others to insult them. After thinking about it, she asked that, by that logic, shouldn't the same apply to the other side as well? When asked how this was, she said that they do not want to send invitations, but they send them, and the brothers do not want to accept them, but they accept them. That bastard started it today, and the brothers are the only ones who are being bullied. And she asked if that didn't make him unfairly superior. Then she explained that it turns out that in the first case, it was a one-for-one deal, but in the second, the brothers lost. She asked if they would just accept the loss, and Haman said it wasn't that simple. Our heroine responded by saying that the more complicated it is, the simpler it is to think about it. But Gray liked the way she was thinking more and more. When she asked why they didn't humiliate the gentleman in return, Gray agreed. But Haman resisted. The girl playfully complimented Gray, saying that he was not only handsome, but also smart. Then the other brother advised them not to go to parties anymore. Anne asked the lady if she had enjoyed the ball, and, having answered positively, the lady asked to bring her information about the duchy. She explained that everything was according to history, the stock market layout, the entire book of lands, as well as the houses that had broken off trade with Virgo. The maid asked if the lady had really decided to become an heir, since she had previously said that she was not interested in this. Our heroine thought that the old Saleya was definitely like that, but now she knows how dismissive it was, and that she cannot sit back and do nothing until she finishes writing in her diary. She will do everything possible to take her place. She said out loud that she didn't care what anyone thought. Now she was asking to bring her all the documents that existed on the duchy. So our heroine accepted this reality and resolutely took on the role of Saleya to fix things. Having settled herself comfortably at the table, she began to examine the first thing Anne brought her, then the next. At some point, the maid looked in and reminded the lady that she had promised to take breaks and rest. Anne asked the hostess not to stay up too late and left, and the renewed Saleya took on the next stage of the work. She wanted to take a book from the shelf and then came across her diary and thought that she hadn't tried writing in it yet today. Moreover, it was already past midnight, and she became curious about what happened to the unit she had written yesterday. She saw something she didn't expect at all. It was written there that if they quarreled even once more, she would not let it go. Her clumsy number 1 still adorned the beginning of the paragraph, and an unambiguous curse appeared at the end. The next morning, she got up at the usual time and headed to training, where she met Gray. He asked why she looked so tired, whether she hadn't slept enough, to which Saleya sharply replied that it was none of his business. She was stretching her body when he advised her to go to bed early, and then asked what she had been doing. And unable to resist, he answered his own question out loud, that perhaps she had been reading Madame Remshaw until dawn. Gray remembered well the passage he had been forced to read, and so he took out his anger on Don. He told him to get out. Then the slave replied that he needed to make sure that the mistress completed a certain amount of exercise. But my lord still drove him away. Then Saleya said that her brother was too cruel, and why was he so angry with her? Explaining that she was already tired, and there was no need to exhaust her even more, he said that was why he advised her to sleep at night. He almost shouted that she could fall ill again, so she didn't need to worry about trifles. She just needed to not get sick. Our heroine looked at her brother in surprise and wondered why the situation had suddenly become so aggravated. Gray didn't let up, saying that he was the one who taught her to train and kept score, and now the slave had taken it all away. At some point, she even felt a little amused by this scene. Gray apparently forgot how old he was, but he himself realized that he had gone too far, so he slumped his shoulders and left the training ground with regret. After a while, Gray abruptly opened the doors and asked Don to come with him to break the slave contract. Both the slave and his mistress looked at him in surprise. This statement was more than strange and sudden. Gray's next sentence was even stranger. He demanded that Don become his, not his sister's, and stay close to him. Then Saleya carefully asked if her brother was jealous of Don spending time with her, and the slave added that he was her property. Then he turned to the mistress and asked her to make a choice. He was, after all, her slave or not. The atmosphere became tense. So, by chance, Don became a free man, and our heroine was very tired of this situation. That evening, she sat down again to study the documents, and although it was difficult for her, she did not give up. She read that after the war, the lands of Von Virgo were settled by knights, and most of the facilities were used for the army. She thought that history had never been her strong point, so she yawned and did not notice that she was no longer alone in the room. Stretching, she loosened up her muscles a little to shake off the sleep that was slowly creeping over her. She was so absorbed in the story and her thoughts that she didn't notice anything around her, but she should have. Her inattention ended with someone sneaking into her chambers and pushing a pile of books onto her. After that, she was unconscious for a long time and could not believe that she had passed out because books had fallen on her. Soleil heard Haman say that he had to weave magic into his voice so that he could reach her. He said that right now, no other magic works on her. For some reason, only his has an effect. The brother was worried that his powers were not enough to cure her, and he knew only one way to call the Eidolon. Our heroine perceived everything that was said as if through the prism of water, so she even thought of Eidolon as a water mage. The brother also said that he didn't think he would be able to come again, so he begged her to use her power to open her eyes. Then she heard the Duke's words. He said that he was promising her. Then something gurgled, and she never found out what exactly he had promised. His hands were shaking, and she could tell from his voice that he was crying, but she didn't know why, because those were definitely not tears for her. She felt sad. She asked him not to cry. She said that she wanted to get up, but for some reason she couldn't. Suddenly, she remembered what Gray had told her, that it all started with the abs, that you had to use your muscles, as if pushing them up. She thought that perhaps she should listen to her older brother's words and do as he advised. She didn't succeed right away, but the training paid off, and after a few seconds, she said her first words. It was a simple request, not to cry, but the effect was stunning. The Duke fainted. Soleil put her father to bed and sat down next to him. When he woke up, the first thing he asked was how she was. My lord asked her in an anxious tone if she was in pain anywhere, but she firmly replied that she was completely fine. Then he said that the healer said that his magic didn't work on her, so everyone was terribly worried. She found this strange, because when she had been injured before, she had healed quickly thanks to the healer's magic. The girl thought that, apparently, her soul had completely united with Soli's body. The Duke asked about Haman, whether he was awake, but the young lady had already visited her brother and knew that he was fast asleep. She remembered well her brother's words, that his powers were not enough to heal her, and that he wanted to call the greatest magician. She wanted to ask him what exactly he wanted to tell her while she was unconscious, but she was unable to wake Haman. Meanwhile, the Duke had finally come to his senses, and since everything seemed to be fine with his daughter, he wanted to visit his son. Milord Diego asked his daughter to repeat the words she said when she woke up, because he had not heard. Sighing, our heroine tried to remember that moment, and it appeared before her mind's eye. While she was unconscious, the Duke was crying, so the first thing she said was a request not to cry. She repeated her words. Then my lord spoke about how he had noticed that, after she lost her memory, everything had become alien to her. He continued sadly that to her he was just an old man, so she must have felt uncomfortable and apologized. He apologized for the fact that she must have been shocked by his behavior, since this was their first meeting for her. He talked about how he wanted to get closer, and that he would make every effort to make her feel comfortable with him. Soleil asked him not to worry about it, explaining that he would continue to communicate with her as he had before he lost his memory. But the father insisted and said that until his daughter became comfortable with him, he would use formal speech. Having said that everything was already fine, she suggested that they go for a walk tomorrow. Having agreed, he said that it was time to visit his son. Our heroine felt uncomfortable with the fact that Milord was trying so hard, and she promised herself to be a little more kind to him. He lingered a little behind the half-open doors, so to ease his anxiety, she once again said that she was fine, adding that it was really worth visiting his son, the Duke, smiling, replied that Papa was already leaving. Left alone, Soleil thought for some time about what her father had told her, She understood that he was very worried about her. The next 2 days passed without any changes. The young master still did not wake up, which greatly worried all the household members. Then Eidolon suddenly appeared. Looked at Haman. He said that he apparently ignored his warning. Having said these unpleasant words, he took his disciple and disappeared with him into the basement of the estate, after which he did not let anyone in there. Solya found all this extremely suspicious. Why, while she was unconscious, Haman said that the magician should not come. But at the same time, when her brother himself lost consciousness, how could Eidolon find out about this and appeared? As if from nowhere. She didn't like him, but she didn't really want to leave her brother in his care, so she decided to find the dungeon. Taking advantage of the moment when the maid left on her business, our heroine went in search and started from the garden. After some time, in a remote corner, she found a door and thought that this must be the very place. Stopping at the threshold, the girl looked inside and was amazed at how deep the steps went down. She began to slowly descend. There were torches here and there on the walls, which at least slightly illuminated the path down. When she reached the second door, she stopped for a couple of seconds, then suddenly opened it and felt something unusual. But now she was worried not because of this. Solea saw her brother, who was still lying motionless and sleeping. She also saw the mage manipulating his hands around Haman's body, and so she rushed forward to stop the Eidolon. The magician said that these were private lessons in magic, and asked how she got here, since he definitely put a barrier around it. She really couldn't get any closer, and asked how she could get through to him. Then the magician said that it seemed like she wasn't listening to him. Solea responded sarcastically that she was simply ignoring him, and that he was apparently too old and had lost the ability to guess. She thought to herself that she couldn't use magic, so she had to try brute force, and she remembered Gray again. Her brother taught her well and showed her many different techniques. After mentally going through some of them, she decided to use one. Gray taught her to move from her knees to her hips to her shoulders as she turned, putting all her strength into her fist. She didn't expect it herself, but this trick worked. Cracks appeared in the barrier, and she even became interested in how she did it. With a voice trembling with anger, Eidolon asked how she managed it, but she did not answer, only sharply asked him not to approach her. Running up to Haman, she carefully sat him down, and at that moment she noticed how he began to spit out something strange. Then she began to call for help, but her call was not heard, only by the magician, who said that the lesson was over for today. But she wasn't going to let him go until he explained to her what was going on and what he had done to her brother. Although Solea asked rather sharply, the magician still answered her calmly that she should be grateful to him because it was he who saved him. Just then, Haman came to his senses and quietly asked her to stop, explaining that Eidolon was helping him. She asked him not to lie to her, because if the magician had really helped, his face would not be so pale now. Rising to his feet, my lord took one step towards her and said that, in fact, she was quite right, he had lied to her, adding that Eidolon had shoved his magic into his dead body to save him like a doll. The girl couldn't believe her ears. She asked again what he was saying. How could he talk such nonsense? The brother replied that the magician had found it discarded and had saved it because he wanted to, and had used it like this. Then she spoke of telling the Duke and showing him to a healer, but her brother replied that only Eidolon could save this body. She didn't understand how this was possible and why Haman was telling her all this, and he raised his hand above her head. And then he said that everything was fine, and as soon as she left here, she would immediately forget everything. His words reached her as if from far away. Haman thanked her for coming for him, but no one would save him anyway. Our heroine sank into oblivion right there in the dungeon, and her brother then carefully carried her to her chambers and put her to bed. Through her sleep, she heard Gray's voice, who was talking some nonsense about Erasto's hot body, which was approaching. He looked up from his book and swore. He couldn't understand what was wrong with her, that she was so engrossed in reading such novels. Having finally woken up, she asked if it was necessary to scold a sleeping person, and he simply asked why she was sleeping for so long. After clarifying whether it had really been that long, I asked why he was taking other people's books, or whether he was so eager to read them. In response, he asked her not to say such terrible things. He was just curious about what was so special about this book that she was holding it in her sleep. Much surprised, she snatched it up and opened it. then stared at the pages in silence for a few moments. Gray asked her why she was so upset, but she couldn't answer. On the sheet it was written, Heyman Magic, this month. Our heroine had absolutely no idea what was going on, and her brother suggested throwing the book away and going to eat. At the table, the Duke said that she must have been very tired since she had slept for so long, but she could not remember when she had fallen asleep. She said out loud that she was fine. Then she heard Heyman's voice, who was sitting next to her, and called her by name. He asked that if she had digestive problems, he could order lighter dishes to be brought. Having answered that it wasn't worth it, I thought that it was with him. It seemed as if something was wrong, because he himself had recently been lying in bed. Meanwhile, the Duke said that it was good that they could all dine together like this, and wished everyone health. Then he turned to his daughter to ask if she understood him well, and she cursed inside at his formality. She began to pronounce Haman's name. Then suddenly, memories began to clear in her head, and an image of her father appeared before her eyes. At that moment, he was leaving her room to check on his son and said that Dad was already leaving. Without realizing it, she didn't finish saying her brother's name, but started saying Dad, and a strange word escaped her. Milord Diego stared at his daughter, not understanding what she meant by this, but Gray was amused. He repeated Hey Papa and grinned. Then Soleil looked at him and said that now he was definitely a corpse. The Duke put a stop to further conversation in this tone, and the end of the dinner passed in a pleasant family atmosphere. Returning to herself, she thought, Gray said that she read and then fell asleep, but something didn't add up, because she was in the dungeon. She couldn't remember everything clearly, but the fact that she found the door and entered it was clearly imprinted in her memory. Even the countless number of steps, when she remembered about the Eidolon, she thought that perhaps it was still a dream. But on the other hand, some moments stood quite clearly before her eyes. She remembered Haman very well. Suddenly, a pain shot through her head, and she thought that it didn't matter, because soon it would be midnight and the diary would be updated. She had already seen earlier that several words had already appeared, so more should appear soon. Soleil herself did not notice how she fell asleep, and did not hear how the maid came in and quietly noted that the mistress was sleeping again after reading. She was curious how she could do this, and decided that she needed to take the book and put it on the shelf. And although she did it carefully, the young mistress still woke up, and so Anne quickly said that she had done nothing. Thinking that she had dozed off because she had eaten a lot, our heroine grabbed the diary and quickly glanced at it. The maid had already left, so no one could disturb her, and she began to read. At first, she saw that Haman was done. Then she read the entire first line, and she got it. Haman is still a handsome guy, even when he lies. She, of course, read this phrase and understood it in general terms, but the meaning did not reach her consciousness. She then decided that the second line would clarify the situation, but after reading it, it didn't make things any easier. But be that as it may, it brought even more confusion. It said that magic does not work on him. The last message was almost like a mockery, because it contained a monthly horoscope and an addition about a lucky color. In her anger, she threw the diary into the far corner, then began to reassure herself that everything would work out and she would return home. When she thought that she would write that she would return to her money, a sharp pain appeared in her head again, as if lightning had struck. And along with the pain came the image of Haman. But as soon as his face formed, the malaise disappeared. But something in his image seemed strange to our heroine, and after thinking about it, she quickly realized what was unusual. She had only been in contact with her brothers for about a month, but she knew that shedding tears was not in their nature. The best thing she could do now was to study, which the brothers proudly stood before the other aristocrats. She thought that, to achieve this goal, Gray and Haman must have more information, and she was going to get it. And then here, our heroine could study calmly, because in Korea she couldn't even finish high school. They asked about this when she was hired, and she answered honestly, so they hired her, but they teased her about it from time to time. Sometimes they said that even if she wasn't that smart, she could figure it out if she put in the effort. She had some unpleasant memories of a society full of prejudices, but now she could learn. Several hours later, studying the map and history, she became completely confused about which lands were being transferred and why. Her brain was already boiling. She thought that it was almost dawn, so it was time to wrap things up and go to bed. Sprawled in the pillows, our heroine thought that she had spent the day productively, but tomorrow she would have to study again. She remembered her brothers again, because their fate was connected with the duchy, so she needed to help them. Solea couldn't let the other aristocrats continue to walk all over them, so she would try her best. The next evening, the girl came to the table and thought that even though she was having a hard time studying, she still couldn't give up. A few days later, Anne came to her and said that it was time to get ready because she had already accumulated so many invitations. Getting out of bed, the young lady said in surprise that she had not received any invitations since that very day. The maid explained that it was all the princess's fault, and she even fired the servant who was spreading rumors about her mistress. She added that she didn't even write a letter of recommendation, and if something like that happened to her, she would be very upset. Haman appeared at the door and confirmed that such rumors were circulating and that they had received many invitations. To his sister's surprised exclamation, he continued, saying that they really did have a whole mountain of invitations to the princess's party. Then he said that he had already called Madame Marielle, and she was waiting outside, and so he asked his sister to hurry. Gray was the next to appear at the door, waving a letter and saying that he had very good news. Their older brother won the war and is therefore returning home, and even if Solea doesn't remember him, she will still like him. Our heroine thought that she had not thought about this brother at all, and she had no reason to believe that she would like him right away. She thought she didn't like people very much in general, and at that moment, Anne said that it would be nice if the lady stayed healthy. He added that he didn't know what the owner felt when she lost her memories, but she now makes a wish when she looks at the moon. Then Solea asked what the maid wanted to say, that it would be better if her memories came back to her. Anne replied that she wanted the young lady to remain healthy and that new memories could be created while one lived. These words caused some irritation in Soleil, because she knew that it didn't work that way and she wanted to go home again. As the carriage was already rushing them to the party, Milady asked who they were going to visit, and Haman asked in response whether it was too early for her to ask. Then Gray stood up for his sister and asked why she spoke so sarcastically to the younger ones. Solea said what had come over her brother again, and he pressed himself against her and said that he trusted her with his safety today. Haman said with a wise air that Gray had won against the young gentleman of this county both 10 years ago and 3 years ago, and yet he still can't calm down and at every opportunity pesters his brother with revenge. Our heroine looked at her brother and asked if he could just give in, to which he replied that he was not a loser. Haman's words that today was the debut ball of his younger sister, Sarah Nathaniel, stopped their argument. In the end, he also asked to take this into account and not to start any fights today, to which Solea nodded in agreement. She was still wondering what could possibly happen until she saw young Master Bill Nathaniel. After greeting Gray, he immediately grabbed his weapon and offered to fight right now. The young lady said in an uncertain tone that it seemed to her that she had been told many times that they had no friends at all. Uncertainty turned to panic, but Gray quickly got his bearings and, stopping his opponent, said that today he was with his sister. Then he playfully continued, saying that sparring in front of her would be a bit much. Bill apologized to Milady, explaining that her brother never answered his calls, so he gave in to his emotions. At this moment, the young mistress of the house appeared and asked why Bill was again drawing his weapon in the garden. The young lady looked at the guest with admiration and, stuttering slightly from excitement, introduced herself and thanked her for the visit. While the two ladies were exchanging pleasantries, their brothers were engaged in a verbal altercation, trying to sort things out. Solea watched with curiosity as they figured out why one was challenging him to a duel, while the other was tired of refusing him. She was glad when they finally stopped and all went together into the ballroom, where a wonderful melody was playing. After some time, she stepped aside with a glass of wine and noted that the event was surprisingly calm. Her loneliness was interrupted by the young lady Sarah, who was very eager to communicate with such an interesting guest. She still stuttered a little from excitement, but still said that it was incredible that her interlocutor had completely abandoned slavery in the duchy. Our heroine did not want to receive respect for other people's merits, so she explained that it was all Duke Diego Virgo's fault. The unknown lady commented that there was nothing good in this, because both the Duke himself and his subjects suffered enormous losses. Coming closer, She apologized for not introducing herself and immediately corrected her mistake, saying that she was Reina Tolbeckerman, to which Solea sarcastically said that she apparently did not need an introduction, since her interlocutor knew who she was. Count Tolbeckerman's daughter picked up the tone of the conversation and said that it was probably convenient to lose one's memory. She explained that, knowing nothing about the history of slavery or the structure of her region, Solea suggested something similar to her father. Then, in a tone full of venom, she added that she understood how after a fight with friends, you want to run to Daddy and tell him everything. The guests began to listen to their conversation. It smelled of a quarrel, which meant there would be something to gossip about later. Young Lady Sarah, despite her age, demanded that Lady Reina immediately apologize to her guest. She responded by simply saying that she was stating the facts, and then, for Lady Virgo, she said that she shouldn't snitch on this to Daddy. Our heroine thought that her interlocutor had already crossed the line, so she asked the question, if so, how much does she know? Lady Tolbeckerman turned around and asked what was the matter, and Solea asked how much she knew about the history of slavery. It was not for nothing that young Mrs. Virgo spent so many nights studying books. Now she could juggle her knowledge calmly and confidently. And then she asked whether my lady had really said that she did not understand why slavery was flourishing. Lady Tolbeckerman said there was a misunderstanding, but the girl could not be stopped, and she spoke out loud several unpleasant facts from the history of the slave trade that occurred in the empire. Without giving Lady Reina time to recover, Solea asked if they really still believed in the Bible translated by Nurch Cohen in Tolbeckerman County. Then she quoted a short passage and said that this verse was originally used to justify slavery. She asked if Milady knew that the translation was later found to be false, and that Nurk Cohen spent the rest of his life in prison. And at the end, she joked about education in the county, to which Lady Reina replied that she would not tolerate insults towards her family. But Solea only replied that even the previous emperor considered the slave trade inhumane. So why didn't it concern the Journois family? Our heroine understood that she had won this round, so she said that it was difficult to answer because she had skipped classes. Considering the conversation over, she said that she could snitch to Count Tolbeckerman, since she welcomed debate. Taking a quick glance around the room, Solea pulled a young lady out of the crowd and decided to approach her to clarify the situation. As she approached, she heard an enthusiastic speech about how she had managed to learn and remember all of this. In fact, our heroine was worried that she would be asked something else, but she was lucky, and the conversation was about what she was studying. She parted with the young lady on a pleasant note and was about to go and look for her brothers. But then she heard some noise. One of the guests loudly said that they ended up fighting, and another added that it was the same every time. She decided to find out what was going on, and when she went to the window, she was horrified. She didn't want to believe her eyes. But, unfortunately, the fact remained a fact. Gray was downstairs, and many guests had already gathered around. The atmosphere was getting tense. As she went down, she heard one of the aristocrats say that there was no need to be so sensitive. And almost mockingly, he added that he only said that it was nice to see how the two of them were getting along. She also heard a conversation between two ladies, one telling the other that it turned out that Count Nathaniel's eldest son was deaf. Another group of guests also discussed this fact. Some even felt a little sorry for poor Bill. There was also talk about why the Count hid this, but now it is clear why the Count's son always talks so loudly. The bullying aristocrat continued to pick on the young master of the house, and he sarcastically asked if it was really a secret. Bill asked to stop because such behavior was against the rules of etiquette, and he was willing to turn a blind eye to it. But he continued, saying that he should have turned around when he was called, because he was not some dirty beggar. Solea said that this was a complete bastard, but Heyman stopped her, explaining that she shouldn't get involved. This man was dangerous. However, events were already gaining momentum. Gray could not leave the dirty words unattended. He slowly began to take off his glove. Picking up a stone from the ground, he quickly stuffed it inside, and without turning his head, turned to Bill. He told him that he was now going to set a bad example of how to challenge someone to a duel, after which he threw his weighted glove at the aristocrat, thereby challenging him to engage in a duel with him. During the flight, the stone flew out and hit the aristocrat right on the forehead. He took a step back. He was furious. Asking what Gray was doing, he received the answer that if he did not understand, then he was being challenged to a duel. The guests began to discuss what was happening. Undoubtedly, Mr. Isaac had provoked them, but it was not very noble to respond in kind. The aristocrat said angrily that he had decided to ignore the secret of Nathaniel's house, but to be wounded by a street rat. Our heroine realized that it was time for her to intervene. Her brother had already been humiliated twice, and she could not allow this to happen. She thought that if he thought he could touch her brother's position, then she would touch him, as the real Solea would have wanted. When she reached him, she stopped and looked him straight in the eye angrily. He, not understanding her intentions, asked what she wanted. Ignoring his question, the young lady vented her emotions with a resounding slap. She asked out loud how he dared to be so impudent as to mock her brother's past. Stepping back a little, he said that Lady Solea would regret this action, because he was the third son of the Marquis of Schloden. More and more guests gathered around. Everyone was curious to see how this quarrel would end. Our heroine replied that she didn't care who he was. All that mattered to her was that he insulted her brother. She was so focused on the man that she didn't hear Haman try to warn her. The next second, Lord Isaac drew his sword and with an unusually fast movement tried to cut it. Solea was trying to figure out what had just happened. Her nerves were on edge, and she was shaking violently. Luckily, Haman had great intuition. He arrived in time with his magic and told his sister that he warned her. Meanwhile, Isaac shouted to Gray that he accepted his challenge, and Bill asked in surprise when they managed to snatch his sword. And Lady Solea thought that she did not know why her hand was shaking so much, whether because she had struck or because of instinctive fear. The Marquise's son, smiling, said that he could not believe that Gray, who was not even a member of the knightly order, dared to challenge him to a duel, and he muttered through his teeth that he would kill him, to which Gray, smiling, replied that as far as he was concerned, it was all funny. Someone started discussing the opponent's stance, while another claimed that it was clear how this duel would end. Solea was distracted by them and lost sight of her brother. She turned her head to find him. Hearing the loud clang of weapons, she looked in that direction. The duel had already ended by that moment. Gray walked away from the Marquise's son, who was bawling his eyes out, shouting about his ear and calling his rival a bastard. Then the Duke's son turned around and hissed at him not to make a noise, for it was nothing compared to his insults. With his free hand still clutching his wounded ear, "Mister," Isaac muttered, "bastard." He had always looked down on these two adopted sons of the Duke, so he could not stop there. He needed a rematch, especially since he always considered himself the more experienced swordsman, so he swung his weapon. But Gray turned out to be not such an easy opponent as he expected. He couldn't even reach him with his sword. Moreover, while Isaac was swinging for the next blow, the enemy was already ready to attack him. He could only dodge. And although the aristocracy did not consider him their equal, Gray trained a lot, and in many ways surpassed them in his skill. Solea could barely make out her brother on the field. He was so fast that she could no longer understand what exactly was happening. She had just managed to see that Isaac was wounded when her brother's unexpected attack knocked the sword out of his hands. The next second, I saw a naked weapon on the shoulder of the bully aristocrat and the warlike stance of my brother. Everything happened so quickly that conversations died down, and in complete silence, the sword of the Marquis's son entered the ground with its blade. During this lull, you could hear a fly fly by, so Gray's question about the last words was heard by everyone. With his face twisted in anger, Isaac replied that he shouldn't hope that he had won. He was just a worthless rat. Gray was about to put his weapon away, but the new insult simply didn't give him a chance to stop. The next moment, the enemy was defeated, and no longer heard a word about what a shame, that he was a worthless swordsman. Our heroine looked at her brother. She wanted to express both her admiration and her annoyance, because it couldn't be without a fight. He wiped the drops of blood from his face, raised his head proudly, and loudly said that his name was Gray von Virgo. At that moment, Solea thought that he had done a great job, even though he hadn't managed to avoid a skirmish. From the direction of the mansion, piercing female screams were heard. It was the already familiar to us Lady Reyna running. Rushing to her brother, she began to call the servants to help her, or rather him, because he turned out to be still alive. She turned to Lady Sarah with reproach. Why didn't she call for help, after all? It happened at her party. The young hostess frowned and replied that it was her party, so why should she help someone who was trying to disgrace her brother? Then she approached Bill and suggested that they return to the house, explaining that they had nothing more to do there. The guests also joined them, discussing Isaac's actions on the go, many agreeing that he had crossed all boundaries. One of the ladies approached the young master and asked if what Isaac had said was true, and that was probably why he was so loud. To which he jokingly replied that he could hear perfectly well with his right ear, and asked for forgiveness if his ringing voice had disturbed her. Solea couldn't stand these questions, and asked who else was attacking people with hearing impairments, and who looked down on Bill Nathaniel. Holding her head up proudly, she added that she would not allow people to be put down just because they were a little different from others. Bill approached Gray and asked him if he knew about this before, and Gray replied that he knew, but did not attach any importance to it. And in order not to continue this conversation, I changed the topic to my sister, who cannot stand the sight of blood, and a second duel would be too much. Smiling, the heir of the house, Nathaniel, said that in that case, why don't they meet for a cup of tea? But this was not the most interesting offer, so Gray replied that he would refuse because he had too much to do. Sometime later, the princess was drinking tea in the living room when a visitor came to her and reported that Isaac had died. Lady Rachel clarified that this was the same third son of the Marquis of Schloden who lost the duel with Mr. Gray. She added, a little distantly, that it was interesting, then asked if Duke Virgo had intervened to sort things out. The answer was that my lord said that if the Marquis proved that his son was dead, he would stop trading with him and commit his property to fire. The princess praised the choice of Marquis Schloden, explaining that he still had other sons. Then she went deep into her thoughts. She remembered her father, who sometimes reminded her of the Virgo family. He warned her that she should not become enemies with them, because it would not bode well. And when she asked for more details, her father once told her that Virgo were like ghosts, and it was better to kill them than to be enemies. Lady Rachel asked again about killing, and he advised her to be friends with them, although this is not easy. Her father was a wise man. He told her that the Virgo family does not open up to others after the first meeting. Returning to the present day, she asked if her assistant had found out anything about Lady Soli, as she had asked her to. The princess wanted the answer to satisfy her, but the woman only said that the lady's body could be considered already dead. She explained that she had no mana at all, and she did not have enough information about the lady herself. She continued, but according to the ancient magic books, then the princess interrupted and asked if she could be friends with her. She repeated that the purpose of the investigation was to establish whether Lady Solea was dangerous or not, and asked that this be told to her first. The assistant took a deep breath, and Lady Racha, unable to bear it, asked for an answer, because if Solea was a threat, then she would get rid of her, even if it means ending House Virgo. If the risks aren't that high, she wants to keep the heiress close to her. Explaining that she had never been so enchanted by anyone, and demanding an answer, the visitor then said that they could be friends. The princess felt relieved, and the woman informed her that since she lacked mana, Solea would not live more than a year, and that there is only one documented case of a person without mana. It is described in a forbidden book. That man was the last prince of Pelennor, who lived 200 years ago. He died, and when he was resurrected, he lost all his memories and mana. When asked leading questions, the woman replied that after the resurrection, he lived exactly 1 year and felt great until his death. With some uncertainty in her voice, the assistant added that, according to the information she had found, the same thing would happen to Lady Solea. The princess called Mary by name and added that she had already spoken about wanting to be friends with the duke's heiress. In a firm voice, Lady Racha said that she would save the girl, and she would help her in this, even if she had to put her life on the line. This was a very serious statement, so the woman asked why the princess was so worried about her. After thinking for a few seconds, Lady Racha said that Lady Virgo was evil by nature, but honest at the same time. Explaining that honest people like her are extremely rare, Mary said it was impossible for someone to have both malice and freedom from lies. Our heroine was sitting in her room and sneezing loudly. After another sneeze, she thought that she had goosebumps. She had this feeling that some psychopath was following her, and her suspicion meter had never failed her before. She wondered if it had anything to do with Haman not being such a cold person anymore and being so friendly these days. She thought about how, as if one diary wasn't enough for her, she could now write whole words in it. But it infuriated her. She was curious why Manna wasn't working on her, so she wrote the word in her diary, and he added something about the monastic robe. Angry the next day, she wrote a swear word. On the pages, she found that it was bad and that only good things should be said. She was already beginning to think that she had some kind of neurobot in her hands, and she tried to persuade him, although she understood that something was wrong with him. On the third day, the girl wrote the same swear word again. The diary corrected it and added something about the types of woolen fiber, about how it can be thin, rough, with or without lint, and then he suggested starting his own business. So Leah just wanted the brothers to stand proudly in front of other aristocrats, so starting wool production was also an option. I thought that the duchy owned a huge tract of land, and only a couple of shepherds would be needed to look after a dozen sheep. While looking at the map, it occurred to her to listen to the diary, because that way they could expand the influence of the Virgo house. So Leah came to her father to propose a new business, but his personal secretary Ratuel did not take the news kindly. Deciding to talk to the Duke anyway, she outlined her idea, explaining that it would not interfere with the main direction. She talked about how they have huge territories, and it is wasteful to use them only for military training. Milord Diego enthusiastically accepted her proposal, especially since there were small lands in the east from which they could begin. Ratuel's eyes flashed, and he said skeptically that the House of Gertumen was already running a large wool business. He said that his neighbors had more fertile land and good goods, so was it worth competing with them? Also, if nothing works out, who will cover the costs? But they are already receiving income from training warriors. So Leia did not give up. She replied that in her opinion, anything was better than making money by risking the lives of her knights. But the secretary was well prepared for such conversations, so he pointed out to her that the business had to be profitable. Then she thought that perhaps he was right, because it would not be easy to compete with a business that had been on the market for a long time. The Duke wanted to support his daughter's first idea, so he spoke to the secretary about the possibility of trying it. He replied that one idea was not enough, and if she became the heir, then that was not enough. She needed to have a clear business plan. While the secretary was speaking, a new plan came to her mind. Grabbing his hand, she asked which company had the best watches. He replied that Lacheta produces reliable ones, but people who don't often look at the time buy Amadello products. When she asked why, Ratuel replied that their watches were aesthetically pleasing, and when everything worked well, people tend to buy expensive things. She concluded that such watches sell better, and the secretary said that the price of the item symbolizes the status of its owner. This is exactly the answer our heroine was leading him to, so she asked if this approach couldn't be applied to wool. Her interlocutor was not so easy to convince. He saw no need to make the wool more luxurious. However, our heroine said that changes do not come from necessity alone. People's desires need to be stimulated. She said that if you do things differently than everyone else, then those who want to stand out will find it attractive. After all, people who behave like proud peacocks always want newer, more fashionable things and do not spare money to buy them. She concluded that it is the people who wear expensive, unique things who are their future clients. Smiling, our heroine said that they have a good chance of success, because it really is just business. The secretary had no great illusions on this score, but he was a smart fellow, so he decided to support. He said that if they were lucky, they would succeed, and Saleha was absolutely sure that they would succeed. The Duke asked why she decided to go into business, since she personally did not have to take such risks. She immediately thought that she wanted to fix the situation with her brothers and the aristocrats before she left for her own world. She figured that if she told him that she wanted a successful business in order to shut everyone up, he would have a fit. She couldn't just say outright that she wanted to fix the Virgo family's reputation, so she replied that she wanted to make a little extra money. The secretary wrote down all her instructions and asked if she wanted anything else, and she asked to find a trade association. She explained that in order to distribute the dyed wool throughout the empire, they would need a front man. It will be necessary in order to become the face that will represent their business, and thus they will be more trusted. She had another idea and asked her secretary to order a dress from Madame Marielle tomorrow. But don't bring it home, but ask to display it in the salon, where more people could see it. If her assumptions are correct, then someone will contact them soon, and Madame is good at running business, so they don't need more. However, our heroine did not forget about her sports activities. She still devoted part of her day to it. After another training session, she asked Don if he was okay, and he replied that he had injured his shoulder while helping her. He showed that it hurt when he straightened his shoulders. She guessed that it was because he was always slouching. Looking around, she said that it would be nice if they had massage balls or foam rollers. Don and Gray asked in surprise what she was talking about, but she had already seen what could temporarily replace the roller. She almost forced him to lie on his back on the log, demanding that he distribute the weight of his body correctly. Don, meekly following her instructions, asked almost in a whisper what he was doing now. There was a loud crunching sound in his body, and Gray said with concern that sounded like something had broken. However, the former slave was pleased, so he said so, which greatly surprised the young master. But Saleha thought that she knew that the locals would like it too, and even figured out whether she could sell it. But to do this, the log had to be made lighter, so they all went to Haman to ask him to lighten the log. They briefly explained the situation to him, but he could not help them because he no longer had the strength to do so. Gray wanted to convince his brother to do it anyway, so he told him that he tried it himself, and it really is good for the muscles. He was so inspired that he even offered Haman a try, but Haman asked him to stop doing such naughty things to prevent the beginning of a quarrel between the brothers. Saleha began to talk about what would happen if the mana ran out, but she stopped short. The thought that her brother didn't have enough mana worried her. Something was wrong here. It was a very alarming sign, and she became worried. Meanwhile, Haman said that such a process requires a lot of mana, and that maybe it would work if they had a lot of it, but since they don't, it's ineffective. Gray cut him off, telling him that he didn't need to be so rude. Because of him, Saleha was now upset. When our heroine went out into the corridor with her brother, he told her that he had left the log in the room on purpose. It would be difficult for Haman to remove it. I asked my sister not to be angry, because my brother is always like this after magic lessons. He should not be disturbed at all. Then, noticing her surprise, he asked if she had forgotten that their brother was always tired after training with that magician. However, the young lady remembered everything perfectly. That trip to the dungeon was hard to forget. And although Eidolon prevented her from appearing there, she still made her way to her brother to help him. Even Haman's magical maneuver to erase her memory of what happened there failed. She even remembered his words, which was the reason he tried to erase her memory. She wanted to be alone to think about how Haman was essentially a puppet of the Eidolon, who fed him with his mana. Saleha knew she had to find a way to save her brother. Otherwise, there would be no point in making money. But nothing came to her mind. She didn't know how to deal with Eidolon, because she herself had no mana at all. She also didn't know what would happen if the magician was gone, whether Haman would be able to survive without him. She thought that if she didn't succeed and her brother died, then all the kindness he showed her would disappear like soap bubbles. After all, people who have nothing left easily fall apart, and even what you consider love easily collapses. Remembering her mother, she thought that love and people disappear in an instant, and she didn't want to lose Haman. Although what right did she have, since she wasn't even a real Saleha? But she really wanted to give as much as she received. She was so upset that she decided to go back home, to a place where she would have no one to love. So far, the only way to return was to write her wish in the diary, and she took it. With shaking hands, she could barely hold the pen, and memories of the last few days began to appear before her mind's eye. Here is her father, who asks her to have tea with him and asks her not to worry about money because her family is rich. Haman, who was ready to make some sacrifices and showed her his legs. But Gray, he invites her to have fun. Then again Haman, who looks at her and asks her not to make such a face. And again Gray, he takes her hand so that she doesn't worry. The whirlwind of impressions washed over her with such force that she no longer tried to escape from it. It was so wonderful when her brothers were there, supporting her so that she wouldn't accidentally get surprised and fall. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was horrified when they started dripping onto the diary. This could not be allowed. Wiping her face, she pulled herself together and thought again about what she could write to her so she could come back. She begged the diary to let her go and decided to write the word return. Maybe then she would succeed. I thought that if I just wrote that word, it didn't matter if anything came after it, maybe she would come back. Our heroine did it. Now it's all over, and she will no longer see the disappointed faces of this family. She was crying bitterly when her brother Haman came in and joyfully informed her that he had finally lightened the log. But seeing the mood his sister was in, he dropped the future inventory and ran up to her, asking what had happened. Hugging her, he told her there was no need to cry because she had done nothing wrong, and then asked for forgiveness. Then she asked him why he gave up in that case, since he had done nothing wrong. I asked myself questions. Maybe he was afraid of being abandoned, and why he needed to be so kind. She asked out loud why it was necessary to use magic on the log if she didn't even have that much mana. He replied that he had done one thing for her because her muscles were sore, and then suggested that they go for a walk tomorrow. Soleil couldn't answer this offer truthfully because she assumed that she would simply not be there the next day. She was still crying when she heard the voices. They wondered, this girl is so grown up and still crying on her brother's shoulder. She became very angry and thought, who said this? Can't they see that she is grieving, and what a bastard is laughing at her? The voices continued to buzz all sorts of nasty things, and Soleil thought that there was no one in the room, and she wondered if Haman could hear it. She didn't answer, so her brother said that if she didn't want to go with just him, they could call Gray. And a nasal voice added that it was a great idea. We needed to add some fire. Then she couldn't take it anymore and shouted that that was enough. Haman took it personally and said that they would go together, but his sister thought that they had to somehow throw him out of the room. He suggested going at noon, and when she agreed, he asked her again not to cry. Words poured into her head about how it was probably he who had driven her to this state, and therefore it was worth teaching him a lesson, or rather, punishing him when he left. The voices continued to talk about showing him what he feared most, showing him the future in the underground laboratory. Another voice suggested making him think his family had abandoned him and would show him as soon as he left the room. These demonic voices in her head scared our heroine, and she didn't even notice that Haman was trying to persuade her to rest. The brother was about to leave when a book lying on the floor caught his attention, and he picked it up. Opening it, he said that he had always wondered why she had suddenly gotten so angry. This must be the reason. Soleil heard the voices again, saying that when the pink-haired man lost his mana, he would realize that this was not an erotic novel. They decided that they would suck her dry as soon as he left the room, but our heroine answered them decisively that she would not. They heard her, but after some discussion, they decided not to listen to her, but to act in their own way, even though she was scary. Haman again took her words personally and said that the book talks about tying people up, and he doesn't think that's right. Then she asked him to read it, but he refused, muttering that whatever amuses a child, as long as it doesn't cry. And he went to the door, and the voices joyfully squealed that he was finally leaving, and Soleil had no choice but to stop him. He asked sympathetically what could be wrong with her, to which she replied that she was fine, and then asked if he could hear her. Haman waved it off, because she reads all sorts of things. That's why she imagines things, and the voices began to speak angrily that the girl wasn't making them up. They were angry with him and really wanted to teach him a lesson, so our heroine had to call them to order. But the voices were not going to give up so easily. Although they listened to her, Haman meanwhile asked if he could leave already. However, Soleil was worried about him because of these voices, so she couldn't let him go. He didn't understand what she wanted from him. She heard them anticipating how they would now cleanse this dirty mana from the Eidolon's mana, and then he would die. When her brother told Soleil that she was acting strange today, she tried to explain to him that she really did hear something. She understood that her brother did not believe her, took his hand, then said that if anyone touched him, they would find him and kill him. She looked so menacing at that moment that he said in a conciliatory tone that she did not have to go so far. She said that her brother gave her so many good memories that she didn't care whether his mana was dirty or not. Then he asked what was happening. She remembered everything, and in her head they chattered that she was pure and could take as much mana as she wanted. She can also spit it out if she doesn't like it, because it doesn't have a definite end. If she hated the pink-haired guy, it wouldn't work. She just needed him to like her. After the phrase that it would be better if she hated him, our heroine told them that they were still terribly stupid. Haman asked again if she remembered that Eidolon was still experimenting on him. Solea replied that she didn't care. She liked him the way he was, but she wished he would be kind to himself. Having said this, she thought that this is why she needs to erase the word before the morning. She changed her mind and cannot leave her family like this. The brother began to explain to her how it all started with Eidolon, but she said that it was too late. Then he said that he could not leave her like this. She was going to send him to her place, but the voices reminded her that this would not work, and she invited her brother to spend the night with her. When Haman began to tell his story with the Eidolon, our heroine realized that he was eager to speak out. He said that his parents only knew that the magician had saved his life, and she only noticed that she no longer heard those voices. He said that he regularly received mana from the Eidolon, and the sister asked what he wanted in return. The answer was that sometimes he carries out orders. The magician wants him to find out other, real names of people. Solea asked for clarification, and he replied that they were mostly slaves or criminals, but there were people who hid their identities. She thought that she had a similar situation, and also Don, who was a slave in the past, and he could also have a different name. She asked what the mage did with them when he found out what he wanted, and Haman replied that they were killed. She began to shake, and her brother explained that it was more accurate to say that the magician made them disappear, as if they had never existed. He also said that not only do their physical bodies disappear, but no one can remember them, not even he, although he spoke with them. He said that maybe the mana he was getting was actually from them, and if that was the case, then he deserved to die. His sister covered his mouth with her hand. Then I put it away and asked what else he was doing. He replied that he was asking to read sheets of paper with strange words on them, but he couldn't do it. He explained that it was simply impossible because the letters there seemed to be from another world, and it reminded her of the diary. She asked him not to worry, but he continued talking, saying that he also had two names. The first was a number. He was given it in the lab when he was little, so one day he too could be made to disappear and no one would remember him. Our heroine knew this look, full of fear and defeat. Well, she had seen it in the mirror when she was a child, so she said that she wouldn't allow that to happen, to which he chuckled that he didn't expect his little sister to console him. They exchanged a few more meaningless phrases, after which Haman calmed down and seemed to begin to fall asleep. Our heroine, however, was in no mood for sleep. She needed to erase the word return before it was too late. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't touch the paper again, and she couldn't go back yet. The locket around her neck suddenly jingled, and she heard Haman begin to stir in his sleep and call her name. She mentally asked him not to wake up. She simply didn't have time to come up with excuses now. She sat motionless for a few moments. Her brother's breathing began to even out, but she was afraid to make any unnecessary noise. However, time was running out. She needed to get back to her work, and after waiting for him to fall asleep again, she continued. Exhaling, she thought that she had managed to get scared, after all. She couldn't imagine what she would say to him in her defense. Returning my thoughts to the diary, I thought that I should try to erase what I wrote yesterday before he woke up. The word return was still written on the page. She tried to write at least a few more letters. She needed to fix this, but all her attempts were in vain. The pen, just like in the first days, did not even touch the paper. She winced in frustration, thinking that Haman had told her his secret, and now she knew how worried he was. He shared with such bitterness in his voice that he had met those people, talked to them, and they were so real. She was so close to his feelings. She understood perfectly why he was so upset about his actions. How could she leave him now? He would think that she had abandoned him. But that was not the case at all. She strained her whole body so hard to insert even a single letter that the medallion continued to jingle treacherously. Looking out the window, Solea realized that it was almost morning, which meant she had very little time left to finish what she had started. She had no choice but to take off the jewelry for a while. Inside the locket was a coupon for her winnings of 1,700,000,000 won, her dream of becoming rich. Our heroine couldn't allow such a trifle to wake up Haman, because it would be difficult for her to explain what she was doing. And if the diary finishes the sentence, then she will return to her world and there will be no way back. She begged the diary to let her put at least a line. She understood that it was time for it to be updated. Then she thought that perhaps she should take the medallion again, because if she returned without it, a sad fate awaited her. Without money, she will be alone again, but she is already used to this. But she will again have to bend over backwards for society. The pen stubbornly refused to obey her. Sweat appeared on her forehead from the strain, and then she heard a rooster crow. Morning came, and she had no idea what could happen in the next few seconds. Solea looked at the word with horror, and for the first time that evening, she was so afraid that her wish might come true. I wrote a diary about my older brother's return from the war, and they say he's scary. I wonder if he'll want to have a sleepover too. She thought that this was already like madness. What more sleepovers? Haman literally just sleeps. At that moment, the page began to move, and words began to be added to the entry about him being as good as Haman. It turns out that she hopes that Brother Tian is as good as Haman, and she has a family that she wants to protect. Our heroine looked at this entry and quietly laughed. She didn't know her older brother, but otherwise the diary was right. The next day, as agreed yesterday, she met Haman to go for a walk. And quite naturally, Gray showed up, somewhat taken aback that they had gathered without him. He began to ask why they were abandoning him, since he was free today. Then Solea asked him not to be capricious. Haman, without a second thought, frankly stated that he would have taken him with him, but his sister was planning to spend time only with him today. This way of putting the question enraged Gray. He started yelling at the whole yard, asking why they were treating him so unfairly. She would have invited him for a walk, but the events of the previous evening did not allow her to change her mind. She first needed to figure out what was happening herself, since this agreement was somewhat spontaneous. The gentle rocking of the carriage might well have lulled her to sleep, but her thoughts would not give her peace. There were so many questions from yesterday that she had a lot to think about, and she started with the voices. They were persistent and quite vicious, but they also suddenly appeared on their own and just as suddenly disappeared. There was also this magician. He always seemed suspicious to her and did not inspire the slightest trust in her. But what does Eidolon really want? Why does he demand that his brother find out the real names of people for him? She wondered what the mage was doing with the mana he was stealing from these two names, and why it was necessary to kill these people. And not just kill, but use disappearance. Or rather, complete oblivion. But where did they disappear to then? And there was another mystery. Why Eidolon periodically asked her brother to read what he believed was from another world. Our heroine thought it was time to ask questions, so she asked her brother how it happened that he had no mana. When he replied that he himself didn't know, she figured that it was unlikely that he was from another world either, but perhaps it was because of a failed experiment. Meanwhile, Haman said that everyone has mana, and if he doesn't get it from the magician, he will die as if it were a mistake. Solea did not agree with this way of putting the question. She knew for sure that nature rarely makes mistakes. So she asked him not to think of himself in that way. He thanked her, and at that moment, their carriage stopped. Haman reported that they had arrived at the lake and that it was a good place to come when there was much to think about. A corner that encourages you to unwind without distractions, and it is also a good place for a picnic. The view that met her gaze was simple and magnificent at the same time, and the peace of nature seemed to envelop her. She spent almost her entire life in the city, and due to workload and lack of money, she was deprived of the opportunity to rest. Haman invited her to sit next to him, but she couldn't take her eyes off the landscape that was right in front of her. He said something about snacks from the chef, but she saw only a shadow under a spreading tree and ripples on the lake. For our heroine, these were completely new sensations. She had never felt so calm. A walk along the lake surface in a small boat made her think that she had never been to a normal picnic before. All this together delighted her, and she was pleased that she could allow herself to laugh out loud. In the evening, having reached her bed, our heroine realized that she had spent a wonderful day, full of pleasant memories. But she felt sluggish. She thought it was probably because she had walked a lot and decided she might as well skip dinner. It occurred to her that it would be better to go to bed, and just at that moment, a shadow appeared in the room and brought her some soup. Our heroine ate with pleasure, but either fatigue or some other factor, she did not recognize her maid. Her eyes closed, but curiosity got the better of her, and she asked in a sleepy voice, "Who are you?" There was no answer. Then she fell asleep, and when she woke up, she wondered where so much light was coming from. Turning her head, she saw the reason. There was a soft light around Soli, and a mysterious atmosphere reigned in the room. The real Lady Virgo stood right in front of her, smiling. her robes and hair fluttering as if she was standing in the wind. The lady greeted her, and the girl thought that it was not a figment of her imagination. It was really her. Kind, innocent eyes, a gentle voice. There was no doubt that this was a beautiful, noble lady in front of her. So graceful that our heroine was willing to bet that she had never been hungry enough to look at scraps. Suddenly, she was overcome by an incomprehensible sense of injustice and a growing wave of self-doubt. So she made her request. She asked that Saleya return to her place. She said she couldn't do it. She thought she could. But it looks like she won't succeed, so is it worth starting? She said that she had always only done part-time work, or worked in a factory, and even then, only as a general laborer. She told me that she always had problems at work, and smiling, she explained that even with the photocopier, the real Lady Virgo listened silently to all these speeches. She did not interrupt, and there was no need to do so. But our heroine continued to speak, asking how she could raise the status of such a huge territory and save her brothers. Because to be honest, she doesn't think she'll succeed, and maybe the reason is that she's not even ordinary, that she was only pretending to be strong, and at that moment she really thought it was true. She lowered her head sadly. It was so painful for her to admit this to the real Saleya, but she wanted her to hear her. Tears appeared in her eyes, and in a trembling voice, she asked the young lady to let her go. Imagine her surprise when the silent guest shook her head, denying this approach. The girl wanted to convince Lady Saleya to return, so she went to the table to show her work. She showed her notebooks, in which she wrote down all the things that could be useful for successful work. Then she said again that she couldn't do it. There were so many things that couldn't be done, even if you wanted to. That she has always been a loser, and who would love someone like her. In this world, it's not even her body. I asked Saleya to look at all this, how she was a parasite without parents, but still did such a job. She, who had been one big problem all her life, tried to make sure that Saleya could take advantage of it upon her return. She repeated that she had never been successful, and, strangely enough, everything was always going very badly for her. And what can we say about the photocopier, if she couldn't even finish high school, but she did all this? Handing Lady Saleya her notebooks with notes, she said that she had prepared all this for her, and therefore asked to let her go. She could no longer contain her emotions, so she burst into tears and said through her tears that she was afraid of ruining everything again. But the guest did not respond to this request either. Instead, the light that had previously emanated from her faded, and Lady Virgo began to quietly crumble into small pieces. At first, it happened as if in slow motion. Then faster and faster, the girl had the impression that tiny particles of the room were being carried away by the wind. Everything disappeared in this invisible stream, leaving behind only a shadow of its former presence. Our heroine held her breath, watching this mysterious disappearance. It seemed to her that she, too, was disappearing. But it was a deceptive feeling. The girl was even able to take a deep breath to shout out Saleya's name. The young lady finally dissolved. Then the wall disappeared, and the girl saw the last bricks disappear. She called Saleya again, but this attempt was also in vain. Our heroine was left completely alone, and no one knew where. For the first few seconds, she tried to understand where she had ended up. These deserted streets were completely unfamiliar to her. But hearing the word pest, she turned her head and saw that there were people after all. But she was most interested in the boy. She barely heard the unpleasant comments of passers-by. But she didn't have to. She knew who this child was. When the man came out and poured a bucket of water on the boy, the girl had no doubt that it was Gray. Her brother was skinny. He clearly hadn't eaten enough. But his voice was already loud. He shouted that he hadn't stolen anything. The man kicked him in the chest, said in a nasal voice that there was no one else, and called him a rat. Standing up for him, the girl asked why no one believed him. Because he was telling the truth. He hadn't stolen anything. Then she repeated the phrase about not taking anything in the first person, and she herself was surprised why she said that. Meanwhile, the street was deserted again, and her future brother wandered off somewhere, not noticing anything around him. He was almost turning the corner when she called his name, but her voice sounded so lifeless that he did not turn around. But the loud aye on the other side, on the contrary, could be heard from any corner of this street. Turning around, she saw a grown man grab a boy by the hair and drag him along the pavement. Her heart sank when he said that he didn't want to go there, that he wouldn't go back there and beg to be let go. The man barked, almost spat the number out of himself, but 61 sounded like it was a death sentence. The boy became quiet. He seemed to shrink into a small ball and decrease in size. Our heroine saw how the man took the desperate boy under his arm and dragged him as if he were a sack of potatoes. She shouted Haman's name because she knew it was him, but no one turned around when she shouted. Then she ran, continuing to call passers-by for help, but none of them responded in any way. Without stopping, she continued moving forward along the street, tirelessly asking for at least someone to help save him. Her cries and pleas went unheard. All the people she saw simply passed by, not noticing her. To catch her breath and figure out what was happening, the girl stopped right in the middle of the street, then sat down. She squatted and looked around. She saw how passers-by continued on their way, as if she was not there. Her heart was torn apart by resentment and bitterness. With all her desire, she could not help either one brother or the other. Our heroine was ready to burst into tears from the realization of her powerlessness, but someone's voice confidently said that she could do it. Having risen, she thought that she had to believe in her own strength and, no matter what, continue her attempts. Suddenly, the street disappeared, as if it had been washed away by a huge invisible wave, and she found herself somewhere else. She had never been to this area before. Everything around her was completely unfamiliar. Suddenly, the same unfamiliar voice said that only she herself determines who she is, and asked her not to forget. Opening one eye, she thought she must have fainted again, and then she saw a strange man. The girl was curious about where she was, and who this stranger was, and at that moment he came closer and extended his hand. The man caught her to keep her from falling, and she looked at him as if enchanted, trying not to lose consciousness. Some kind of amazing glow emanated from him, which enveloped her with extraordinary warmth. As he extended his hand over her head, she instinctively closed her eyes and heard his voice, which seemed familiar. He said that there was a strong spell hanging over her, and then asked her not to forget him. They would meet again. She opened her eyes again and saw her maid, who reported that her mistress had slept for 2 days. Having learned that the lady was all right, Anne said that she would now bring some soup and asked her to stay in bed for now. The maid also managed to tell that the mistress had cried in her sleep, so Solea wondered what had happened to her. Then the memories came flooding back. She remembered the voice that told her it believed in her, but she couldn't remember whose it was. While our heroine was waiting for the maid, she thought that she woke up all in sweat, but at the same time she felt rested. In one of the far corridors of Duke Virgo's mansion, Eidolon stood. He had just listened to the maid's report. She informed him that the young lady had woken up. This was bad news for him. This was not the result he had expected. He hit the servant hard, and then angrily began to say that there could not have been a mistake in his calculations, which meant that she was to blame. In a trembling voice, she replied that she had fed the lady the soup he had prepared and given her, that she fed food that contained Lord Haman's manna and made sure it was absorbed into Lady Soli's body. She continued fearfully, saying that the lady had woken up after all, and that it seemed she had managed to break the spell. Laughing heartily, the magician asked that she had managed not only to preserve her sanity, but also to get rid of the curse. The idol struck Marcella again, then said that it must be her fault, and that this body was an extremely important element for his plans, and that it would be unlikely to find the same one again, so she began to beg him to give her another chance. He told the head maid that this was her last chance, but if he failed, he would turn her unconscious husband and children into ashes. Marcella trudged back to her wing, trying to figure out how she could accomplish this. At some point, it dawned on her how she could do this job and save her family from a sad fate. She knew that the young lady had recently been spending a lot of time in her room working on documents. Marcella also saw what a huge pile of books stood right behind the carefree girl. This was a chance. The main thing was to be very careful so that none of the servants could recognize her. But that was no longer a problem either. The woman was very determined, because the lives of her loved ones were at stake. Everything else was of secondary importance. Life in the city went on as usual. People scurried along the streets, hurrying about their business, and their children enjoyed the fine day. Our heroine didn't just go for a walk. She had important business. She wanted to see what fabrics were being sold now. Anne could barely keep up with her mistress, so she asked her to wait. to which Soleil hissed and asked not to give her away. To enter the wool business, the girl needed to learn what the industry was like and figure it all out. Approaching one of the counters, she asked where the fabric was from, and the saleswoman replied that it was from the Gertumans. She explained that the Uranus Association works with them. Then Soleil, pretending to be stupid, asked if it wouldn't have been cheaper to buy from the duchy, to which the saleswoman barked that the girl was not quite right in the head and that nobles would not engage in such nonsense, adding that the Virgo house is said to no longer be prominent after picking up these rats. She also said that it would be more profitable to buy directly because all the intermediaries jack up their prices. Soleil made certain conclusions. It was clear to her that if the duchy had its own wool, then they would definitely not be left at a loss. I also realized that the trade association has a mediocre reputation, and the price of the goods will be inflated because the wool is imported. The maid praised her mistress to the fullest extent for the fact that she had shown such resourcefulness when talking to the saleswoman. And when Soli asked where else she could look at the goods, she suggested going to the Smart Trading Guild. She runs a department store. The department store manager, figuring that the two maids had come on an errand, directed them to the second floor, where there were many new items. Our heroine was silently glad that she had chosen a successful disguise, and no one had any doubts that she was a servant. Having gone up to the second floor, the young lady and her maid began to examine the goods, and another employee came out to them. She greeted the miss and suggested that if the lady was uncomfortable, she could take her into the inner room. Soleil, continuing to play her role, replied that the employee had made a mistake and that she had only come on behalf of her masters. Bowing, she replied that she understood everything. She just wanted to help her look around the store comfortably. Realizing that she had been found out and that there was simply no point in pretending any further, she asked the employee to introduce herself. Bowing again, the girl said that her name was Ian Clever, and she was the daughter of the owner of this store. Soleil was curious as to why this servant guessed that she was a noblewoman, so she asked about it. The owner's daughter replied that her status was given away by her shoes, because she wears loafers instead of heels, explaining that the maid's shoes are not made of such expensive leather, but these shoes are made specifically for the comfort of the young lady. Upset that her incognito had been revealed, our heroine said goodbye to Ian, citing other matters. However, as she was leaving, she heard her advice that if she wanted to hide her identity, she should tell the maid to walk alongside her. And although everything didn't turn out exactly as she wanted, she was still pleased to meet a girl who guessed her plan. Solia even thought that such a meeting was just luck, and that it was exactly these kinds of people that she would need to achieve her goal. Back at the mansion, she told her secretary that she had done some market research and found that merchants were unhappy with the associations. Slightly surprised that she had done it herself, Ratuel confirmed her findings, saying that it would be more profitable to work directly, to which she replied that she was going to change the situation, and he said that, unfortunately, it would not be easy. Soleil said that she knew, especially considering that the Virgo family had taken in 3 orphans, but she would take advantage of it. She asked to present wool produced by nobles who care about their people. She continued that dyed wool is a luxury item, so part of the profits will have to be donated. The secretary replied that this was ideal, but now people had no desire to wear fabric produced by the House of Virgo. His skepticism was nothing new. Soleil knew that she would have to prove her case to more than just him. She remembered well how he had been distrustful when he had first heard her proposal, but now was not the time to give in. Thinking that she shouldn't be so afraid, that it was time to believe in herself, she decided that she could do it now. She raised her head proudly and said that this was her highest goal, and she believed that big dreams would bring big results. To his good lady, she added that it was still necessary to find specialists who could embroider with wool, and she asked to select people from small businesses. Agreeing, he added that Madame Marielle's dresses were already ready. Soleil read out a letter from Madame, which stated that the dresses she had ordered had been a pleasure to sew. Mariel went on to write that she absolutely could not understand why Milady had decided to put her on display. However, all the young ladies who visited her boutique saw the clothes and wanted something similar for themselves. When Soleil read the question, asking if she had foreseen this, she thought that all women have a hard time wearing a tight dress all day. In the next sentence, Madame wrote that the princess also ordered a dress of a similar design for herself. Remembering Lady Rachel, our heroine thought that she was surprisingly kind to her and did not even hide it. I thought the dress was just a test, to see if the people here were receptive to something new. The secretary understood why the lady had asked to display the dresses, and Soleil asked him not to show the fabric samples to the associations. He then asked how they would close the deal if they didn't show the product, and she replied that they would promote it first. At some point, the idea came to her that since her brother was returning from the war, this could be used. If it worked in all the countries of her world, and apparently, in this world, everything is arranged on the same principle. Out loud, she said that they would present their goods, like a cloak, on the shoulders of a victor returning from war. Smiling mysteriously, Soleil paused for the required time and solemnly said that it would be a bright red cloak. This was the first time Ratuel had encountered such an approach, so he remained puzzled and silent, waiting for an explanation. Then she said that the newspaper should publish an article under the headline, "The hero returns with dazzling fur on his shoulders." When people start to get interested and desperately try to find this wool, then they will sell it. She added that they don't have much time, so they definitely need to use this method. The secretary continued to stand silently. She did not understand why he did not clarify anything, so I told him he needed to contact the local newspaper to arrange everything, and for some reason, he laughed. She asked what was funny, but he just said that his workday was over and left. Soleil still didn't understand what that was, but she switched her thoughts to the fact that they could do something else later. She thought that the duchy would become more powerful once more businesses were established in it, and rollers came to mind. After all, they could be useful to the aristocracy, who, like them now, sit around all day. When she heard the question and how they could be useful, she fell to the floor along with her chair. The voices scared her a lot. She said out loud that they had really returned again and who they were anyway. In response, I heard them all vying with each other to answer that they were waiting for their master, that they had visited so many places and were waiting for him with a large supply of mana. I thought with horror that this was the case where she ended up in the medieval world and was actually their mistress. Having overcome her initial fear, she asked what she was doing, what their mistress was doing, and the voice answered that she was actually a scoundrel. Another added that she was a terrible villain from a strange place and was trying to beat them up. Then she asked them if they knew where she was from. The voices replied that they only knew that she was from another world and that they missed their master terribly. Soleil asked who he was, and the answer was that he was sleeping, that the master was noble, and that he was handsome, and that they were waiting for him. The noise made her dizzy, and she asked them to answer her questions in turn if possible. She started by saying that as far as she understood, they were spirits who were waiting for their master, and asked why she could hear them. Then another question about why she couldn't see them, and she was told that only the owner could see their faces, and that usually no one could hear them. One said that maybe it's because she's a bottomless vessel and she has no mana, and what's even scarier is that there's no limit to how much she can absorb. Thinking about the word vessel, she asked if they meant that she was like a shaman who could be possessed by spirits. She herself was not happy with this comparison, because then they began a whole series of assumptions about the origin of this word, starting with the fact that it is a person who sings shalala, and ending with the fact that it may be the jackals that they love. Tired of this whistleblowing, she clapped her hands 3 times and said loudly, "Look at me!" There was silence in the room for a moment. Then their conversation resumed. They repeated her words. When they said it was fun, she said she would do it again if she needed their attention. Our heroine asked that since she is a bottomless vessel, she can suck out someone's mana and replace it with another. She wanted to use herself to help Haman in this way, but the spirits replied that the red-haired man had a contract with the Eidolon, so it was impossible. They even explained that if she tried to help like that, she would kill him, and they were also afraid of Eidolon. Realizing that these spirits could not break the contract with the magician, she informed them that they were free to do so. Soleil said that since they could help her save Haman, she didn't need them, but they whined in response that she would be bored. They shouted that she could use their mana if she got hurt, but she rejected their offer. One sadly said that she was the only one who could talk to them, so they agreed to give her all the natural mana. She had been planning to study, so when their voices died down, she was glad. She needed to focus on her work. But then something unexpected happened. They became visible to her, and moreover, they began to grab her hand and cry. They asked to use their mana, saying that they could protect her home, if only she would be their temporary mistress. She didn't have the conscience to remain indifferent to their pleas, but they needed to be occupied with something, so she found a solution. Showing them the roller made by Haman, she asked if they could make 100 of them, and the answer was that they could make at least 1,000. She thought that maybe the spirits could send her home, but one replied that they didn't even know what kind of diary it was. When I asked how they read her thoughts, I learned that they had been watching her for several days, and that she was like an open book. After thinking, Soleil said that they can't help Haman, but can they answer her? The real Lady Virgo is dead. The answer was affirmative, with the explanation that it entered her body when she breathed her last. Our heroine understood that the real Soleil was sick until the very end. Then she entered her body and began to deceive her family. It was hard for her to accept this truth, and she almost cried. But the spirit stopped her from doing so and added that she had now become Soleil. Then she quietly said that she was Yoon Ji-yoon, and even if she pretended to be Lady Virgo, she would never become her. Apparently, she found a family she wants to protect, but after she restores the duchy and saves Haman, she will return to her place. After some time, our heroine had an appointment with the princess, and she prepared for it very carefully. Lady Rachel sipped some tea and said that she really liked the casual clothes that Soleil had designed. She wanted to continue, but the girl ignored her and handed her a wooden roller, saying that it helps with muscle pain. The princess asked in surprise if this was a gift for her, because Lady Virgo was worried about her muscle pain. To which Soleil replied that she hoped the princess would tell about her development if it proved effective. To which the interlocutor sadly replied that she couldn't even believe that she was voluntarily allowing herself to be used. Our heroine offered to show how it works, but advised to let the servants go for a while. The princess jokingly asked if she really wanted to be alone with her, but the girl asked her not to say that. A minute later, screams echoed throughout the palace. Then they became quieter, and only Lady Racha heard the guest's request that she needed to be patient for a little while. The princess's knight was about to burst into the room to save the royal person, but she informed him that she was fine. He heard Lady Virgo's voice from behind the door, asking, "It feels so good? Do you feel your back getting lighter?" The maid also heard all these oohs and ahs, and knowing what kind of novels her mistress reads, she could think all sorts of things. After this, the wooden rollers sold like hotcakes among the aristocrats, so our heroine's idea worked. The women gathered in the hall and talked. Curious as to why they had been gathered here, one read that they were looking for people who could embroider like no one else, and experienced workers were preferred. A woman appeared on the second-floor balcony and thanked everyone gathered for coming. The worker replied that she didn't know why she was invited there, but she wasn't going to waste time chatting with strangers. The other one, having said that she also didn't have time, and that it was time for her to go to the child, began to move towards the exit. They blocked her way. It was gray. He sympathetically said that the door was heavy and could he open it for her. At that moment, a woman in a cloak approached him and, hitting him on the back of the head, said that she asked him not to scare adults. She also added that she had asked him to keep quiet, then switched to the worker to answer her question. It was our heroine, and they asked her why everyone had gathered here, but instead of answering, she just snapped her fingers. At that very second, bright ribbons of multicolored wool were sent down from above in a scattering. The effect was achieved. The assembled women looked at this luxury with genuine amazement. Many wanted to touch this magnificence, and exclamations were heard that this wool was simply luxurious. Our heroine walked under these ribbons and came out to the women, and then, throwing the hood off her face, introduced herself. She said that it was nice to meet them, and that she had gathered them in order to invite them to work as embroiderers. This came as a shock to many, with one even asking directly why the Duke's daughter would hire people like them. But the performance was not yet over. At that moment, Madame Marielle came out and announced that she was Lady Virgo's partner. This made an even greater impression, because the women knew that Madame was the owner of the most extravagant boutique in the empire. To reassure the future workers, Lady Soleil said that from now on, they would be a living brand, and that they are going to produce high-quality wool, which will be embroidered by craftswomen with many years of experience. To conclude her speech, She said that their business cards would be included with the finished product. The secretary, as he was going down, heard a woman ask why they were giving such an opportunity to such insignificant people. Therefore, he replied that one must respect people for their abilities, regardless of their past. Such is the motto of the Virgo house. Solea confirmed his words. Then the women unanimously answered that they would do everything possible, even if they had to sell their souls to the devil. Raphael said that despite all her kind words, the lady looked like an evil boss, to which Gray replied that he was afraid of her too. When our heroine and her brother returned home, they were given a scolding by the Duke, who asked why they were so late and why they were dirty. They agreed that they would not inform anyone for now until her business became successful. So, muttering something unintelligible, Gray pointed at his sister and said that she wanted to ride a bike. There was no way out, so she also started talking about a bike ride. But there were no extra wheels. Gray added that it looked cool, and then a chuckle was heard, and they turned their heads in that direction. Their brother was standing there, who slyly said that he didn't know where they ran away from him, but it seemed they stole someone's bicycle. Trying to contain herself, Solea let out an angry tirade about how dare he interrupt his father when he was speaking. The Duke tried to discipline his daughter, but she got even more carried away, which greatly amused Gray. While Solea was arguing with Haman, the Duke thought that his daughter had become brighter lately and was getting along well with her brothers. But most of all, he liked the fact that she began to treat him much more tenderly and less formally. When, in the heat of a fight between brother and sister, Solea punched her precious father in the jaw, he thought that she was now brave too. But no matter how hard Haman tried to tease his sister, that time he never managed to find out where he and Gray had disappeared to. Their squabble was so loud that it attracted unwanted attention, although the bugs would have come anyway. Anne ran in to tell the good news. 1,000 wooden rollers had been sold. The spirits were sincerely happy about such success, and our heroine, looking at the papers, said that she was just counting the proceeds. The maid thought that she was not sure what had the biggest impact on such demand. Perhaps the usefulness of the product. Solea thought that perhaps it was the princess's influence, or perhaps the charm of a certain merchant, but she had definitely made the right choice. A couple of weeks ago, the lady took the spirits, and they went to lighten the wooden rollers, and she thought how they would sell them. She needed to hide where Virgo's house got so much mana from, otherwise Eidolon might start sniffing around. And then another brilliant idea came to her mind. She decided to marry Don off to a foreign magician. He naturally resisted, but she convinced him that he would succeed, and he wouldn't even have to talk. He resisted, saying that he was a former slave, and she asked him to trust her and act more confidently. Don was already sweating coldly from horror, and when she called him handsome, he even blushed. In the living room of one noble house of the empire, they were waiting for the arrival of a foreign magician. He was supposed to deliver the goods. Don was introduced to the ladies as a magician who is responsible for the production and sale of wooden rollers. According to legend, he was from the Western continent and sold his goods in different countries, and he used to own a trading association. The butler forgot which one exactly, and therefore decided to ask the representative what it was called. Solea taught Don a special look for this case, like "What do you want?" and he used it now. The noble ladies looked at the former slave, and their hearts began to beat faster. They were ready to buy everything from this man. The mistress of the house stood up and said that if he did it, then she was buying it, and this was what happened in other houses in the empire. Haman found his sister with an unknown man and had no idea what paperwork she was so diligently working on. He asked what kind of documents these were and who this person was next to her, although he looked awfully familiar. Solea didn't want to involve her brother in her affairs, so she tried to get rid of him as gently as possible. Citing extreme fatigue, she said it was time for her to go to bed to rest and slammed the door. She hadn't shared her affairs with him for some time, although she had shared them with Gray, so he began to worry. The evil beetle that had bitten into him, from a small worry, blew up a real storm of anger in his head. Haman wasn't feeling well, so he had to take a lesson from Eidolon earlier than usual. Solea couldn't stand this magician and would have fired him, but with his excellent reputation, it was impossible. Our heroine spied on him and her brother from a hiding place, but the magician always knew where she was hiding, which irritated her terribly. Lady Virgo was in a great mood. Her older brother Tian was arriving tomorrow. The red wool cloak was delivered a few days ago, so its arrival will be shown on the front page of the newspaper. So far, everything was going according to plan, and after a long day, she decided to do some exercise to stretch her muscles. She had hardly trained in the last few days, as wool production, roller sales, and history studies took up all her time. She was deep in her own thoughts, so the phrase that she had already completed the 30 approach scared her to death. Nervously, she asked him why he wasn't asleep yet, and he replied that she had been training alone, and he decided that some help wouldn't hurt. In response, she shouted that this should not be done anymore, and that no one should find out who he really was, and asked him to return to his place. Dawn timidly asked if he could stay with her, to which Soleil irritably replied that she did not understand why. Almost crying, he said that it was true, because he was now a false magician, and there was no reason to stay. Then she took pity on him. She added that this was not the point at all, and advised him to be more confident, reminding him that he was now free. He blushed again, and the voices did not fail to discuss this fact. They voiced the idea that he liked her, and his heart was beating. Continuing the training, she asked Don not to count out loud. He interfered with the mental conversation with the spirits. Then she sat down next to him to take a rest, and said that it was easier when he counted for her. Plucking up his courage, he asked why. Out of all the servants in the house, she had chosen him. Our heroine replied that she feels comfortable with him. They see each other often, and it's easy for her to find out what he does. When she said that he could be trusted, she didn't yet know that they were no longer alone, and that they were being eavesdropped on. Haman scared them a lot when he said loudly that he knew it was a slave, and Don jumped up and started making excuses. But, consumed by doubts and fueled by the beetle, Haman said that if he were a foreigner, he would not understand him. Then he slowly walked towards them, and voices began to shout that he had sealed the room and no one could hear what was happening here. Haman asked if his brother knew who it was, but why she hid it from him. It was because he couldn't be trusted. Soleil replied that it was not so. She just thought that the fewer people who knew the truth, the better. He responded that if she explained, he would understand, and asked what he thought. He was dear to her, and it was a lie when she promised to protect him. On the one hand, she understood the course of his thoughts, but on the other hand, she did not understand why he was so angry and asked him to stop. Her brother responded angrily that she couldn't trust him because Gray was strong and he had weak mana. Then he added that how did it happen that this slave could help her? Then Don intervened and said that he was not a slave, to which the young gentleman sarcastically said that maybe he had forgotten how he bought it. Then Soleil advised Don to leave. Don said that Mr. Gray had broken his contract and signed a freedom contract, so he stayed with the lady of his own free will. Haman was no longer himself when he spoke about the fact that one should not think that confidence can erase the past. And he understands, because this family believes in focusing on the present and not dwelling on what was. When the brother called the former slave an impudent person, Soleil could not stand it and warned Haman that he was crossing the line. In response, he threw out that she would do just fine without a bastard like that, and Don was useless. She had to send him away. The man decided to stand up for himself and said that the lady could cope without him, and that it was selfish to stay with her, he knew. He added that, however, she needed him. Then the young gentleman growled that they were not talking to him. But Don did not calm down, and said that my Lord Haman did not know for whom the lady was working so hard. Sputtering saliva, the young gentleman said that Soleil was not like that, and he was not like that, and therefore how dare he contradict him? Soleil shouted Haman's name, but it was too late. He had already released a huge stream of magical power. The young master was so enraged by what was happening that he used up all the mana he had. The estate shook, but remained standing. Plaster fell from the ceiling, and the former slave covered himself, afraid that the chandeliers would fall. Our heroine stood in the middle of the room and covered him with her body. The magical flow stopped at her feet. She walked quickly across the distance between herself and her brother, and when she got there, she hit him on the chest. Looking him straight in the eye, she asked him in a demanding tone to stop judging others by their background. Haman asked in a trembling voice why his magic didn't work, to which his sister replied that mana didn't work on her. Then he said that she trusted him, and that was why she always accepted his mana, and why this time it was different. Then he asked her what she was disappointed in him, and pointing to Don, asking if he was really more worthless than him. The former slave lost his footing and fell, and she heard the spirits wailing that there were too many beetles here. Our heroine, having said that this would not do, turned again to her brother, and he asked if she no longer trusted him. She tried to comprehend what was happening, but so far no useful thoughts came to her mind. Well, except for one, to smile. Afterwards she said no, she trusted him, and that was why she was trying so hard. And he got hit hard in the jaw. Now the young lady found herself in a room with two men, spread out in different corners. Voices were heard. Her spirits began to speak joyfully about how their mistress had finally beaten someone up. So Leah thought that she didn't think she would use the self-defense techniques Gray taught her like that. Then she asked the spirits what kind of bugs they were, and they answered that they were dirty and that Eidolon sent them when he wanted to absorb mana. And the beetles also play with the mind of their host, so the girl asked the spirits to be quieter and turn on the light for her. To their reasonable question of why, she answered, "Of course, so that it would be easier for her to kill them all." Armed with a bat, our heroine began to move around the room with free movements, achieving results. At first, she couldn't hit the beetle the first time, but soon she got the hang of it, and the process sped up. Every movement she made became more confident and precise, as if she had long known how to catch them. One annoying beetle, noticing her approach, darted to the side, trying to dodge, but she easily intercepted his movement. After a few tries, Saleha was able to knock down another insect and sighed, feeling victorious in this battle. She had been under so much stress lately because so many people were getting on her nerves. The young lady swung her weapon at the beetles, as if her life and the lives of her loved ones depended on it. Every successful blow to these dirty messengers of Eidolon brought her moral satisfaction. Once again, swinging the bat, our heroine cheerfully said that she felt much better now. Her movements around the room were more reminiscent of some strange dance than a massacre. The spirits could not tear their eyes away from her. When the last one was crushed and silence reigned in the room, she asked the spirits if these beetles were poisoned by Eidolon. They answered in the affirmative. Then she thought about the moment when the bugs play with the mind of the host. Scenes began to surface in my memory in which Haman was particularly aggressive and unpredictable. Now it was clear to her why she did not recognize him as her brother. His consciousness was not subject to him. She remembered all those offensive words that he almost spat out, forgetting even about his own past. At that moment, it became clear to her that his behavior was not the result of his will, and her heart was filled with anxiety for him. So Leah decided to do everything possible to prevent this from happening again. But to do this, she had to figure everything out. The spirits could give her the answers, so she asked why the beetles had come to them for mana. The answer she received was that it was because there were a lot of people with tasty mana here, and they had two names, just like her. After which the spirit called her name, Yoon, and seeing the surprise of the hostess, asked what was wrong, since that was her name. Our heroine ordered herself to hold on. She hadn't heard anyone call her that for so long that she even felt sick. The spirit spoke, saying that the name is the repository of the soul, which is why a new name also means a new life. Accordingly, having two names is like having two vessels for your soul, and you need to achieve the right balance from the very beginning. However, the more you become aware of the past name, the more cracks form, and the mana flowing through them is incredibly pure. The spirit added that the pink-haired one, the slave, is their master, and she is like a buffet with mana. That's why the bugs are here to eat them. She got so carried away that our heroine hit her on the head with a bat, and the other spirit said that he didn't quite agree with this. So Leah said that the more she realizes her past name, the more appetizing she becomes, and this also applies to Dawn and her brother. Thinking to herself that she couldn't live like Lady Virgo, and she wouldn't steal what was hers. She'd be better off just building up some muscle and crushing more bugs or whatever, and Dawn and Haman will be fine. Everything would work out if she tried. She didn't know why the great magician resorted to such cheap tricks, but now she did not have the authority to interrogate him, and she would not be able to win either socially or physically. She grabbed him by the collar for the last time, but even so, she felt that he had the upper hand. So for now, she had no chance to openly act against Eidolon. She just needs to try harder and do what she has planned to, at least restore the family's reputation. The next day, Neither Haman nor Dawn remembered what had happened before the blackout, but they tried not to communicate with each other. And the most important moment came when the main gates opened and announced the return of Tion's elder brother. Soleil thought that here was her model. She wanted to look at the coat. She didn't have time to look at its photo in the newspaper. She was curious what he was like. Maybe he was brave and cheerful like the Duke. Either he resembles the rough but handsome bully Gray, or he has a gentle and soft aura like Haman. Our heroine waved her hand at him in greeting, but he walked past as if she had not even been there. This was a rather unusual reaction for this family, so the young lady thought about it. Without turning around, she heard her elder brother approach the Duke, and they exchanged greetings. The Duke said that his son probably wanted to rest after a tiring journey, and Gray congratulated him on his victory. Thinking she was having déjà vu again, she walked up to Tian, placed her hand on his cloak, and said, "Good job." He looked at her strangely, then muttered to Lady Saleya and quickly left, not bothering himself with brotherly conversation. For the first time in her entire stay here, she felt like an empty space, and it was an unpleasant feeling. Deciding to get to the bottom of the situation, Saleya asked the maid what kind of relationship she had with Tian. Anne replied that it couldn't be said that they were bad. The lady was silent, and therefore hardly spoke to her brother. At that moment, Tian's nightly detachment passed by, and our heroine decided to ask them about her brother. However, their reaction left her stumped. The entire squad stopped, and their facial expressions became tense. The sudden silence and stillness of the soldiers made her think. The situation was clearly not in her favor. One of them muttered that the captain was in perfect health, and asked how the heiress of the duchy was supposed to know that. When she asked him why he was being rude, she received a questioning answer as to whether she was expecting too much from someone who had been among the corpses. When he said that she was trying to act like she cared about the captain, she then asked for Tian's sake that the knight shut his mouth. The soldier spoke about how she had now shown her true colors. While their captain was on the battlefield, she had not sent a single letter because she was sick, but now she has miraculously recovered and sent the cloak to promote her business. He recalled that all the newspapers wrote about it, and then added that the captain was sent to the very epicenter of danger. Now the heiress uses her brother, putting him on display only to achieve her own goals. In the end, he asked her how she could ask how her older brother was doing, and asked her to drop this pretense. He added that the longer the war dragged on, the more the captain's mind weakened. After some time, he stopped distinguishing between his own and others. The knight continued that whenever he heard the clang of the balls, he would rush towards the enemy line and kill anyone who got in his way. Our heroine didn't even know what to answer to this, although she didn't like the soldier's tone, and she was ready to put the speaker in his place. At that moment, another knight stepped forward and apologized, saying that they had just returned and were therefore a little tired. As he passed Soli, the knight said that he hoped she would find it in her generous heart to forgive those like him. The squad quickly formed up and moved on. Anne sympathetically asked if the young lady was okay. Without answering, Soleil thought that she couldn't deny it. Everything that was said was true, and she didn't pay attention to Tion. And she honestly admitted to herself that she didn't care about the war. She generally perceived everything here as a computer game. After this incident, she really wanted to be alone. Returning to her place, she even sent Anne away. Thoughts fell upon her like an incredible burden, and she just wanted to get away from everything and rest a little. She couldn't do it. She remembered how the spirit told her about the name, and that it was the storage place of the soul, and about the fact that two names are like two vessels, and that you need to achieve balance from the very beginning, or forget your past name. The spirit said that mana flows out through the cracks that form when there is imbalance, and it is incredibly pure. She thought that the more she realized her past name, the more appetizing it became. But her past name was her real name. The spirits could not stand her silence and began to speak. They asked why she was sitting there. Was she really so upset? They talked about stupid nights and about the huge brother bear who ignored her, took and walked past. Then the spirits remembered that Tian could not distinguish between his own and others, and then one of them suggested that his brother had poor eyesight. At first, Soleil dismissed this explanation, but then, remembering how her brother squinted, she thought that perhaps it was all a matter of vision. I thought that in the Middle Ages, the visually impaired were often equated with the blind, and no one even thought about improving their condition. She even thought of a Korean fairy tale about a blind man. But glasses are still a rarity in this world. She also repeated the phrase about how the longer the war dragged on, the more the captain's mind weakened. She remembered how the knight told her that after some time, her brother stopped distinguishing between his own and others. What if he always rushed into the thick of the battle simply because he couldn't see where the enemy was and where the ally was? And what if he simply didn't see her because of vision problems and only recognized her after he took a closer look? She decided to get him glasses, especially since tomorrow there would be a celebration in honor of Tian's return, and a present would be appropriate. This will be an ordinary gift that has nothing to do with promoting the wool business or any other. While she couldn't say for sure that it was really all about her vision, the facts pointed in that direction. At the shop, the salesman asked her who would wear the glasses, and she replied that she was buying them for her brother. She also explained that she would like glasses with a not very high sharpness, and if they don't fit, she will exchange them. Our heroine took the package and was so inspired by the fact that she might be able to make amends that she didn't notice anything. Gray came up from behind and said that it was simply unbelievable. She slipped away to buy a gift for Tian. But what about the other brothers? Asking sharply what he was doing there, she received the answer that she apparently didn't remember. But he was her bodyguard. She pretended not to remember, although this had indeed happened in the first days of her stay in this body. Gray said that she had been sitting in the room for so long, so when he saw her coming out so late, he went after her. And he can't believe that she went to all this trouble to buy a gift for Tian, and didn't even invite him to the picnic. She decided that she would explain everything to him on the street, but seeing how he was pouting, she asked him to change his anger to mercy. Especially since she was actually going to buy him something, he immediately became happy and quickly walked next to her. They walked along deserted streets, and our heroine thought that somewhere here she had definitely seen a gun shop. At some point, she was overcome by the feeling that she had been here once, but then it was definitely not an ordinary reality. Her companion told her that they had already gone too far, and it was time to go back. And in general, she agreed with him. She couldn't remember where she had seen that shop, but it was obviously somewhere nearby. And then some strange feeling took possession of her again. Turning her head, she thought that this might be the very place, and took a couple of steps in that direction. Through the arch, she saw an old, dilapidated building that drew her towards it in a completely incredible way. She moved decisively into the courtyard. The young gentleman, not so decisively, but still wandered after his sister. After looking around a bit, she said that it looked like some kind of altar, and judging by everything, it was quite old. So Leia asked what the ancient religion could be, and the unfamiliar voice replied that he did not know what gods they prayed to here. But our heroine was so struck by the bas-relief, which depicted a creature from legends, that she said in amazement, "Dragon!" When she said this, Gray asked her not to throw around strange words, and the woman asked if she knew what it was. Only then did the brother and sister notice this old woman and scream in fear, but she asked them to follow her. Suddenly, the spirits appeared and told their mistress that this granny had seen them and was looking at them all the time. However, Solea, seeing the sign of a gun shop, said that they would follow this woman and that they could find something for themselves there. She also said that such neglected places are like real pearls that later end up in documentaries and TV shows. While he was trying to repeat unfamiliar words, our heroine, looking around, said that there were many rare and valuable things here. When Solea began to examine one of the balls, Gray asked why she was looking at such old stuff. The brother and sister were scared again when the old woman said it was a dragon scale sword, and that she had seen a dragon when she was younger. Then she added that only her family knows about the scales that grow down the dragon's neck, but no one believes them. Gray asked his sister if she knew what a dragon was, and she replied that she couldn't tell him for sure, but that it was a mythical creature from legends. Then I remembered that I seemed to have seen one in a dream when I first got here. But it was just a dream. Although it was very bright and a little sad, she had unforgettable impressions. Our heroine became thoughtful. Something was bothering her, something completely elusive, as if she couldn't remember something. Some flashes flew before her mind's eye, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not restore them to her memory. The old woman put a piece of paper in Solea's palm and said that she looked so fragile that she would hardly be able to ride a dragon. While the lady was trying to understand why she needed to saddle the dragon, A girl appeared at the door and began to scold her mother from the threshold. First for not telling her about the visitors, and then for starting to tell everyone nonsense about dragons again. Soleil was about to leave so as not to disturb her relative's quarrel, but the owner of the store gave her the sword as she left. The brother and sister were already outside when the woman told her daughter that there were twinkling stars around the young lady. Gray said that if she was going to give him just this free sword, she better feed him something tasty. But she listened to her brother with half an ear. She was very interested in this piece of paper. She unfolded it and read Amos. When he asked her what she had said, she replied that it was nothing important, thinking to herself that she had probably read it correctly. They went out into the street through the arch. The ancient altar remained behind them, and therefore could not see what was happening. But it is possible that even if they had seen it, they would not have attached any significance to it. But there was very little time left before awakening. The dragon heard himself being called. A slight shimmer rolled across the entire bas-relief. He came to life. In a silent voice, he replied that he was here, and our heroine heard this, but did not yet realize what was happening. Her memory refused to lift the veil of mystery, and she still could not remember anything of extraordinary importance. Amos woke up. He had been waiting for this hour for a long time, and now, finally, it had come. And the one who was supposed to wake him up came.